Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The cost of love. What will shape our future? Without a doubt, the choices and behaviors we make. However, they believe that you can't escape fate when chance gets in the way of your normal existence. The protagonists of today's tale, Joseph and Olga Connell, experienced this as well. Their paths in life unexpectedly intersected, and they remained together forever. Unfortunately, because of their terrible fate, the couple were unable to fully enjoy one another. Numerous gunshots were heard close to the Paladin Club condominium in Wilmington, Delaware, on September 23, 2013 at around 2 in the morning. Witnesses noticed a guy and a woman laying on the ground when they rushed to the site. A call was sent to emergency services a short while later. The incident and its victims were reported by the caller. First aid was administered by the arriving medics. In contrast to her friend, the victim was still alive despite suffering facial bullet wounds and blood loss. There was no sign of life in the man who had been shot. He was apparently shot in the back of the head and killed instantly. But sadly, time was not on his side. When the police realized this, they asked the woman what had transpired. She replied with an unintelligible word and passed out. They hurried the victim to the hospital. Halfway there, though, she gave up her final fight for survival and passed away. Specialists on the scene discovered documents and personal items. The deceased turned out to be Connell's newlyweds. Since none of the valuables, including Olga's wallet, pocketbook, cell phones, and even the diamond ring on her hand, were taken, the incident was a targeted murder rather than an attempted robbery. After the young guys came home from celebrating their spouse's 39th birthday, it was later discovered that the victims had been attacked outside their house. About 25 rounds were fired into their backs by the treacherous attackers. Investigators had to determine what broke up the couple's romance and whether a long-running domestic conflict could have served as the crime's motivation. Joseph Connell was born into a prosperous and close-knit family. He has a younger sister named Kelly and an older brother named John. He was the middle child. The children used to fight about nothing when they were younger, but after their parents' divorce, they joined together and became inseparable. The lads stayed to live with their mother after their relationship ended. After some time, a woman's life was occupied by another man. The second marriage went according to plan. The stepfather took the role of the father, and the family continued to be self-sufficient. The neighborhood where the family lived was rather calm and comfortable. Everyone went about their daily activities during the day, and in the evenings they all gathered around a round table to talk about personal matters. Joe was raised as a righteous and tenacious youngster. These attributes, however, were more related to labor and education. Other than that, he was the lifeblood of the business and a joyful, affectionate youngster. The young man had aspirations of being a businessman and launching his own company from a young age. His efforts were successful because of his resourcefulness and commercial sense. The protagonist of the story, Christopher Rivers, opened a machine store and a specialty store in Tullyville with his closest friend. The young men were well known around the area as prosperous partners who had started from the beginning. The friends were amiable. Additionally, they developed their business and burned a shared idea. According to the acquaintance narrative, Joseph was certain he was a bachelor until he met Olga, a Russian beauty. The young people started talking to each other on the dating site. As they were already quite mature individuals with a wealth of life experience, they soon discovered similar ground for conversation. A female friend just moved to the United States and disclosed on the internet that she was going through a divorce. The man discussed his past relationships as well as his future goals. Both interlocutors were intelligent and gregarious. Interests and life perspectives were comparable among personalities. It is therefore not surprising that their sentiments eventually developed into something more. Joe made her an offer after realizing one day that he could no longer picture his existence without his lover. Olga did the same. The bride has not yet been introduced to the family, which is the only subtlety, but this did not frighten the man. He had faith in his decision and in his family's response. His relatives were enchanted by the selected one's beauty and temperament. They were shocked to learn that a woman could win over a hot, affectionate relative. The couple's connection progressed quickly. Joe didn't disguise his affection for Olga because he was proud of her looks and personality and carried her everywhere with him. But as time went on, it became evident that the beloved's true Siberian character was hidden beneath the woman's sensitivity and malleability. Everyone was in awe of her boundless enthusiasm and spirit of entrepreneurship. It felt like she could accomplish anything. Connell was so happy and in love that he made the decision to hold off on getting married for a long time. Maybe he was eager to get married and was unaware of what was about to happen. It's common to say that these folks are rushing through life. You have all undoubtedly seen cases like this in your surroundings. Police conducted interviews with the victim's neighbors, spectators, and the crowd as part of their post-attack investigation. Maybe some of these people might provide clarification? Regretfully, none of them had witnessed the incident. Nevertheless, a lot of individuals fled after hearing gunfire. Some also reported hearing loud male voices just before the shooting, as if they were having a heated argument with the newlyweds. Crime broke out not far from the crime scene, and forensic specialists discovered numerous fired casings from two distinct kinds of guns. Consequently, it became evident that multiple attackers were present. The pair was originally sentenced to death, based on the sheer volume of gunfire. In such a shootout, it is doubtful that anyone would have survived to execute their strategy. The thieves bided their time till the youths returned from the celebration. One of the well-known bars served as the venue for the birthday celebration. The party was attended by some Connell family members as well as friends. After dancing till midnight and having a great time, everyone headed home when they were exhausted. After parking at the residence, the pair made their way to the front door. The intruders discovered the best moment to execute their illegal plan at this point. Interviewing the victim's relatives was the next stage of the investigation. Joseph's parents were questioned by officers. The man's mother and stepfather said they had no knowledge about the couple's supposed adversaries and critics when they were questioned about it. The newlyweds appeared to have no enemies. On the other side, very few people do not have jealous others. At any rate, none of the recently married couples mentioned it. Meanwhile, the investigators received some intriguing information. It comes out that on the eve of the wedding, Joe and his sister Kelly got into a fight. It had to do with a pricey diamond-encrusted family ring. Experts estimated its worth to be around $20,000. Relationships between the relatives changed after the argument. All of Kelly's relatives, however, asserted that she would never have attended the crime. In particular, the ring was still on Olga's finger following the assault. However, it was a weird coincidence that forced the version concerning the hidden crime to be checked. Even though the woman lived in a different neighborhood, Kelly was among the first people on the site of the murder that fateful night. She was close to the ring story at the time. The couple intended to wed in the Virgin Islands. The engagement ring was the single thing that ruined the wedding planning. The mother gave the family treasure to her son in accordance with family custom. The youngest daughter, however, had already received the jewelry for the wedding 10 years prior. Joe carefully removed the ring from his sister and swapped out the precious stones for zirconium so as not to alter the long-standing tradition. He then surreptitiously gave the mistress back the ring and diamonds that had been placed into Olga's engagement ring. Given his financial circumstances, the protagonist's action is hard to justify. He may have made the decision to follow the regulations in this way. None of the women were supposed to have guessed it, but the calculations had not worked out. After spotting the switch, Kelly started searching for the offender. The younger sister was furious when she found out about her brother's behavior. She was understandably outraged and told Joseph so. The latter, however, was furious because he believed the sister's anger was unfounded and that her only intention was to break family customs and somehow sabotage the wedding. However, the ceremony happened. Kelly excused her absence from the event by stating that she was working at the time. The woman chose to ruin the celebration in retribution and sent Olga, the gullible bride, a mocking message. Discovered the truth. Following that, there was tension in the brother-sister connection. There were fights between them from time to time. Mutual insults and rebukes were common, and the subsequent incident, a strange robbery, completely jolted everyone out of their rut. In the Virgin Islands, the newlyweds started their joint life. The honeymoon was a happy time for the newlyweds. Olga and Joseph enjoyed fishing, sailing on a yacht, swimming in the sea, sunbathing on the beach, and sampling local food. There was no shortage of funds for these uses. The newlyweds purchased a pricey Mercedes, and Joe was delighted that the business was flourishing and earning a solid revenue of almost $1 million annually back home. They spent $100,000, 0 cents, on the new convertible. Olga started to assist her spouse because she didn't belong to the group of ladies who enjoy sitting on her neck. Olga possessed a rare appeal in addition to being well-read, intelligent, and fluent in English. She entered the company and worked in administration with ease because of her prior experience working on the stock exchange. Joe and Chris had a lot more customers after the attractive blonde took over the firm. While the couple was busy conducting business, a young family's home was broken into a week prior to the attack near the condominium. Jewels and family heirlooms were taken by an unidentified individual. Olga owned the diamond ring. When the Connell couple got home that day, the family's head of household saw the unauthorized entry and phoned 911. Surprisingly, when law enforcement investigators inspected the area, they found no evidence. There were no conclusive findings in the burglar's hunt. Investigators presented the theory that the heist was staged or the product of a professional. Many people thought the sister had every incentive to fake the crime, which is why Kelly was highly suspicious. Maybe she eventually decided to discipline her brother because she could no longer forgive him for what he had done. However, the case investigation quickly reached a standstill. The spouses were the victims of a more horrific crime, and detectives' focus was diverted to the investigation of a double crime in an attempt to find a motivation. During her interview with detectives, Kelly appeared distraught. The woman didn't conceal anything and helped with the investigation. She described the argument with Joe and even produced correspondence pertaining to it. Olga stated in one of the chats that she believed Kelly was the one who planned the most recent heist. Kelly denied it, but the inquiry could not rule her out as a suspect. The woman later acknowledged that she applied strong pressure in some areas, despite the clear motive, and all the evidence pointed to the opposite conclusion. The victim's younger sister appeared devastated, yet she did not alter her testimony during any of the interrogations or appear perplexed during Joe and Olga's funeral. She was clearly suffering the loss and loved her brother. Other theories about the murder were being considered at the same time. Jealousy was not ruled out as a motive for the crime, because Joseph Connell was one of the many ideal grooms and his bride was exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps not everyone in the couple's immediate vicinity was as happy as they were, and some of the former youths might harbor resentment and seek retribution in life after marriage. Nevertheless, the inquiry did not substantiate the detectives' assumptions. It was discovered that Joe had a cordial farewell to his former friends. They are also happily married and have been for a long time. This also holds true for Olga's previous partnerships. She severed all ties with her Russian spouse and filed for divorce, but a man who feels wronged would scarcely go to any lengths to make amends with his ex-wife, much less journey across the ocean to do it. This theory has been disproved in this respect. However, while the detectives were searching for the newlyweds' opponents, they continued to focus on the issue of brother-sister conflict. One of the most frequent motivations for criminal activity is greed. As a result, after interviewing Kelly, the inquiry turned to her husband, Garrett Catalano. The man would do everything for his wife since he loved her so much. The possible suspect acted coolly and persuasively, but it's likely that he could have committed a double crime during the chat at his beloved's request. It turns out that he had a solid alibi and that his wife was innocent. Garrett nevertheless questioned whether his brother-in-law earned a multi-million-dollar income by hard work. Catalano made vague hints that Joe might have been involved in illicit drug trafficking. His remarks gained traction over time. Others asserted that Joe was profiting greatly from the covert sale of steroids. We know another man who was identified by secret witnesses as one of his friends. Thus, the detectives discovered Christopher Rivers' best friend, Chris, who has been a lifelong friend and business partner. Chris appeared unconcerned with the incident. In contrast to everyone around him, he carried on with his life as usual. It made sense that he was in charge of both aspects of the company. He was forced to hold on by meetings with suppliers and dealing with clients, but his uncontrollable energy and mental toughness still produced odd ideas. The detectives made the decision to speak with the man one day. He said that he was meant to attend the party on the fateful night, but was unable to do so due to his business obligations. Despite their long-standing friendship and his partner's untimely death, Christopher suddenly made a disparaging statement. He claimed that Joseph had recently changed and was now acting dishonestly. Rivers didn't stay away from Olga, as a successful marriage only untied her hands, he allegedly heard, because Joe's wife was not as simple as she wanted to appear, and had come to the U.S. to defend the interests of the Russian mob. The companion's explanation for the family's considerable income required thorough confirmation of his suspicions. Maybe there was a valid explanation for the man's statements, or perhaps they were all merely rumors and conjecture. But it quickly became clear that Joseph was connected to the underground. The information was openly accessible and not a secret. It turns out that her partner had been charged with unlawfully possessing guns a few years prior to their meeting and had even received a respectable sentence for it. The individual was able to make new friends while he was incarcerated. It is possible that local officials drew him into the illegal drug trade after he completed his term. Maybe someone chose to take Connell out after he eventually crossed their path. But was the attack motivated by the connections made while incarcerated? While the investigators worked on the shady enterprise, the investigation was gaining steam when an intriguing fact emerged. Renowned heroin dealer Harry Cook claimed to have overheard Rivers disparaging Joe. Rivers also accused his business partner of snatching Chris. Rivers told him he and his friend were using an auto parts store to sell illicit medical substances, but Buddy is avaricious and divides the earnings unfairly. Chris is more in need of money and has a lot of debt, and Joseph himself spends all the money on a sedentary lifestyle. Because of this, Rivers made a joke about not minding if his friend vanished. Then, he asked Harry if he wanted to help him with this, to which Harry said no. As a result, Rivers' identities took on new significance. Chris was questioned about this on multiple occasions during the investigation, but he had an alibi. Both internal and external video surveillance cameras verified that the man was home when the murder occurred. Simultaneously, experts chose to review his criticisms and examined the company's accounting records. It turned out that the company did experience losses in spite of the high revenue. But as it happened, Connell had nothing to do with a number of embezzlements. Who was at fault was the stipulator himself. According to police informants, Chris has a lengthy history of excessive substance use, and recently, his addiction has grown out of hand. This explains the high rate of shoplifting and debt. In light of this, the man became paranoid. He confessed to associates on multiple occasions that they wanted to kill him because of this. Furthermore, it was discovered that he was directly involved in the sale of steroids, and Joe was unaware of what was going on right in front of his nose since he naively trusted his colleague. Joe's focus also shifted to the new connection. The knowledge of an enigmatic informant with a warped mind made this information public. After reviewing Rivers' phone logs, detectives found the man. On the evening of September 23, he was known to make a number of phone calls. His phone did not go mute even though he was at home when the crime was committed. After all calls were removed from the cell phone, experts were able to piece together the scenario with ease. Joshua, a former FBI informant, was responsible for the majority of the calls. Joshua acknowledged that he frequently used Rivers' services when police approached him. Chris Rivers once made him an alluring offer, $65,000, 0 cents, for the head of his buddy. The man was certainly drawn to the large sum of money. Joshua, however, sought for other hitmen in order to avoid getting directly involved in the case. He went back to the mercenaries, Aaron Thompson and Dominic Benson, who had cost him $5,000, 0 cents, which he had collected in advance from the client. The perplexing crime scene eventually emerged. The best friend had condemned his pal and his wife to a life of misery. Was resentment and a desire for sole control of a joint venture the driving forces behind the crime? No, the $1 million was the insurance benefit that one of the partners was entitled to. It found out that the former partners had secured the business and insured their lives long before Olga showed up. If one of them died, the other would get the money to pay off the machine shop's mortgage. The money obtained would cover all of Chris's debts in the event that Joe passed away. The issue is that Rivers chose to remove 2 of them at once because his partner got married and all payments were owed to the lawful spouse. The discussion that occurred on the night of the crime between the organizer and his accomplice. This was indirectly corroborated by the fact that Rivers was clearly worried about the operation's success, even though the men's conversations were encrypted. Detectives confiscated the phones of the 4 suspects in order to properly examine the communication between the 2 guys. Their activities on the night of the incident were captured on camera thanks to the mobile devices. At that point, Dominic and Aaron were close to the young couple's home. Curiously, Connell was swayed by the video footage that supported Chris's alibi. It shows the man is apprehensive and keeps the phone in his hands. Joshua didn't resist when investigators approached him and turned himself in to the police to lessen his penalty. The man testified against the customer and agreed to a deal with the investigation during the interrogation. So Christopher devised a clever scheme. He intended to frame Kelly by using the argument between his sister and brother. The heist at the Connell residence was shown to represent the subsequent phase of the criminal scheme during the course of the investigation. Joshua broke into the couple's house and committed a burglary after receiving orders from Christopher. But the target's head was a diamond ring, a contentious family relic. That day, Olga happened to be wearing it. Had the scheme been successful, Joe's sister would have been held responsible for everything, and the investigation would have followed a false trail. However, this was insufficient for Rivers, who attempted to discredit his friend after the crime. Later, it was discovered that a cold-blooded and meticulously organized crime for money justice in 2014 was the cause of Joe and his lover's deaths. First-degree murder. 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a criminal, first-degree conspiracy, and first-degree solicitation of a felony were among the charges against him. They tried his co-defendants as well. The experiments were conducted simultaneously but independently. Aaron Thompson's possession of the weapon was established during the trial. Consequently, he was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree conspiracy, and 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a felony. The offender was sentenced to 45 years plus 2 life terms. Due to his active cooperation with the police for the murder conspiracy, his friend Dominic Benson was only sentenced to 5 years in prison for first-degree conspiracy and aiding and abetting criminals, as he was acquitted on the felony charge because he changed his mind about shooting at the last minute. Joshua received the same punishment as Chris Rivers, who was the primary motivator of the crime. He received 2 life sentences plus 50 years after being found guilty of all charges. According to the well-known proverb, we can forgive someone for anything other than success in spite of his youth. Joseph was an extraordinary individual. He discovered the love of his life and established a business, but he was deprived of the chance to share happiness with her. The pair might achieve great things, create a solid family, and produce children. However, their measured life was irrevocably altered by his partner's distaste and his greed for money. During his years in prison, Christopher's selfishness, pernicious addiction, and money, one of the traditional and prevalent reasons for criminal activity, ruined many lives. The prisoner will undoubtedly be healed of his harmful substance addiction, but will he be able to suppress the remorse that will inevitably surface? Or, in his situation, may the voice of conscience never be heard at all? Ultimately, not everyone has the courage to live a lifetime of persistent self-doubt. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Relationship termination nearly invariably results in emotional distress and scars that take time to heal. Individuals respond to such circumstances in different ways. While some choose to stay friends, others would rather never see or talk to one another again in order to prevent revisiting old scars. Nevertheless, there are situations in which ex-lovers are no longer together but are also unable to fully split up because of a common characteristic that is difficult to end fast. Unpredictable results may result when ex-lovers begin new relationships while still in each other's company and continue to communicate. Though it seemed like a fairy tale, the saga of Ildiko Krajniak, a prosperous businessman and owner of a posh spa salon in California, ended tragically and suddenly. At first, there were hints of an accident, an assault, or rival schemes. But the reality was much more sinister. The successful and gorgeous woman suffered a terrible fate at the hands of Ildiko Krajniak, whom she formerly loved and trusted deeply. Early life. On June 8, 1969, a girl named Ildiko Krajniak was born in the northern Hungarian city of Miskolc. She was the youngest of 2 children in a middle-class household. In the 1980 Ses Juliana, her mother, retrained in the increasingly popular field of aesthetic medicine after working as a nurse in the Department of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery. She then launched her own clinic. Laszlo Krajniak, the family patriarch, worked as a common laborer at a nearby factory for the most of his life in an effort to support his family. From early childhood, Ildiko was only a few years older than her older brother, who was named after their father. The siblings were almost inseparable and had a good relationship. Her brother, who followed in their father's footsteps, earned an engineering degree and spent some time working at the same machine-building facility before launching a small business of his own in their hometown. Ildiko, who had always been artistic and creative by nature, felt limited in both Miskolc and traditional Hungary. She had aspirations of exploring the globe, seeing different cities and nations, starting her own company, becoming successful and well-known, and escaping the routine in which her family lived. Following in her mother's footsteps, young Krajniak attended a medical college after graduating and subsequently earned a license to practice aesthetics and cosmetology. Her goal was to become a real star in her field and accomplish more. When she was barely 20 years old, she had her first success. The aspiring expert expertly developed her career on her own, creating a strategy and business plan. Her clientele grew rapidly, and she began to make a respectable living by the standards of her city. Ildiko was always learning and developing her talents, keeping abreast of the most recent advancements in medicine, cosmetology, aesthetics, and the beauty business in general. But she knew that as a specialist, she would soon hit their ceiling, and that her opportunities at home were limited. She would have to look for a place that gave her more opportunities to reach her full potential in order to proceed. The driven young Krajniak made the decision to move to the USA after graduating with a bachelor's degree in medical aesthetics. This young lady had admirable goals, but few thought she would actually make such drastic adjustments because Ildiko was so close to her family and didn't appear likely to ever leave them. But in the summer of 1992, just after turning 23, Ildiko made the decision to follow her lifetime ambition and relocated to the United States of America in pursuit of the American dream. The resolute Hungarian took the chance and gambled everything. It was a desire to totally transform her life, not merely a move. She collected all her savings, purchased a one-way ticket, and left for a different continent. She didn't have any friends, family, or acquaintances there. She stepped into the unknown, despite the fact that no one was waiting for her and that she hardly knew any English. Her parents were conflicted about their daughter's choice, but since she was an adult and capable of making such important choices on her own, no one attempted to stop her. Her family, however, was rather worried about how her life would turn out in a strange country. Ildiko made the decision to go directly to sunny California, where she intended to study the language and hunt for work. Put down roots, so to speak. She had lived in strict, prim, and frigid Hungary, so the move was a true cultural shock. In fact, America appeared to be a land of fairy tales and unrealized hopes. Since she still needed to find a work, which was difficult without understanding the language, the young woman first tried to conserve money by staying at a cheap hostel, but shortly she was fortunate enough to get employed at one of the neighborhood beauty shops as a master stylist's assistant. She was able to meet her basic needs and rent a respectable apartment thanks to the pay, but Krajniak had to become fluent in the language and get the necessary U.S. medical license in order to work in the cosmetology and aesthetic medicine fields. Ildiko had no friends or acquaintances, therefore she was forced to rely only on her own power. She put in a lot of effort, spending all of her leisure time learning English and honing her communication abilities. Her diligence and tenacity soon paid off. She earned a license to work as a leading specialist in cosmetology after passing the necessary tests. A few years after relocating, Ildiko rose to the position of chief expert at a spa in a 5-star hotel that was frequented by celebrities and show industry stars. People booked her months in advance because she was known as the best cosmetologist in town. She also continuously improved her credentials and educated herself as a professional. She went to conferences and exhibitions around the world, possessed a thorough awareness of the ingredients in cosmetics and treatments, and was able to assist clients in resolving nearly any aesthetic skin concern. The young woman had exceptional diplomatic skills in addition to her professional abilities. She swiftly built ties with business partners, had a natural business sense, and cultivated influential friends and helpful contacts with ease. Unsatisfied with constantly working for other people, Krajak had aspirations of starting her own salon, which she believed would be the greatest in the city and the entire state of California. The young Hungarian was the most sought-after specialist at the facility where she worked by the mid-1990s. Following their initial treatment visit, clients attempted to schedule appointments exclusively with this cosmetologist. Ildiko was already aware that even if she moved jobs, the clientele she had developed would remain. The spa complex's management was aware of this as well, so they made every effort to keep the experts by providing the best possible working and family environments. Due to her openness, friendliness, sociability, and beauty, Krajak naturally attracted a lot of male attention and had a large following. However, she prioritized learning the language, developing professionally, and advancing her job during her first few years in the US, putting her personal life on the back burner, possibly as the fifth priority. She met Ramilo Vestal, a young guy of Asian descent who had come to America as a kid with his family, in 1995. He was employed as a physician at a nearby hospital after pursuing a medical degree. Romantic feelings immediately grew between the couple as they were able to communicate with each other. Only their closest friends and family were present at their little wedding, which took place in the spring of 1996, a year after they first met. The couple's only child, a son they called Keanu, was born 2 years later. The new parents spent all of their leisure time with family since they loved their child. Everyone who knew them observed how well they complemented one another and how joyful they exuded, and their house was a place of love and understanding. They traveled together in the mid-1990s, and Ildiko persuaded her cousin to follow suit, relocating to the US with her spouse and kids. The family moved close to her house. Their families became great friends, they visited one another frequently, and they corresponded frequently. Krajnak's father died in 2000 following a protracted illness, which was a devastating loss to the family. By then, their mother, Juliana, was living alone in the family house, depressed, while her older brother Laszlo was already married, had children, and lived in a different city. She also started exhibiting dementia symptoms, which made it dangerous to leave her alone. To ensure that her mother wouldn't feel alone and could live out her last years with family, Ildiko made the decision to move her to California. Moving to America was a difficult transition for Juliana as well, but her daughters supported and loved her at this time. In addition, the grandma was ecstatic about the opportunity to show off her kid. In 2002, Krajnak made the decision to create her own salon based on Keanu, whom she had previously only seen in pictures. By then, with the help of her loved ones, she had amassed a sizable clientele, acquired business expertise, and amassed enough money. The young lady was willing to take a big chance. Ildiko opened her spa in Aliso Viejo, California, which is in southern Orange County's San Joaquin Hills. Magyar Cosmetica, which means Hungarian cosmetics, is the name she gave it. Her restaurant quickly received a 5-star rating, and word of its success quickly traveled across the state. Ildiko exclusively employed high-end cosmetics, treatments, and tools in her work. She took tremendous delight in her status as one of the top cosmetologists. The woman had picked a great spot for her salon and had built and run her business with finesse. Her business was situated in a Southern California commercial district, around 70 miles from Los Angeles and 10 miles from the well-known Laguna Beach. The cosmetologist built her business successfully for many years, and her income increased steadily. She and her spouse moved in with their kid and Krajnak's mother in a lavish, spacious home they had purchased by the late 2000s. The woman had domestic help and her own driver, was able to live the life she had always imagined and afford anything she wanted. It's also important to remember that Ildiko was a live billboard for her salon. She never seemed to age and always looked beautiful. She also earned an international medical certificate, continued to improve her credentials, and was able to practice in almost any nation. As time went on, the cosmetologist also started teaching seminars and courses for industry professionals. Krajanak worked at her favorite job for many years, always trying to be the greatest. In order to remain competitive, she conducted market research, created advertising campaigns, identified trustworthy suppliers, and created business plans. Despite all of this, she continued to see clients in person who came to her for help with her only child, whom she loved. The woman covered the cost of language classes, music lessons from the greatest professors, and schooling at a prestigious private school. She had first-hand knowledge of the value of learning multiple foreign languages and their potential applications in daily life. Keanu enrolled in a prominent university in 2016 and traveled to Washington for his studies. Crisis and the final vacation. Ildiko had a particularly difficult start to 2017, when the business center where her spa salon had been located for more than 15 years abruptly changed hands. Tenant leases were soon terminated, once the new owner made it apparent that he had his own ambitions for the building. In a prestigious region, Ildiko had to find a new place to move Krajnak right away because he was unprepared for this change of events. It was a significant source of stress. After suffering enormous losses, she looked for a suitable location near the old one. Moving from the opulent business center to a 2-story commercial structure that took up half of the first floor, she remained in Aliso Viejo. Because it involved moving a lot of pricey equipment that needed to be handled carefully, the move itself also came with a high cost. Before the new facility could open for business in March 2018, it also required some minor cosmetic renovations. A stressed-out and exhausted Ildiko made the decision to take a brief vacation after the major construction was over and the spa salon reopened at the new location. She took a plane to Portugal, where she spent 2 weeks lounging at a well-known beach resort under the warm sun. She appeared to have overcome the challenges and was eager to make up for lost time. Laszlo took a plane to California a month later to see his mother and sister. They spent time together, communicated effectively, and even surprised Keanu at university on May 5 with a family trip to Washington. Ildiko took a plane to their home country of Hungary with her brother. Ildiko chose to combine a work trip with a visit to relatives she hadn't seen in a while. While the man was heading back home to be with his family, she was excited to apply the cutting-edge therapies she brought back home, which had beautiful, revitalizing results. Sadly, the salon where she had poured her soul was demolished less than a week later, and on May 15, 2018, she was discovered dead from an accident, an attack, or a planned crime. Several reports of a strong explosion were sent to the emergency services at around 1 in the afternoon, and a fire at the business complex where Ildiko's spa salon is located. A few streets away, the bomb was heard, and terrified individuals thought it might have been an attack, worrying it was the first in a series. When parents learned of what had happened, they hurried to the daycare across the street from the demolished building to make sure their kids were safe. Several police patrols, fire engines, and ambulances were sent to the location right away. The structure itself suffered some damage. The interior was engulfed in flames, and bricks, glass, and pieces of roofing covered the roadway. It was unknown at the time how many individuals were inside when the explosion occurred, and if anyone had been killed or injured. A loud blast and acrid smoke were observed by witnesses, and they swiftly spread along the roadway, setting off nearby car alarms. The image grew more horrifying as rescuers approached the explosion's epicenter. Inside and behind the rubble and shattered furniture, there was blood everywhere. Later, 2 injured individuals were located. They turned out to be a mother and daughter who had visited the spa for treatments. The women suffered serious burns, shard lacerations, and concussions on that awful day. Thankfully, both were spared, although the blast wave rendered them unconscious. The most horrific finding awaited the rescuers behind the former reception desk: deformed and horribly burned human remains. A number of additional staff members and customers were brought to the hospital after suffering minor injuries and smoke inhalation. Although identification was not feasible right enough, it was quickly determined that the person in the epicenter was Ildiko Krajnak, a 48-year-old spa proprietor. Since there was no guarantee that another explosion would not happen, bomb disposal troops were there. It was challenging to identify what had exploded and what had produced such a catastrophic blast right from the start. Since there was a particular place of explosion, The original explanation of a gas leak and electrical short was promptly discarded. Although no more explosive devices were discovered in this or nearby buildings, the likelihood of a terrorist act was looked into. The idea of a well-thought-out crime against Ildiko was another really credible argument. The dead was a generous, honest, and charitable individual who was always ready to lend a hand to others. She was a prosperous businesswoman, though, and had a lot of jealous competitors who would have wished to completely destroy her. Every theory had to be verified, but first, the surviving witnesses and the victim's friends and family had to be interviewed. Meanwhile, a woman named Lori Stone called in an emergency because she was unable to get through to her boyfriend, Stephen Bill. He was a co-founder of the spa salon and may have been inside the building when the explosion occurred, she said. Eyewitness reports. The surviving mother and daughter were in critical care after suffering severe injuries and undergoing an emergency operation. They consented to talk to police authorities and describe everything that transpired that day as soon as their condition somewhat improved. The women were receiving care at the spa salon in Krenyak. Previously, they headed to the reception counter to pay for their cosmetic services. Everything was going according to plan because they had been there previously and knew the owner well. Ildiko was at the desk at the time and frequently handled the responsibilities of the receptionist herself. There was a big parcel on the desk in front of her, and she was going through the mail. She collected the money, gave the customers their receipts, and then, carrying on the lighthearted discussion, grabbed a box cutter and started to open the box itself. Then there was a sudden, strong explosion, and the rest of the time seemed to be a blur. The daughter claims that after seeing a bright flash and a thunderous blast, she felt a rush of heat and realized she was in midair. In actuality, the blast wave threw her, but she miraculously survived, found her mother in the midst of the confusion, and pulled her to a wall that had been demolished so she could breathe. She then passed out and awoke in the hospital. After talking to the victims, it became clear that the explosive device had been disguised as a regular parcel and that this was a deliberate act. Finding a group of suspects and figuring out who might not only want the woman dead but actually carry it out were the following stages. Nor was it obvious if Ildiko was the only target, or if Stephen Bill, her 59-year-old business partner, was also in grave danger. Police were sent to the man's house right away. Bill had just gotten back. He received a stack of goods at his door after earning money on a business trip. Bomb disposal specialists assessed all the boxes once he was evacuated to a safe distance, but they just contained store orders, and no explosives were discovered. When questioned, Stephen seemed stunned to learn of Krasic's passing and was unable to identify any former spouses who might have wanted her to suffer harm. Romeo Vestal, the deceased's spouse, showed up on the scene. He was completely distraught after learning of the incident, even though he had believed until the very end that his wife may have lived. But there was also the need to interrogate him. Only a handful of the Krasnia family were aware of this extremely odd detail at this stage. As it turned out, Ildiko and Romeo were no longer a couple in the traditional meaning of the word. They still resided in their spacious, opulent, shared home. Although they had remained friendly and had not filed for divorce, in recent years they had reduced themselves to just neighbors, each with their own private life. They were willing to let go entirely if either of them found true love, and had no jealousy toward one another. The cops found this situation to be odd and quite suspicious. Ramilo, who was still his wife's legal spouse, would inherit the house, all of the property, and the lucrative business in the event of his wife's passing. This final factor, however, supported the man's innocence. Why would he ruin their family business partners and ex-lover's primary source of income? The spa salon. It was determined that the deceased had dated at least 5 different males in the previous 2 years. 2 identities caught the investigators' attention in particular, although the majority were passing curiosities. According to a close friend of Krajak, the woman had been dating a man named Nicholas for a few months and was very attracted to him. She did not rule out the idea that their relationship could develop further, possibly even ending in marriage. The couple flew impulsively, canceling all other plans, to spend a weekend together in Sacramento, 1 week prior to the tragedy. This man was swiftly caught and questioned by detectives, but it was discovered that he had nothing to do with the tragedy. was just as startled by what had happened as everyone else and had no reason to hurt the woman he loved. It later came to light that Ildiko had been intimately associated with her business partner, Stephen Bill, for a number of months prior. About a year and a half ago, when the woman was having major business issues, trying to find a new location for the salon and suffering large losses, an interesting story emerged when investigators looked into how they met and why they became partners, even though Bill had no prior connections to the beauty industry. She got to know Stephen. She was so beautiful that he fell in love with her right away and promised to pay for all the costs of moving the spa center. Additionally, he made a sizable investment in its growth and concurrently joined Kraniak as a business partner. They started dating, which lasted for roughly 6 months. The woman probably gave back out of appreciation, but she didn't really have a strong connection to Bill. They took a vacation together in Portugal in March 2018, but by then, Ildiko had already begun an affair with Nicholas and was always phoning him, which annoyed Stephen. She was already content in her new relationship, but she broke up with him as soon as she got back. The two of them kept running the company together, and Bill persisted in attempting to win her back. He even began dating Laurie Stone in an attempt to incite her jealousy. However, this had little effect on Kraniak. She had lost interest. Bill probably had a grudge against her and might have pursued a bizarre pastime, skeletons in the closet, or retaliation. After deciding to investigate Stephen more, the cops learned that he had a very particular pastime. He was skilled in pyrotechnics and worked on creating explosions. The individual did not hinder or refute this. Officers searched his house and discovered professional equipment, ingredients for making rockets and fireworks, gunpowder, and other flammable compounds. Bill was released since the police at the time lacked a good reason or any supporting evidence to hold him. But after deciding to look into his past more, they learned that his wife had passed away 10 years prior under mysterious circumstances. An unexplained mishap at home while they were there preceded the official cause of death, which was pancreatitis, moving furniture. Although nothing could be established, it seemed that Stephen had started the incident. Additionally, after becoming a widower, he received a sizable insurance settlement, which further raised the possibility of a motive for the murder, arrest, and trial. Bill bought a variety of flammable chemical components and pieces for creating poppers, which were later discovered at the explosion scene. According to Ildiko's security film from May 10, that detectives were able to locate many months later. It was also disclosed that he went to the spa salon early on the morning of the disaster in order to drop off the lethal item. On March 3, 2019, he used his key to enter through the back door and parked his car on a nearby street so that no one would notice. Stephen Bill was taken into custody on suspicion of purposeful building destruction. A number of additional accusations pertaining to causing serious bodily damage were introduced throughout the trial. One woman was severely burned on the face and torso, and another lost her eye in the explosion. Despite Bill's not guilty plea, the facts and testimony gathered did not support his position. Witnesses also said that he had started stalking Ildiko and had never come to terms with her leaving him. The woman had told friends just before she passed away that she was afraid for her life and worried that her ex-lover would get even. Stephen Bill was only convicted on all counts in early 2024 and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He and his legal team filed numerous appeals, all of which were denied. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Who planned a massacre in a sleepy community? In a small, peaceful town where everyone knows one another, almost any crime becomes a high-profile event that will be talked about for a long time. However, if it is a vicious crime against an entire family, which has never happened in these areas before, it becomes a topic of much discussion. Such tales then swiftly give rise to a variety of hearsay, conjecture, and fictitious graphic details before becoming true, urban legend. The terrible news of a family's murder rocked the little Australian town of Kapunda, which has a population of approximately 3,000 and is situated on the Light River, close to the Barossa Valley in South Australia, in the fall of 2010. Law enforcement officials in the area were confused because they had never seen anything like this before. The city was instantly filled with rumors. Everybody told the story differently, so much so that the police had to categorize the case in part to prevent information leaks and further panic. In the city, the deceased family was well known and revered. There was no reason for the crime, and everyone at the time believed that they had no enemies or ill-wishers. What transpired initially appeared to be a senseless carnage, and investigators even hypothesized that it was the product of a crazy or insane. Notably, the actual offender was not even initially listed among the suspects, and most likely would have gotten away with it had he not unintentionally revealed himself. The Rowe family's story. English native Andrew Rowe, the family's leader, was born in England in 1965. He and his parents moved to Australia when he was 3 years old, and they made the decision to stay there forever. The youngster attended school in the Adelaide suburbs where the family had relocated. From a young age, he was outgoing, had a great sense of humor, had many friends, and enjoyed going fishing with his dad. A young man met Rose, a cheerful girl who was only a year younger than him, while he was studying in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia, after graduating from high school. The two students soon fell in love, and in 1985 they were married in a small ceremony that was only attended by their closest friends and family. The couple welcomed their first child, a boy called Christopher, into the world in 1987. Chantel, their daughter, was born in 1994. The family established their own modest business, offering expert carpet cleaning services after relocating to the peaceful and comfortable town of Kapunda. Their firm immediately gained popularity and generated a healthy revenue, so the Rowe was unable to stop themselves. In an effort to become self-sufficient and financially independent, the kids started working part-time in high school after excelling academically at one of the nearby schools. While the youngest daughter painted, went to a dance studio, and played basketball for the school, the oldest boy had a passion for music and practiced playing the guitar. It was said that Chantel was a really good-hearted, understanding girl who was always willing to help anyone in need. Her brother chose to link his destiny with computer technology and programming, whereas she aspired to earn a law degree and practice law. Their family was generally amiable, solid, and content, and the kids had a tight relationship with their parents. Christopher, then 23 years old, left his parents' house in the summer of 2010 to live with his fiancée in the same city, a few blocks from his family. Chantel also started working part-time as a server at a roadside cafe in late September of the same year. Her father or brother drove her to work because it was inconvenient for her to get there. The girl, who was already 16, aspired to obtain her driver's license as quickly as possible in order to operate a motor vehicle. Unfortunately, these dreams were not meant to be realized. Young people organized a wedding shortly after Christopher and his girlfriend returned from their November 4, 2010 holiday in Brisbane. However, the young man grew quite worried on the 8th after failing to get in touch with any of his relatives. Chris sensed that something horrible had happened when he contacted his father's office and found out that he had not answered the phone and had not gone to work for an unclear reason. He then called his friend and requested him to come over to check on him. The A were brutally massacred. On November 8th, at approximately 3 in the afternoon, a patrol car arrived at the Rowe family residence. It is important to note that the little town police station only had 2 employees at the time, and they promptly asked the administrative center for assistance after realizing they were dealing with a vicious triple crime. Even the seasoned cops from Adelaide claimed they had never seen anything like the crime scene since it was so horrifying. The interior of the house resembled a horror film set. The floor, walls, furniture, drapes, and even the ceiling were all covered in blood. While Chantel's ripped body lay on the bed in her room, the breathless and severely damaged bodies of Rose, 44, and Andrew, 45, lay in the kitchen. Long before police and paramedics arrived, all family members had passed away from scores of piercing stab wounds. Since nothing was missing from the house, nothing was inspected, and valuables like phones, laptops, pricey cameras, and even cash were found in conspicuous locations, suspicions that the crime was personal almost quickly surfaced. Because dealing with 3 adults is difficult, it was also implied that the murderer was not alone. The detectives concluded that the culprit had tried to conceal the evidence but had given up and abandoned the notion because it was either a tall, strong, and physically fit man, or because they saw that the tracks had been carelessly cleaned and wiped in some areas. Additionally, there were bloody, transparent shoe tracks on the floor that appeared to be going to the door but abruptly broke off, possibly indicating that the offender had removed his shoes and was only wearing socks. The fact that there were no indications of forced entry is another intriguing aspect. This may suggest that the offender entered the house through a different method, or that the victims knew him and escorted him inside. No one could even speculate as to who or why the parents and daughter had been so ruthlessly killed, and the family was said to have no enemies or ill-wishers. The slain girl's room had a number of distinct fingerprints on the door, but nothing came up when they were compared to the police database. The individual who abandoned them had never before been discovered by law enforcement. He either did not break any laws or was not prosecuted. In addition to being gated off from inquisitive eyes and the press representatives who showed up almost immediately, the residence was sealed off as a crime scene. In order to avoid frightening the offender and allowing him to hide or flee, it was decided not to reveal any information or publicize the investigation. Still, the city was soon filled with stories about the madman. People secured their homes with all the locks and bolts because they were scared to leave their homes at night. As crazy as it may sound, Christopher, the only surviving member of the family, was the first suspect. He was on vacation with his fiancée at Moreton Bay on the Pacific coast of Queensland when the tragedy occurred. When he found out that his loved ones were not in contact, he was the first to raise the alarm and boarded the first aircraft home. However, his fingerprints and alibi were examined first. But since he was actually on the opposite side of the continent when the crime was committed, he was automatically disqualified as a suspect. It was interesting to see that the young girl who committed the massacre changed into fresh clothing and rested on the bed after the massacre. In addition, there were bloody drag marks close to the bed, suggesting that Chantel may have attempted to hide beneath the bed to evade her executioner, but he dragged her away. Furthermore, it was quickly established by forensic specialists that she had suffered maltreatment before to her demise. As was previously mentioned, it appeared that the crime was highly personal, and the offender obviously had resentment toward the victims, which is why the cruelty was so irrational. The family's head was stabbed 36 times, and his wife was stabbed 50 times across her body. Based on the traces, she was attacked twice, but she survived the first one and even attempted to telephone for assistance. Forensic experts found 33 stab wounds on the girl's body. She was also mistreated. Immediately, the authorities started investigating whether the deceased had obsessive admirers, was in a relationship, or was dating someone. It quickly came to light that the girl had been seeing a man called Dylan, who attended the same school as her, for around a year. In addition to being 16 years old, the police questioned if the young man could have perpetrated such a heinous act. However, they needed to speak with him, investigate his alibi, and find out who he thought might have intended to hurt his fiancée and her family. Dylan voluntarily gave the cops his full cooperation and told them everything he knew. He said that he had a great relationship with Chantel. As soon as they reached adulthood, they planned to marry since they were in love. He was shocked to learn of his darling girl's passing and was unsure of how to continue living. The man was in a nearby city on his grandfather's anniversary at the time of the Rowe family slaughter, and scores of people could verify his alibi. Additionally, the young man is no longer considered a suspect. In their search for witnesses and evidence, the police discovered the criminal's fingerprints and seminal fluid on the body of the deceased Chantel, from which they were able to extract DNA. However, neither of these items was listed in the police database. Notably, the murderer took carving knives from a stand in their own kitchen and used them to slaughter the family. This can suggest that the crime was unplanned and that it happened on its own. The murderer took the murder weapons with him when he departed because they were not discovered at the site. The victims were killed between midnight and 2 in the morning, according to experts. According to one of Rose's neighbors, he heard Rose call for assistance twice at around 1 in the morning. After that, there was a thud, as though something big had fallen, and then all was quiet. Although he found it odd, he chose not to call the police since he believed it was only a domestic dispute between the couple and he shouldn't meddle in their private matters. That evening, no outsiders were spotted close to their home, Instead, police officers were meticulously searching the neighborhood for signs of criminal activity or evidence. Additionally, it was decided to use the media to contact the town's citizens and ask them to provide any information that could advance the inquiry. However, this strategy actually made the detectives' job more challenging. Numerous calls from concerned citizens who wished to assist were made to the police almost quickly, and all of the information they received had to be confirmed. People who were suspicious were reported by callers. Cars attempted to link the events involving a group of bikers and drug traffickers, including reporting dubious posts on social media that were discovered in local citizens' profiles. However, law enforcement officials did not benefit from all of the incoming information. An expensive camera that belonged to the deceased girl was discovered among the items in the residence 2 days before to the tragedy. It came out that Chantel enjoyed taking pictures, so investigators thought there might be some that could aid in the case. The memory card did include a lot of pictures, but the cops were particularly interested in the last ones. Most importantly, it was discovered that Chantel had thrown a nice party at Rose's house on November 6, 2 days prior to the catastrophe. She chose to take advantage of the fact that her parents were gone that day for an overnight with relatives. However, it should be mentioned that it was a respectable and calm gathering where people sat over watching movies and cooked food on the BBQ, rather than some sort of party with alcohol or worse. There were only 8 people in the house that night, since Chantel had only invited her boyfriend and 3 of her closest friends, along with their other halves. Their fantastic time was captured in numerous photos taken by the house hostess. On social media, some of the guests' images from that same evening were posted on their pages, mentioning pals. After spending the night in the house row, all of the buddies came back in the morning. During a sit-down in the backyard, Andrew and Rose prepared brunch for the visitors. In order to determine whether the girl had stalkers, jealous persons, or enemies, detectives determined that it was essential to interview everyone who attended the party and collect fingerprints from each person to match with the samples discovered on the deceased's chamber door. Chantel's friends were still in shock over what had transpired. They appeared at the station to testify and did their best to assist with the inquiry. The youngster's DNA samples and fingerprints from the initial call did not match those from the crime scene. They also gave people access to their phones and social media accounts, and they described every event that happened at the final party. Dylan remembered his girlfriend complaining on Sunday that she was feeling ill and most likely had a cold. She had called her supervisor to warn him that she would be unable to report to work the next day due to a fever that she had developed in the evening. Around 5 o'clock the following morning, the man contacted her to inquire about her mood. The message appeared read to him, but Chantel never answered, replied the culprit. Read the note, and the man was unaware that his sweetheart and her parents had already passed away. Additionally, the police discovered that the offender attempted to type a return text message, but it was never removed since Chantel neglected to recharge her account. However, the criminal attempted to give the impression that young Roe was still alive. Surprisingly, Dylan and a few of the deceased's close pals assisted authorities in creating a list of everyone in Chantel's group who she had communicated with. Law enforcement started going over that list, speaking with and inspecting each person on it. A week or 2 later, they got to Jason Downey, a young man of around 18. He had graduated last year and was now employed at a nearby auto repair business, but he had previously gone to the same high school as the dead and her lover. Jason didn't initially give rise to any suspicions. He appeared utterly innocent, was of medium height, and was really thin. The young man started acting suspiciously, but they still intended to question him and then release him. He began to complain that Chantel had not invited him to her party because everyone was in pairs and he had no girlfriend, instead of responding to the standard questions. He then claimed to have an alibi for the night of the crime, even though no one had even questioned him about it. The police decided to thoroughly investigate the man, including extracting a DNA sample and fingerprinting him, because of his extremely odd behavior. When Downey learned of this, he merely consented to go through all the required procedures without expressing any enthusiasm or worry. At this moment, the police decided to proceed with the test, even though they once more questioned his guilt. The expert saw relatively recent severe cuts on the man's palms when he collected his fingerprints. All of the wounds appeared to be smooth, as though they had been made with a tiny, sharp instrument, but Jason clarified that he had injured himself while working at the machine shop. According to the test results, The prints discovered on the deceased woman's bedroom door were those of Downey. We just needed to wait for the DNA test results, which were due in 2 days, to get the whole picture. They made the decision to speak with the man once again in the interim and inquire as to how, if he had not attended the party the previous evening, his fingerprints had ended up in the deceased's home. Once more appearing completely composed, the suspect explained that he had likely left fingerprints at Rose's residence after visiting it with Dylan approximately a month and a half prior. However, since the prints were crisp and new, this version did not match reality, as would have occurred to them over such a lengthy period of time. They were not rubbed, smeared, or dusty. And when the DNA findings from the lab were returned on November 16, 2010, they eliminated any remaining doubts that Jason was the one who had tortured the girl that night and killed her and her parents. But why would he harm her like that? What was the source of this thin young man's anger and strength? Detectives had to discover what motivated him to carry out such a heinous murder of the family when he was captured the same day. Jason Downey is... who? Jason Downey was born in September 1992 in Kilmarnock, Scotland, and grew up and entered adolescence there. He grew up with his own older brother Jamie and was the youngest of the family's 2 children. The boy was raised by his mother Lorraine after his parents split when he was just 8 months old. The boys had a half-sister named Judy, but they hardly spoke to her because their father quickly remarried. They moved to the town of Kapunda, Australia, when Jason was 13 years old, together with his mother and brother. The woman married a local resident she had previously met online for the second time in her new home. This place did not appeal to the child who was raised in a large city. He genuinely detested country living and wished to leave. At school, Jason hardly had any friends. They spoke to him more sympathetically because they thought he was odd. He was a self-confident, overly chatty, and persistent liar who told everyone about his popularity, admirers, and athletic prowess. In fact, he was neglected by girls. Nobody wished to associate with this strange and unattractive young man. Jason and Dylan were teammates on the same basketball team, and Dylan felt bad for Jason because he was not liked by anyone. He began inviting him to a number of social events. He even made the fatal error of introducing him to Chantel, his girlfriend. Because Downey was her boyfriend's buddy, Chantel also spoke with him out of courtesy and sympathy. She even defended him a few times when other teenagers attempted to make fun of him. But Jason fell deeply in love with her because she wanted to help a boy who was being harassed and abused. Additionally, he started to believe that she feels the same way about him, but is unable to publicly express it because to Dylan, as Downey grew increasingly engrossed in his fantasies in which he was happy with Chantel, the youthful crush eventually turned into a true obsession, but others were unaware of it. The girl just made an effort to be kind and amiable. She never offered him hope or left any unclear clues. He mistakenly thought she was showing him love because she was the only person who showed him kindness. When the last suspicions that Jason had perpetrated the triple crime were allayed during the arrest and first questioning, the police knew that the arrest could not be postponed. But they were unsure of how to proceed because they were worried that the man might not have done anything. They used a harmless pretense to get him to the station because everyone was aware of his capabilities. Handcuffs were fastened on the suspect's wrists as soon as he arrived. The man, surprisingly, was completely emotionless. He wasn't frightened, furious, or shocked. He was utterly composed, refuted every charge, and made every effort to avoid the situation. When asked how his DNA got on the body and inside the deceased, the man said that he had consensually intimate relations with the deceased during his visit a month and a half ago, and he asserted that he left his fingerprints there. A fact this isn't possible, because seminal fluid couldn't have stayed on the body, inside or out, for so long. Regarding the suspect's alibi, he claimed that he went to sleep in the car after arguing with his mother and stepfather in the evening. Although the parents attested to the argument, nobody was aware of Jason's whereabouts after it. Additionally, the police discovered that he had called Dylan in the evening of November 7 to inform him that Chantel was ill and would be staying at home on Monday. He apparently made the decision to visit Rose's house as a result of this chat. At about the same time, authorities discovered a pair of shoes with bloodstains on them that had been left in an abandoned location. The marks at the crime scene matched those of the only prints. The chronology of events was reconstructed using the shoes, which included Downey's own perspiration and blood traces from all 3 victims. Jason made the decision to confess to the murder and consent to participate with the inquiry in order to avoid the harshest punishment, after realizing that there was too much evidence against him and that it would be pointless to defend himself. Nevertheless, he made every effort to downplay his guilt. There were no knives in the location where he threw the criminal instruments, despite his promise to display them. That night, the guy was probably just lying. After a heated argument with his mother and stepfather, he went home with the intention of spending the night in the car. But after speaking with Dylan on the phone, Jason developed an obsession with seeing Chantel. As he had done so many times before, his initial idea was to simply drive up to her house and gaze vacantly through the windows. But inside, it was black. The man then drove the car to the end of the street, walked back, and entered the house covertly through a small bathroom window that the owners had left open since he was extremely skinny. He did it easily. For around 30 minutes, he sat in the restroom, listening to the noises to confirm that everyone had gone to bed. After that, the suspect went to Chantel's bedroom as well. He claimed to have told her that he loved her, but he was unable to explain why he had brought the knife from the kitchen with him. According to the police, Jason had originally intended to threaten the object of his passion with a knife in order to abuse her, but she naturally resisted. He injured her multiple times, and the victim attempted to hide beneath the bed from her tormentor. The culprit jumped out in front of her parents, who were awakened by the commotion, but had no time to reach their daughter's chamber. The sight of blood literally infuriated the man. Before knocking Rose to the ground and stabbing her a dozen times till she passed out, he attacked Andrew and swiftly stabbed him in the neck and chest. After that, Downey went back to Chantel's room, dragged her out from under the bed, exploited her, and then used the knife to kill her in cold blood. Why? He never gave an explanation for why he changed his victim into clean clothes, but for the criminal came up to her and killed her with a second knife, which he took from the same stand after slaughtering the family. The amazingly resilient woman made it to the back door and even made 2 attempts to call for assistance. Due to the excessive amount of blood, the man initially tried to clean the house but soon gave up. He removed his bloodied shoes and walked out of the scene wearing only his socks, after realizing he had created a mess. He carried the knives with him and threw them away so they would never be discovered. Sentencing and trial. Only in the fall of 2011, about a year after Jason's crime, did his trial start. The man remained completely composed throughout the trial, showing no emotion, although he kept changing his testimony. He repeatedly stated that he loved Chantel and didn't want to harm her, while claiming to be in shock and to have no memory of killing the Rowe family. Notably, he carried the victim's pendant with him after the massacre, and the chain from the pendant was discovered in his car's glove box. The pendant was later discovered in his room during a search. He repeated during the trial that he didn't have a date, so Chantel didn't ask him to a party she had hosted at her house the previous evening. He was reportedly furious that he had been disregarded, and pointed out that if Chantel had called, the tragedy might not have occurred. The defendant then gave a fully objective statement during his testimony, telling his brother over the phone that he had entered a guilty plea in order to escape receiving a life sentence. In other words, Jason desired a shorter punishment and had no remorse at all, but he was able to get what he wanted. Downey was convicted of 3 crimes on April 19, 2012. At the time of the punishment announcement, every muscle in his face trembled. He was given a life sentence with the prospect of parole after 35 years. He maintained his composure and objectivity as though it were about someone else and not him. He could have been released after 45 years if he hadn't entered a guilty plea. Although he pointed out that no court could ease his suffering or revive his family, Christopher Rowe thought the sentence was fair. He created tattoos with the names of his sister and parents in remembrance of them. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 14 years later, the sinister mystery behind the disappearance is resolved. Due to a lack of witnesses or evidence, certain crimes can take years or even decades to investigate. Investigations are occasionally purposefully misinformed to cause misunderstandings or lead investigators astray. Many of these cases ultimately wind up as unresolved cases on the shelves of archives. However, investigations can be reopened at any moment when new information becomes available, and crimes involving life-ending acts and abuses of varying degrees of severity typically do not have a statute of limitations. Cases involving the disappearance of people, especially children, are frequently resolved quickly. The first 3 days, when there is a good chance of locating the individual alive, are thought to be crucial. After that, the likelihood of a positive result quickly decreases. Georgina Kruger, a German schoolgirl from Berlin who went missing, was the subject of an investigation that lasted more than 10 years and was regarded as one of the most enigmatic cases in German criminology history. The girl was only a few hundred meters from her home when she vanished during the day while returning from school. Even though the case was frequently reopened, there was little chance of solving the crime because no witnesses, leads, or evidence were discovered. However, the culprit was ultimately caught due to the careful work of undercover officers. How well known are Georgina Kruger and her relatives? Born in Munich on April 11, 1992, Georgina, also known as Gina Kruger, was the middle child of a modest household. She was raised with her younger sister Michelle, who was 2.5 years her junior, and her older brother Tommy, who was 8 years her senior. Gina's parents divorced when she was 11 years old, and her older brother, who was 19 at the time, elected to go home with their father. Their mother, Vesna, and their maternal grandmother were the main caregivers for the girls. Both girls were naturally creative, participated in dance and music, and excelled academically. The family led a simple life, and although their father stayed in touch with his ex-wife and children, he was more concerned with providing for his older son, whom he helped financially through school and in other ways. After receiving an offer of a lucrative position in Berlin, Vesna relocated there with her mother and daughters in June 2006. On September 1, the family moved into house number 8 on Stendal Street in the Moabit area. The sisters went to one of the top local schools, which was reachable by bus even though it was in a separate district. Vesna had high ambitions for the future and was thrilled with her new position, but the family's calm and collected life was quickly upended. Since she was little, she had aspired to be an actor. Gina took singing and dancing very seriously and gave them her whole attention. She attended acting and stage speaking classes, engaged avidly in school theater, and dreamed of a future in performing after being inspired by Indian cinema. Teachers who worked with Kruger as a child observed that she undoubtedly had the requisite skills and therefore foresaw her future success and notoriety. In addition, the girl was tall for her age, had a slim, feminine form, and a bright, expressive expression. In addition to keeping up with fashion trends, she made an effort to dress attractively and used decorative cosmetics with intelligence and expertise. It's important to note that Georgina used makeup and hired pros to do it for her friends and neighbors over the summer vacations in Munich and Berlin. She actively participated in casting calls in an attempt to get a job on television or the big screen. She was able to make a couple appearances in crowd situations, although they were extremely unnoticeable. But on Friday, September 22, 2006, she was finally blessed with good fortune. Her application was accepted for a guest appearance on the television show Turkish for Beginners. On Monday, September 25, Gina was expected to get a call back to confirm her cast status, go over specifics, and extend an invitation to sign a contract. The young beauty, who was the new beauty in town and at her new school, made a big impression right away and caught the interest of every boy in her class. But because the females openly envied her and viewed her as a rival, she found it difficult to get along with them. Her peers took a while to welcome her to the group and spoke with her grudgingly, despite the fact that Gina was outgoing, open, and kind, avoided confrontations, and made an effort to engage with every student in the class. In addition to being extremely attractive, the teenage lady was also a talented dancer and singer, and she even got an opportunity from a modeling agency to try her hand at becoming a photo model. She consented, but regrettably, she was unable to attend the scheduled early October photo shoot. Gina had a dream that she would eventually become a movie actress in Bollywood or Hollywood. Dreaming of fame, recognition, and film awards, she pictured herself alongside celebrities on the red carpets of major film festivals. She was prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill her dreams. A few miles from home, the schoolgirl abruptly vanished without a trace, just as she was about to make it happen. The schoolgirl had no qualms about her role in the TV show, so she was waiting for confirmation. Georgina's only thought during the weekend was the studio's impending call, which would ultimately determine her destiny. She could immediately picture herself, on set, practicing her lines, and she was thrilled and motivated. As usual, she left for school in the morning on Monday, September 25. Since the call was anticipated in the late afternoon, Gina urged her grandma to accept any calls, vowing not to loiter anywhere since she was scheduled to arrive home by 2 o'clock. For Kruger, the day went on and on. Since she hadn't disclosed her involvement in the casting, her classmates observed that she appeared stressed, was always looking at the clock, and was having trouble concentrating in class. By the conclusion of school, everyone had a different interpretation of her nervous state. After gathering her things, Georgina rushed to the closest bus stop, boarded bus number 27, which she took every day, and left for home. 3 stops later, Rue Rettenover, a short distance from her home, was where she got off. She disappeared somewhere in the middle of the trip to her apartment, though, and never returned home. Neither alive nor dead, Georgina Kruger was never seen again. Look for the schoolgirl who went missing. The grandmother had made lunch and laid the table about 2 in the afternoon as she waited for the girls to get home from school. The older granddaughter was excitedly anticipating the call and had no intentions to remain out, so it was rather odd that she did not show up. Georgina was scheduled to return first, and Michelle a little later, because she had extra sessions at the music school that day. The grandma became worried when Michelle got home at 3 and began phoning Gina to ask where she had disappeared to. But the schoolgirl's phone was off. Later attempts to contact her were unsuccessful as well. Anxiety increased, and Vesna recognized something serious had happened when she got home from work and discovered her daughter was missing and her cell phone was inaccessible. When the mother called the school first, she was told that Kruger had gone to all of her classes and had left on the bus as normal. In the hopes that the ladies had just gotten sidetracked in conversation or had stopped at a cafe on their way home, the woman then got in touch with a number of her daughter's friends. However, they informed her that Georgina was rushing and had gone straight home. After that, the worried women went to the police station and reported the 14-year-old girl missing. At first, the police were skeptical, speculating that the schoolgirl might have gone on a date, visited a friend, or gotten into a fight with a classmate and was sulking by herself in a park. Once every scenario had been tried, and it had been confirmed that the youngster was not present in any of the expected places. Assuming that the child might have run into problems, been hurt, or been harmed on her way home from school, detectives started looking through accident reports and contacting hospitals, but Gina had not been admitted to any of them either. Extensive searches and witness interviews started as night fell. As it turned out, the youngster was last seen getting off the bus and turning toward the street that led to her house at the bus stop. The schoolgirl wore a denim jacket, gray sneakers, a light blue t-shirt, and blue pants that were scuffed. Here, she was carrying her cell phone, textbooks, and notebooks in a pink sports bag with a long, broad strap. The signal from the girl's device allowed investigators to follow her travels. In fact, she went to school all day, got on the bus, and got off at her stop. But the signal abruptly vanished about halfway to her house and never came back. A search team with canines trained to identify the scent of living or deceased persons was sent to Stendhal Street, where the Kruger family lived, and that is where the search started. Finding the teenage girl alive and unhurt was still a possibility at that point. Disappeared without a trace. Every residence was searched. All residents and possible witnesses were questioned, and basements and attics were examined by law authorities. Even dogs were unable to find Georgina's trail by the following morning. Despite conversations with staff at nearby shops and cafes, throughout the city, flyers featuring the schoolgirl's pictures and asking for any information on her have been displayed. The police station received dozens of reports about people seeing a girl who looked like her in various locations throughout the city, but regrettably, all of the leads were untrue. At the same time, investigators started tracking down all area individuals who had previously been convicted, as well as those who had been released on bond. Criminals and those who had displayed an unhealthy interest in youngsters received particular attention. All of these attempts, nevertheless, were unsuccessful. The schoolgirl did not return home, as if she had disappeared into thin air. It appeared as though she had never been at all, as no signs or personal items were discovered. A false lead. The investigation was put on hold after months of fruitless searching because there were no leads, no clues, and no notion which way to go. But a year or so after Georgina vanished, an unidentified caller called the police station and said that the girl's body was lying at the bottom of a local lake. Despite not being able to identify the caller, authorities held on to this information and chose to look into it for a few weeks. Using cutting-edge gear, highly qualified divers searched the lakebed. They definitely checked almost every inch, but they couldn't find any sign of Kruger, even though the lead proved to be untrue. It renewed public interest in the case. It was determined to carry out another search because the missing girl was being aggressively debated and covered by the media once more. The police brought in search dogs and conducted additional interviews with neighbors, but it was obvious that these efforts would probably be fruitless because the dogs had failed to detect the girl's scent on the day she vanished. After a year, there was little chance of success because the Kruger family did not accept the investigators' conviction that the schoolgirl was dead. According to the mythology Vesna created for herself, her daughter had fled to India and was now acting in Bollywood movies, singing and dancing as she had always imagined. With these thoughts, the mom comforted herself and kept living for her younger daughter. The monster next door. Search operations were sporadically revived, and in 2016, some 10 years after a girl went missing, a Stenhall Street resident complained to the police about a neighbor who was actively luring young females to his home. This neighbor turned out to be Ali K., a 35-year-old Turkish immigrant who was legally married, had 3 kids, and made an effort to project an ideal family man to everyone around him. After examining Ali more closely and analyzing his personality, the police were appalled to learn that he had already been the subject of an investigation 4 years before. He cleverly enticed a local schoolgirl at the time by offering to sell her a cutting-edge smartphone for a symbolic sum. He led the girl to his storeroom in the apartment building's basement, hit her over the head, and forced her into tight quarters. After making the youngster promise not to tell anybody about what had happened, he helped her clean up before she left and offered her a paper napkin to wipe away her tears. In order to avoid the monster's grasp, the girl vowed to be quiet. However, she informed her parents about the incident as soon as she was free, and the two of them rushed to the police to report the aggressive acts. The schoolgirl described the man's basement storeroom, describing it as more akin to a madman's lair. Despite sharing his version of events and strongly denying any responsibility, Ali was arrested that same day. Since the smartphone was in his basement closet, he claimed that he was in fact selling the device and that the girl herself had indicated a wish to purchase it. They descended together, and after looking at the gadget, the visitor explained she had always wanted one, but was willing to pay for it in another way because she lacked the funds. Ali claims that after the girl started kissing him and taking off her clothes, he tried to talk sense into her by pushing her away violently, which caused her to fall and strike her head. Because the man had taken a contraceptive, which he later disposed of, it was impossible to prove that they were intimately close, even if this explained the injuries and bruises on her body. Melik, Ali's wife, started accusing the girl of immoral behavior and attempting to woo her husband while simultaneously totally supporting her husband. The man was ultimately found guilty of causing moderate bodily harm and given a suspended sentence. However, when the police resumed their investigation into Kruger's disappearance, they made the decision to examine him in depth once more. Ali K. lived mostly on benefits and worked odd jobs to make ends meet because he had no stable job. He frequently accrued debt and loved to gamble. He frequently went to the Turkish coffee shop on the ground level of his building, where he met new people and received food and beverages as gifts. Desperate to appear younger than his years, the man kept his appearance under check. He occasionally even spent children's benefits on his stylish attire. This man's attraction to girls, however, was his primary peculiarity. He made repeated attempts to approach youngsters, ask them inappropriate questions, and gave them odd and unlawful assistance, such helping them acquire smokes or alcohol. In this new inquiry, the police had nothing against Ali, despite the fact that he most closely resembled Georgina's kidnapper. However, the appearance of a new suspect led to the reopening of the Kruger case and the start of a new inquiry. Ali K. was taken to the station and interrogated, although he course denied any connection to the case that had been going on for 10 years. An examination of his basement storage room revealed no signs of the missing schoolgirl. Investigators observed that this location did appear to be more of a gathering spot than a place to store things. In particular, Ali's storage room had not been examined because, first, there was no reason to, and second, residents claimed that the door was always locked, allowing only the owner to enter. It turned out that 10 years prior, he and his neighbors had been questioned, and his basement had been examined. Ali was one of the most involved members of the search team at the time, and had been actively involved in it. The police chose to put Kay under surveillance in order to gather as much information as they could about him, even though they had nothing specific to accuse him of. All of his phone conversations were recorded, and unofficial surveillance was set up. This soon produced preliminary findings, and investigators learned that the man had large obligations that his wife was unaware of. He had lost roughly 10,000 euros playing poker, and was clueless about how to escape this situation. This element, undercover agents, was chosen as the investigation's main emphasis. It was decided to put an undercover agent in the suspect's inner circle in the hopes of winning his trust, getting the information he needed, and getting a confession to be recorded. To keep the suspect safe and avoid raising suspicions, everything had to be done gradually and cautiously. A special agent, codenamed Hakan, was developed and dispatched for this purpose. He pretended to be a prosperous businessman who had just relocated to the Moab Ed region to build a car servicing station. He went to Ali's building's cafe a few times, where he talked loudly with a partner about company matters and ambitions. The partner said they had to find a manager quickly, since they were leaving, adding that it was a well-paying job and that making the right decision was crucial. The second man departed after saying these things, and Hakan remained to finish his coffee when Ali unexpectedly came over and took a seat at his table. He instantly offered himself for the management role after falling for the ruse. After a brief but informal conversation, the businessman remarked that Ali would be a good fit for the position and then brought up the pay. When Ali saw the apparition, his eyes brightened. He started to fantasize about paying off his debt and purchasing the sports car of his dreams. The two rapidly developed a connection after exchanging phone numbers and starting to talk on a daily basis. In an effort to build rapport and earn Ali's trust, Hakan even began taking him on business trips to other cities. However, this friendship had the opposite effect, as the suspect tried to show his potential employer the best version of himself. He took pride in his accomplishments, no matter how small, and he would rather remain silent about any wrongdoing. After a few months, the investigation decided to bring in a new agent, this time a woman who would pretend to be Khan's girlfriend. After determining that the case was not moving forward, Susan entered the narrative at this point with the intention of becoming friends with Ali's wife Malik and attempting to learn whatever secrets the husband could be concealing. They got along after just a few meetings, and then the four of them began to interact like a family. Although Malik was outgoing, she thought her spouse was almost perfect. She had ignored his adultery for years, didn't trust the teenager who accused him of violence, and believed her husband was a fine man who was simply unlucky in his career. Now, though, things would soon alter. Susan came to the conclusion that Ali's wife wasn't merely acting as his stand-in. She really thought he was just not able to hurt anyone. The agents even chose to employ a ruse, spreading a story that an unidentified source had provided the location of Kruger's remains and that the case was making progress. Hakan went out. Ali had been borrowing his automobile from time to time, and there was a newspaper with this item in it. This vehicle also had a number of cameras and recording equipment installed. She quickly saw the newspaper left behind as the guy and his wife got into the car. Perused the piece quickly, expressed some astonishment that the case was still under investigation, and then tossed the paper aside without comment. Malik was obviously unaware of this, or else she would have unintentionally exposed herself. Good cop, evil cop. 6. The study ultimately came to the conclusion that their scheme had failed after several months. The K family had gotten to know the agents and even trusted them to take care of their kids, but there would be no admissions. Ali made an effort to come out as morally pure and honest, and his wife was merely ignorant of the crime her husband had committed. Furthermore, it was getting more and more expensive to keep their cover. To keep the man from becoming suspicious, They even had to sign a fake employment contract with him and lease a place for the fictitious auto repair shop. Then, in a last-ditch effort, the probe involved the introduction of a malevolent agent. The narrative said that Kaur was his name. In addition to having a criminal past and operating an underground enterprise, he was Hakan's cousin. It was hoped that Ali would open up and confess his sins after meeting a kindred spirit. The men's common interests led to a rapid relationship. Kaur bought drinks for his new acquaintance, and the two of them went to a number of seedy clubs and establishments. Ali voluntarily assisted the new friend in his desire to spend his money lavishly after he admitted that he had earned it through less than fully legal means. He also moaned about his girlfriend all the time, saying that he was unable to quit their relationship because she was blackmailing him and threatening to report his illicit business to the authorities. He claimed that her appetites were expanding and that she was always requesting money. One day, when he and his companion were drinking, Kaur announced that he was prepared to pay 100,000 euros to anyone who would perform the dirty deed in order to get rid of his annoying, blackmailing girlfriend in a drastic manner. At this, Ali became excited and volunteered to do it himself. His companion concurred, but recommended that they talk about the specifics in a private setting once sober. In November 2017, while seated in the agent's vehicle, the men made a horrifying admission about their scheme to get rid of his bothersome girlfriend. And for 2 to 3 hours, at one point, Kaur questioned whether Ali could actually kill someone. Ali responded by disclosing information he said no one else was aware of. He acknowledged that he had killed someone with his bare hands over 11 years prior. According to Ali, a beautiful young girl who had moved onto his block in 2006 enthralled him. On her way to and from school, she stopped by his house twice a day, so he had committed her schedule to memory and would go out to say hello and provide praise. Even though she was young, he said she was attractive, and his desire for her was intense. Ali saw his opportunity on a beautiful September day, when the girl was coming home from school and the street was unusually quiet and empty. Unaware of the risk, he requested a female who lived next door to assist him move some things out of his storage room, and she graciously accepted. He locked the door once they entered the basement and attempted to kiss the schoolgirl, who screamed and resisted. After the encounter, he took advantage of her and struck her in the head, knocking her unconscious. He chose not to let her leave because he was worried that she may call the police and report him. He put his hands on her throat and squeezed as firmly as he could. Ali gave a detailed account of the procedure, describing how he felt the crunch and saw her neck pulse diminish. For several days, the girl's body was left in the basement. Therefore, the search team would have found the criminal right away if they had examined his storage place. However, nobody had any suspicions, so after the chaos subsided, he covered the body with an old rug and threw it in a trash can that was headed straight for the landfill. After Ali's confessions were captured on a camera mounted in Kaur's vehicle, he was arrested that same day's evening. Sadly, the girl's remains were never located, because her corpse was effectively burnt and the landfill's rubbish was routinely burned. The trial and verdict. It took an additional 2.5 years for the offender to receive a final verdict in this case. He vehemently denied any guilt, saying he had made up the whole thing to win Kaur's trust. However, he was actually planning to turn in his friend to the authorities as soon as he got the money in order to save his fiancée. The criminal's own confession was the only piece of evidence discovered, but his comprehensive and in-depth description was sufficient to persuade the jury of this man's guilt. Almost 14 years after Georgina vanished, in March 2020, Alkay was given a life sentence in prison without the chance of parole. Melit, his wife, was certain that her husband had implicated himself while pursuing a good cause. Thus, she never thought he was guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We will be in the state that makes up about 3/4 of the island of Haiti today, Travelers from all over the world come to this wonderful country to unwind on snow-white beaches that look like they were lifted from advertising brochures, to experience the exotic, nearly unspoiled nature, and to sample the distinctive local cuisine. It's the Dominican Republic, of course. One of the Dominican Republic's most visited beaches, the Azure Coast, is where our narrative starts. In a beachside parking lot, a black Honda Accord came to a stop. In the car, music was playing gently. 3 girls and 2 men were engaged in heated conversation about general subjects. They appeared to be old friends who had gotten together for a good time. Every passenger exited the vehicle and strolled slowly in the direction of the ocean. One of the girls was beckoned to by an adult guy who took her hand. She yelled to her pals that she would return later after he murmured something in her ear. In the evening, the beach was essentially empty, making it a site of meeting alone. They climbed into the car and chatted for a while. The man felt her large lips, which drew his kisses like a strong magnet, and stroked her long hair. The girl came home and went to bed a few hours after the walk. Her mother discovered that her daughter had skipped breakfast the following morning. In an attempt to wake her daughter, she knocked on the door of her room, but she was met with stillness. The woman shouted as she stepped into the room. The girl's father rushed in at the scream. Before the parents was a horrible image. The entire bed was covered with blood, and their daughter was lying on the floor of the bathroom in a pool of blood. She had passed away. Based on their observations, the father summoned the police despite the couple's legs failing. Police arrived at the location at around 8 a.m., looked inside the girl's room, and spoke with the parents. To determine the cause of death, the body was brought to the National Institute of Forensic Medical Examination. The parents wept and pondered what might have happened to their daughter while she was at home at night. But regrettably, the events leading up to this catastrophe started much earlier and were not visible to them today. A contemporary tale of an impossibly romantic relationship between a small girl and an adult will be presented to us. She will turn 16. Esmeralda arrives at Martinez's house. In the province of La Altagracia on August 23, 2006, I was born into the family of Isabel Martinez Reach Riscosti and Ali Hill, restaurant proprietors. Her family was utterly content when she was growing up. She had a friendly relationship with her older sister. Esmeralda developed into a bright and attractive young woman. In 2023, she was happy to showcase her unique artistic abilities in social media videos, showcasing her passion of singing and dancing. Esmeralda, who was in her final year of high school, intended to attend college. Because the girl's joyous demeanor drew in more than just her contemporaries, she was constantly surrounded by pals. One of Esmeralda's closest friends was John Kelly Martinez, who was 35 years old. After completing a competitive teacher's exam, John Kelly joined the public education system. He was still on probation, which lasted for a year, and was going through the new teacher induction process. Because he treated them like friends and took them on frequent adventures outside of school, the students really liked the new instructor. John spent the majority of his leisure time with his students. Even though he was married to another educator and had 2 daughters, they were disposed to the teacher after he laboriously developed a trustworthy relationship with them over an extended period of time. The majority of them were intelligent, attractive students. For example, Esmeralda's evening stroll on February 12, 2023, was an entirely typical encounter between a teacher and female pupils outside of the classroom. The last person John Kelly picked up that night was Esmeralda. He went into the house after her. He said he was a teacher and that he would take her home. Teacher Kelly then drove the group of 3 young female pupils and 2 adult male students to the beach. Everyone, with the exception of Esmeralda and John Kelly, exited the vehicle after it had stopped. After some time spent alone, John and Esmeralda joined the company. They went for a quick stroll along the beach after enjoying a few beers. Esmeralda felt ill all of a sudden. The chicks got going. The walk had to be stopped because she was bleeding, and she had to be taken home. Her parents discovered her lifeless in the morning. The parents were not given answers to their queries, but an autopsy determined that it was a homicide. Esmeralda Richiez died from a perineal laceration with extensive internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock after the violent acts, according to a tentative determination made by the National Institute of Forensic Medicine. The girl's death was categorized as a violent death of unknown cause following the autopsy. However, Who had the audacity to do so when Esmeralda was on a walk with friends under a teacher's supervision? Clarity was obtained, and the first suspect was identified through interviews with the girlfriends and an examination of the confiscated phones. One of the females who had gone out with the teacher that night in Esmeralda gave a testimony that was breathtaking. While they were on the beach, she claimed to have witnessed the professor sneak 5 tablets into Esmeralda's drink. In the Dominican Republic, where abortion is illegal, the police's preliminary findings also generated a lot of discussion. The cause of Esmeralda's death was the subject of much conjecture in the neighborhood. Some claimed she passed away from a heart attack, while others were certain that the abortion drugs John Kelly had given her were the reason of her blood loss. Everyone thought that the speculation and rumors would stop after the medical examiner's findings, but when the forensic analysis's findings were available, all the conjecture vanished. Esmeralda's family members were obviously perplexed and quite dubious when they heard the forensic examination's findings, which ruled out the possibility of pregnancy. Because this idea best explained what investigators had seen, the victim's family expressed dissatisfaction that Esmeralda's pregnancy was excluded from the report, based on the facts gathered throughout the inquiry, as well as the tests and conclusions of the forensic examiner. After all, an examination of Esmeralda's friends' phones showed numerous text conversations that suggested the teacher's continued interest in the student following the failed pregnancy, however subtly. According to the inquiry, Esmeralda died a few hours after John Kelly drugged her against her will and violently assaulted her on the beach, causing her to lose a lot of blood. Repeated toxicological tests were still pending results. Since John Kelly Martinez and his suspected collaborator Ruben Murillo Martinez are the primary suspects in the young woman's death, the prosecutor's office asked for a coercive measure against them in light of the investigation's development. The evidence gathered against John Kelly Martinez resulted in a 90-day unpaid teaching suspension. As the main suspect in Esmeralda's death, the prosecutor's office asked that John Kelly be placed under preventive arrest for a year. Let me remind you that preventative detention is the practice of locking someone up for a certain amount of time, not to punish them for a crime they have committed, but to keep them from committing crimes in the future. However, the mystery surrounding this terrible tragedy has grown even more as a result of recent occurrences and witness statements regarding the student's death. Authorities discovered after multiple interrogations that the company had to stop multiple times to assist Esmeralda due to serious bleeding, but no one called emergency services or transported the bleeding woman to the hospital. Surveillance cameras recorded some of these stops, where witnesses claimed that the defendants purchased alcoholic beverages and that Esmeralda and John used a bathroom. They later went to the drugstore to get feminine hygiene pads, water, and medication. Esmeralda's garments were found to be entirely soaked in blood at one of the stops, necessitating a complete change of clothes. When Esmeralda's parents saw that she was bleeding profusely after being brought home, they assumed it was a woman's period and gave her a pain reliever to put her to sleep. Esmeralda texted the girl an audio message in the early morning hours requesting assistance, saying, "Please help me," according to information obtained from one of the girl's cell phones. "I'm gushing blood." Sadly, though, the friend heard the assistance tape too late. Esmeralda was discovered unconscious and covered in blood on her bathroom floor the following day. The clothes that John Kelly Martinez was wearing that evening while out with his female students were taken from his cousin, the second guy that night, when police searched his residence a day after he was detained on February 14. Additionally, Ruben Murillo was charged with attempting to conceal John's bloodied trousers. The investigation into the incident is riddled with uncertainties. Instead of generating fresh rumors about an incident that frightened the public, the prosecutor's office ought to have provided clarification. To determine the true cause of the young girl's death, the people sought a thorough investigation. Many believed that the investigators had overlooked the apparent facts that were readily apparent. This included searching the teacher's and his family's home as well as the vehicle where the crime against Esmeralda may have occurred, which is what caused the bleeding. As it turned out, John Kelly's wife quickly sold the car, despite the police urgent request for it. According to the investigation, the car's hurried sale was a result of concealing evidence that would have shown violent behavior. After learning that a coercive measure would be attempted for alleged participation in the case against J. Paniagua Pillier became the buyer of the car. Frank Paniagua, the car's new owner, and C. Espinal Rijo, John Kelly's wife. When the car was ultimately examined, no more evidence was discovered, with the exception of Espinal's blood traces. According to the court's decision, J.S. Espinal Rijo could not be retained due to insufficient evidence from prison, and she was let out. For several months, the probe went on. Investigators were able to piece together the events of that night minute by minute, thanks to the prosecutor's own investigation and re-interviews with the 3 girls who accompanied Esmeralda. John Kelly Martinez, 35, and his cousin Ruben Maria Martinez arrived at Esmeralda Rich's house in La Otra Banda Higüey around 7:30 p.m., accompanied by 3 other girls in the car's passenger seat. After presenting himself as Esmeralda's instructor and informing her of the great evening that her daughter and the other students were in for, John excused Esmeralda from her mother. Esmeralda accompanied him. The entire business had originally planned to visit the fair with its amusement attractions, but John changed his mind while traveling and ended up going somewhere else. Probably, John Kelly wanted a peaceful Macau beach instead of going to the fair. John instructed his brother to sit in the rear seat and Esmeralda to sit in the front seat of the car after stopping it at a store on the way to the beach to buy a beer. The man poured the beer into a thermos he carried with him and mixed in 5 unidentified pills. When one of the girlfriends arrived at the beach, he presented it to Esmeralda without telling her what was in the thermos. John Kelly and Esmeralda were left alone as the 3 females exited the vehicle. For around half an hour, they were by themselves in the car, and naturally, Esmeralda's companions also noted their extended absence. After a brief pause during which no explanation was given, John showed up and instructed everyone to board the vehicle. Esmeralda began to bleed profusely, forcing them to make multiple stops en route to their hasty departure. Witnesses and CCTV evidence show that Esmeralda used the cafeteria restroom during one of the stops, which occurred at a gas station parking lot around 9:45 p.m. According to a student, Esmeralda requested to stop at the gas station so she could use the girls' restroom. When she and her pals entered, they saw that her clothes were covered in blood. The girls had to mop the floor because there was so much blood in the bathroom. The girlfriends made an effort to assist Esmeralda. They asked the gas station employee whether it was normal because they were so scared, and she told them it wasn't and suggested they see a doctor straight away. John Kelly was informed by the girls, but he refused to go to the hospital, claiming that doing so would land him in jail. The inspection report states that blood traces from Esmeralda Rich's were discovered in the gas station's service restroom and parking area. At 10:21 p.m., they also made a trip at a pharmacy to get sanitary pads, drink, and other medication. To confirm the information, authorities acquired security footage and a purchase receipt. John Kelly took Esmeralda back to her house about 11 p.m. Minutes after being abandoned in the car with her instructor on February 16, she arrived with severe bleeding. According to an official report, the girls suffered from severe and harsh mistreatment, which led to hypovolemic shock and substantial blood loss. As frightening as it sounds, Esmeralda never made it into the life-saving hands of doctors that night, despite the fact that doctors know how to heal people and that pounds could have stabilized this illness. Although it was previously established that Esmeralda was never pregnant, toxicology tests verified that the active substance in the pregnancy termination pills was present in her body. When administered orally according to the prescribed dosage, this synthetic gestagen component has contraceptive effects. Since this ingredient inhibits ovulation and fertilization, it is possible that the instructor John Kelly was getting ready to have sex with the pupil he liked. Esmeralda's body was eventually permitted to be buried following several medical investigations. The public cemetery at El Banao is where the small girl was laid to rest. Esmeralda's friends and relatives bid her farewell. They characterized her as a happy and kind girl. When her parents trusted their daughter to a teacher and allowed her to go for an evening walk with him on June 4, 2023, they looked back on that fatal evening with bitterness and hated themselves. Prosecutors charged John Kelly Martinez, a math and physical education instructor, with reconstructing the final hours of Esmeralda Rich's life. An indictment and a request to begin a trial against Martinez and his cousin, Rubio Mario Martinez, were submitted to the LA Altagracia Instructional Court by the prosecutor's office on June 12. Due to the passing of Storm Franklin, the case against the teacher was moved from its original date of August 23, 2023, to November 24, 2023. As the only defendant in Esmeralda Rechiz's death, the judge mandated that John be retried. Only half of the called witnesses showed up for the trial, which was delayed from its original start date of January 9, 2024. The trial will take place before the College Court of the Penitentiary Chamber of First Instance of La Altagracia on February 1 and 6, 2024. In addition to accusing the parents of failing to take measures to prevent their daughter's death while being aware of her issue, the defense lawyer urged the court to take note that his client can only be charged with assault. For its part, the prosecution produced almost 40 pieces of evidence, including examination reports and witness statements. Pathologists and forensic specialists testified for the prosecution during the hearing, showcasing to the court all the audio and video evidence gathered throughout the lengthy and arduous process of determining the girl's cause of death. The defendant attempted to portray himself as a victim in his final remarks. John Kelly Martinez genuinely attempted to reassure the court and everyone in attendance that everything was consensual, even though he acknowledged that he and Esmeralda were in fact close that night in the car. What's important is that Esmeralda was alive and well when he brought her home, he added. According to the motion to compel, Martinez intentionally caused the victim to suffer cuts, abrasions, and contusions that ultimately led to her death, with hemorrhagic shock and severe, acute internal and external bleeding serving as the cause of death. The autopsy report says so. On March 14, 2024, neither the court nor the audience were impacted by John Kelly Martinez's address. For his violent crimes, 36-year-old Professor John Kelly Martinez received a 20-year prison sentence. The Anamuya Correctional and Rehabilitation Center in Higa is where John Kelly Martinez will spend his time behind bars. Following the enforcement measure against the professor and his cousin Rich's family, Rubio Murillo Martinez, the defendant's cousin who was charged as accessory after the fact, was given a conditional enforcement measure that included recurring court appearances. According to lawyer Raimundo Rosario, the family will not submit a motion to reopen the investigation, since they were happy with the restraining order. Esmeralda's parents' suffering was somewhat lessened by the decision in favor of John. They expressed gratitude to all those who participated in the trial and inquiry. Additionally, they expressed their satisfaction with the decision. Because the deep anguish of losing their daughter was ingrained in their hearts for eternity, Esmeralda's family was unable to rejoice at the teacher's decision. Isabel Martinez, Esmeralda's mother, expressed guilt for allowing her daughter to go out with this fortunate instructor and 3 friends. "Are you a teacher?" I asked him over the phone. Yes, I am," he replied, and I replied, "Take care of my daughter. She's with you, so I'm going to let her go. Since my daughter was seeing this man, I was innocent." According to the mother, the Ministry of Education offered assistance to the girl's family and those of the other girls who were with Esmeralda on the day of the tragedy. They conveyed in their statement their hope that incidents of this like won't recur in the educational community and society at large. They stated that it is their time to fight for justice because of the suffering endured by parents who are unable to accept the loss of their daughter. A tale that started as a pleasant evening excursion that included a trip to the beach devolved into a terrifying night that claimed the life of student Esmeralda Rechis, who bled to death following cuts, bruises, and abrasions caused by a man whose parents are entrusted with their children's lives. Of course, there is some responsibility for the evening's excursion on the part of all those engaged. Unfortunately, Esmeralda was scared to ask for help and tell her parents what had happened because of their too strict behavior. Indeed, there are instances when we believe it is simpler to hide out of fear of punishment or simply to avoid being misinterpreted. Unfortunately, fear prevails in this conflict, claiming valuable lives. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, A few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, They would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton, but since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Szymanski, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence, in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie. The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Darrell Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Darrell confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Darrow had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Darrell both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Darrell later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Darrow had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Darrell not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Darrell had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Darrell had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Darrell's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Darrell had worked for. The detective went to see Darrell in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Darrell was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Darrell had changed her name to Darrell Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Darrell Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Darrell Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Darrell knew right away who they were referring to. According to Darrell Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Darrell Lynn admitted. When Darrell Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Darrell Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Darrell Lynn informed them. Darrell Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Darrell. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The serene picture of Medicine Hat, Alberta was broken by the horrific story of the Richardson family murders. A 12-year-old girl named Jasmine Richardson was at the heart of this horrifying crime when she got involved in an illicit connection with Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old man with a dark fascination and a difficult past. This is the tale of how manipulation can spiral out of hand and how a rebellion can go horribly wrong. Tragically, lives are cut short. It serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly human nature's darker aspects can surface and how seemingly normal lives can conceal unimaginable suffering. They came up with a strategy together that will kill a whole family and leave the neighborhood in shock and grief. Why would a teenage girl and her much older lover carry out such a horrible act? In this sad instance, how can love, or what they thought was love, be so twisted as to devastate? We'll look at what preceded the killings, what happened after, and the unanswered questions that many who recall the Richardson family still have. Kids rode bikes, neighbors waved to one another, and weekend events included home barbecues and block parties in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Up until 2006, when a crime so heinous that it rocked the country and altered everything, it was the type of place where nothing ever appeared to go wrong. The Richardson family appeared to be the quintessential Medicine Hat, Alberta suburban family. In their town, the Richardson family was regarded as a close-knit and loving family. Mark Richardson was employed by the oil and gas sector. He worked in a challenging field, using his diligence to complete his work and provide a comfortable life for his family. He was just as committed to his work as he was to his loved ones. Deborah Richardson, his wife, was a stay-at-home mother. She was well liked by her friends and neighbors because of her friendly and welcoming demeanor. She made sure all of her two children's needs were met and volunteered at their school, showing a strong commitment to their lives. Different dynamics were introduced into the home by the couple's two children. At 8 years old, Jacob is the youngest, and what a genuine, vivacious, and carefree youngster he was. He enjoys playing with his pals. He enjoys sketching and spends hours watching his favorite cartoons. His innocence and newfound enthusiasm filled the Richardson family's house with laughter and happiness. Jacob is the kind of youngster that can make any space happier. Jasmine, the family's 12-year-old daughter, was in a different period of life and attempting to deal with the challenges of puberty. She was figuring out who she was and pursuing independence, just like a lot of preteens. Jasmine was always intelligent and curious, but as she grew more drawn to the goth scene, her alterations were becoming more noticeable. Mark and Deborah started to worry about her dark clothes, alternative music, and edgy online forums, as she was slowly growing more reclusive and aggressive, pushing boundaries with her parents. They initially wrote it off as a phase, the typical manifestation of some adolescent rebellion. But Jasmine's increasingly abrasive demeanor and mood swings since then had led them to believe that something more than simple acting out was occurring. The Richardsons were and would remain a tight family, with Mark and Deborah making a concerted effort to give their kids a secure and caring environment, despite their concerns about Jasmine's behavioral changes. They believed that understanding and patience would finally help Jasmine turn her life around. To close the distance that appeared to be growing between their daughter and others, they established boundaries while attempting to promote candid conversation. The Richardson family appeared to be the epitome of suburban tranquility and the ideal family. Along with the typical highs and lows of family life, their home was a place of warmth and joy. However, tensions were subtly increasing beneath the surface. Jasmine's rebellion and independence led to arguments with her parents and a rift that would eventually have disastrous results. The innocence of what was about to happen was only enhanced by Jacob's joyful presence. The Richardson tragedy was rendered even more heartbreaking by his light-hearted nature and strong relationship with his family, as the narrative of this seemingly normal family would later come to light. A society was taken aback by fashion that no one could imagine, and the country was left in disbelief at a reality that scarcely looked plausible. When Jasmine Richardson met Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old guy who shared her interest in the goth subculture, her life took a dark turn. Mutual friends and online discussion boards centered around their common interests had brought the two together. Their bond quickly became intense, driven by a shared desire for illegal thrill-seeking and a fascination with life's darkest aspects. Jeremy's theatrical persona was what most appealed to Jasmine. His thick black eyeliner, black clothing, and bizarre claim that he was a 300-year-old werewolf made him incredibly enigmatic and, thus, captivating. Jeremy had a difficult past filled with constant bullying and neglect. His defiant persona, which exalted darkness and disregarded social conventions, was molded by his early encounters. In sharp contrast to her regimented suburban upbringing, he was intriguing and enigmatic to Jasmine. Despite the fact that Jeremy was far older than Jasmine and showed her a number of warning signs, their connection immediately became very heated. Soon, Jeremy would be more than simply a romantic interest. He became a confidant and rebellious ally. He listened to her complain about her parents and how they were misinterpreted, which fueled her growing sense of alienation from them and justified her displeasure with them. The more days went by, the more he controlled her. Mark and Deborah Richardson were appalled to learn that their daughter was seeing Jeremy. They were determined to safeguard their daughter, and while the age difference was unsettling in and of itself, they were even more alarmed by Jeremy's eerie demeanor and his control over Jasmine. They imposed stringent regulations, prohibited her from meeting Jeremy, and kept a close eye on everything she did. By taking these actions, Mark and Deborah intended to break the poisonous relationship and put Jasmine back on a healthier course. However, this just served to further distance them from their daughter. Jasmine's parents were portrayed as individuals who would hinder her journey to happiness, rather than discourage her during her adolescent rebellion. She became even closer to him as a result of their limitations, and the two began to adopt a risky mindset that saw Mark and Deborah as the ones who were trying to stop their freedom and love. As they fueled one another's animosity toward Jasmine's family, Jeremy's hold on her gradually deteriorated. Their shared obsession with gothic themes and defiance of social norms became a perverted excuse for their mounting disdain. They entered something even darker and more dangerous because they dreamed of a life unencumbered by all the restrictions imposed by Jasmine's house. An adolescent rebellion took a drastically different and more sinister course. Jasmine and Jeremy's awkward partnership was transformed into the very fuel for the fire that will startle the entire neighborhood and leave a scar on everyone who knows and interacts with the Richardsons. Because Jasmine's parents forbade it, the young couple had to communicate in secret. Their relationship was tumultuous, a kind of collective revolt that grew stronger in the darkness. They stayed in touch with one another without her parents knowing, thanks to instant internet chats, text messages, and emails. These covert conversations served as a breeding ground for Mark and Deborah Richardson's resentments and sinister dreams, which ultimately developed into a terrifying conspiracy. The combination of Jasmine's interest in rebelling and Jeremy's penchant for dramatic and dark language was the perfect combination to make things worse. By implying that her parents weren't resisting him because of an unfounded fear of losing their love, he gave her justification for being angry with them. The digital trail they left behind is a terrifying journey into collective delusions, where they started talking of eradicating those who stood in their path. As their discussions developed into actual murderous plots, what had started out as teenage venting quickly took a dark turn. One email discussion in particular sticks out as really unsettling. Jasmine is said to have written, "I have this plan. I kill them at the beginning, and I live with you at the end, calm." "The ice," she said. Her tone made it clear that she was in a certain frame of mind. Instead of attempting to talk her out of it, Jeremy flung open his arms and embraced the notion that he was a willing collaborator who would do everything to be with her. His statements were a combination of intent and fantasy, as he boasted about his abilities to prepare and carry out murder. Through feeding on each other's darker thoughts, this shared delusion had developed and flourished with every exchange. Over the course of their lives, their fantasies evolved and grew stronger with each new experience. They soon became so large that their idea appeared to be very much a reality. Timing and the steps the females would take to carry out their gloomy intentions were discussed after methods. Jeremy remained loyal to himself, incorporating his love of violence and gothic motifs into his identity. In a terrifying prelude to the terrible events involving this couple, he armed himself with a knife. The idea of killing Jasmine's family had been thoroughly planned out, and the pair had convinced themselves that it would finally release them from power. It was scheduled for April 20th, 2006. That day would be the start of their lives together, in their warped imaginations. They planned to murder the Richardson family that night, which would release Jasmine from the things she believed were controlling her and allow her to live freely with Jeremy. The extent to which they had descended into their shared fantasy is brought into stark relief by the finality and resolve of their preparation. The terrible nature of their objectives became increasingly apparent as the day drew near. Something unthinkably dark had emerged from a relationship that had appeared to be based on the normal anxiety of a youngster yearning for freedom. April 22 would be the end of the Richardson family's typical suburban life, but it would also mean the loss of everything they had created together. A terrible tragedy, brought on by toxic and illusory love. The evening of April 22, 2006 was unusually quiet at the Richardson home. Mark and Deborah Richardson were inside getting settled for a normal evening, unaware of the horror that would shortly overtake them. Before long, their once joyful family home, filled with laughter and the typical noises of daily life, would turn into a butchery outdoors. When the horror started, 12-year-old Jasmine Richardson was waiting for Jeremy Stinky, who was armed and determined to carry out a horrifying plan that had been secretly plotted outside the house. With his firearm ready and his goal clearly visible, Jeremy entered the house. Deborah, the family matriarch, was the first person he interacted with. She used all of her strength to fight back after comprehending the threat that was in front of her. Her maternal instinct demanded that she take every precaution to protect her family. Although the struggle was desperate, Jeremy's assault was vicious and unrelenting. Deborah bravely struggled, but she was no match for his savagery. Mark was awakened by the ruckus and hurried to assist his wife. When he discovered her being attacked, he attempted to stop it, but Jeremy's onslaught was equally vicious. Even with all of his power and resolve, Mark was unable to withstand the intensity of the attack, and was also defeated by Jeremy's unrelenting brutality. The Richardson family was plunged into disarray and grief after both parents passed away in such a horrifying way. Frightened and confused, 8-year-old Jacob hid in his bed throughout the confusion, holding on to everything he could find to soothe him. The small youngster may have been unable to comprehend the noises of violence and perhaps assumed that he would be saved by keeping quiet, but there was absolutely no mercy from Jeremy. In an act so senseless and vicious that it brought out the night's depravity, he sought down Jacob and killed the small kid. According to witnesses and subsequent investigators, Jasmine either actively helped Jeremy kill Jacob or, at the absolute least, made it possible for him to do so. The breadth of her involvement made an already unthinkable atrocity much more horrifying. The Richardson residence was a scene of unspeakable destruction by the time the bloodshed had ceased. Blood covered the walls and floors, and the house fell into an odd hush and stillness. In just a few hours, the home that had once been a place of love and warmth was turned into a terrifying place. Even seasoned investigators were taken aback by the crime's extreme savagery. Jasmine and Jeremy were shaken by the killings and fled, leaving behind the broken remains of a family in their wake. Along with any pretense of routine and communal safety, 3 lives were snatched from people who had every right to live them. The Richardson family went from being a representation of suburban stability to becoming the focus of disaster and a warning to everyone who knew them. With so many unanswered concerns and a general sense of loss creeping in, it was to be a threshold, a night of darkness that marked the end of the world. The following morning, a youngster arrived to the Richardson residence to play with his closest friend, Jacob, upsetting the tranquility of this peaceful suburban community. When he rang the front doorbell and no one responded, his curiosity overcame him and he looked through a window, where he saw the bloodied bodies of Mark and Deborah Richardson lying still. This sight would haunt him for the rest of his life. For anyone, much less a child, the sight was horrifying and unreal. He ran away in terror to rouse his parents, who called the police right away. When authorities arrived at the Richardson residence, they discovered an unimaginable amount of bloodshed. The floor and walls were covered in blood. The horrific violence that had occurred that evening was depicted in the graphic images. The bodies of Mark and Deborah were discovered in the living room when the cops proceeded into the house, and Jacob, an 8-year-old kid, was discovered dead on the floor of his bedroom. Even seasoned officers were stunned by the crime's severity. At first, there were concerns of kidnapping. Because 12-year-old Jasmine was absent, the killer may have abducted her, according to the police, making her another victim of that horrible act. As authorities rushed to piece together what had transpired, an Amber Alert was contemplated. However, when they searched the area for proof, their suspicions started to change. A far more sinister and unsettling picture was painted by the discovery of Jasmine's belongings, which included unsettling messages she had exchanged with an older man named Jeremy Stinky. As the investigators dug deeper, they discovered more emails, social media posts, and text messages between Jasmine and Jeremy that hinted at their evil scheme. They had talked about their shared murderous desires and their scheme to murder everybody who stood in their way. The fact that Jasmine was an active co-conspirator and not a victim became even more clear. Jasmine and Jeremy, meantime, had traveled a few miles to a town to hide from the police after leaving the crime scene. They took refuge in a friend's house, where the friend was unaware of the murders. Later, locals said that the pair was continuing their lives as if nothing had occurred. They were captured on camera, kissing, holding hands, and laughing. Their reckless behavior was a terrifying example of their disinterest in the horrors they had perpetrated. Their lack of regret was the most disturbing. The distorted dynamic between these two was further highlighted by this fact. Their covert efforts were short-lived. Police found them within 24 hours, using evidence from the crime site and witness accounts. Their heartless scheme came to a startling halt when the pair was taken into custody. In the view of the community, the fact that Jasmine was implicated gave a further dimension to an already tragic and unexplained event. The narrative of the Richardson murders, whose terrifying evidence demonstrated how quickly innocence may turn to evil, never ceased to captivate and horrify people. As one of the most unsettling criminal cases in recent decades, the trial that followed the horrific killings of Jasmine's family members garnered worldwide attention. It sparked a series of discussions about the nature of juvenile involvement in violent crimes and the adult's role in influencing children. The Youth Criminal Justice Act was used to try Jasmine, who was just 12 years old when the crimes occurred. Due to her age, she is entitled to specific safeguards under this statute. Nevertheless, she was tried in a court of law for her actions, just like any other adult. Due to his age of 23, Jeremy was also tried as an adult and was subject to the full force of the law. The trial's prosecutors presented a terrifying account of the twisted bond between Jasmine and Jeremy, presenting a picture of a young child who was more than merely a willing accomplice in the vicious plot and preparation that led to the horrific killing. The prosecution explained how Jeremy had coldly controlled Jasmine and used that power to persuade her to assist in the killings of her own family members. The killings had been graphic in their details, they said, and prosecutors maintained that this was a case of deliberate murder rather than some random act of violence. Even if little Jasmine was fully aware of the gravity of her actions and shared equal culpability for them. The defense side, on the other hand, made an effort to highlight Jasmine's vulnerability at the age of 12 and contended that an older, more seasoned person like Jeremy could easily sway her. According to their claims, Jasmine was brainwashed and coerced into carrying out the killings. As a result, She was unable to fully comprehend the seriousness of her actions or what she was doing. According to the defense, Jeremy was a cunning person who had taken advantage of Jasmine's emotional immaturity and gullibility to gain her trust and carry out his own nefarious schemes. They asked the court to consider her age and the very probable possibility that she had been misled and was unable to make her own decisions. The evidence against both defendants grew throughout the trial. Witness accounts, forensic data, and a thorough examination of the couple's relationship revealed a pattern of Jeremy's dominance and manipulation. The jury was not persuaded that Jasmine's involvement in the killings involved more than merely being influenced by someone else, notwithstanding the defense of brainwashing. There was no question that she was criminally culpable for the killings because she had actively participated in their planning, execution, and aftermath. The court finally rendered its decision, finding Jasmine guilty on 3 counts of first-degree murder. Her crimes were far too serious to be given a light punishment, even though her young had to be taken into account while determining her sentence. As a result, she received the harshest punishment imaginable for a minor, 10 years in a juvenile detention center, which included 4 years in a mental health facility and 4 years of conditional supervision. Jeremy, meanwhile, received the harshest punishment imaginable, 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of release for 25 years. In many respects, the punishment reflected the horrible nature of the crimes, but it also highlighted how crucial Jeremy was to the whole situation, entangling the other 2 through his deceitful tactics. In order to preserve her privacy and assist her in acclimating to life outside the facility, Jasmine was granted total anonymity upon her release in 2016. According to reports, she has begun over under a different identity, away from the scrutiny of the public that had followed her case for years. Her release signaled the conclusion of a legal journey that had garnered national attention and sparked intense discussion. To many, her case represents redemption and rehabilitation, an appeal to the potential for reform by young offenders under the right conditions. Supporters note out that she served her entire term, spent time in a mental health facility, and successfully fulfilled all conditional supervision conditions. For them, she serves as an example of how the legal system can grant second chances, particularly to young people who may have been persuaded or otherwise influenced to conduct horrible crimes. However, some would disagree. They believe that granting Jasmine a new name and another opportunity to live a regular life does not enough make up for the seriousness of her crimes. They question whether the family whose members' lives she brutally ended ever received justice. Her anonymity felt like a shield from responsibility, and detractors believed it created a negative precedent and diminished the gravity of her actions. It supports a more thorough discussion about the inequity of youth rehabilitative opportunities. In the debate over the morality and practicality of sentencing adolescents for violent crimes, her case is frequently used as an example to illustrate how to find a balance between protecting vulnerable criminals on the one hand and providing justice for the victims on the other. Jeremy may be the subject of this story, but he is still behind bars, serving the majority of his sentence, 3 life sentences, with no possibility of release for 25 years. One significant difference between Jeremy's case and Jasmine's is that Jeremy has always been the aggressor in these terrible incidents, because his identity has never been hidden. COVID has frequently been explained by his involvement in the crime, a relationship that appears to degenerate into an unexplainable downward spiral. Jeremy's impact on Jasmine, his history, and his motivations have all been the focus of media scrutiny and psychological research. His narrative will always serve as a reminder to provide an example of the worst that may occur, when dysfunctional dynamics and unchecked manipulation are allowed to lead to unimaginable acts of brutality. For many, Jeremy represents the negative aspects of relationships, where respect and trust are replaced by control and manipulation. Some people believe that his continued confinement protects him from hurting other people. However, his situation does raise issues about how much more could have been done to aid with mental health interventions, and what society's obligations are in attempting to stop these kinds of acts before they become tragic. In summary, the Jasmine and Jerry case remained relevant and functioned as social study on the issues of justice, criminality, and human behavior. Their case went on to highlight the intricacy of criminal justice, particularly for young people, and how startling it was to be reminded of the long-lasting effects of unhealthy relationships and violence. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a chilling reminder of how swiftly and unpredictably a seemingly normal life may devolve into unimaginably horrific catastrophe. This is a very unsettling case, exposes us to difficult problems and highlights the negative aspects of human relationships, love, and manipulation. Thin Veneer highlights how poisonous, dangerous relationships may have disastrous outcomes, even in families that seem secure and caring at first glance. Even now, people all around the world are still affected by the case of Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Stanke, which rocked Medicine Hat, Alberta to its core. However, the particularly horrific nature of the killings and the young youth of those responsible were what truly made this case unique. Jasmine was just 12 years old at the time, and few incidents in Canadian real crime history have affected people so profoundly. It touched with extremely challenging issues of responsibility, rehabilitation, and justice while also exposing young people's susceptibilities to manipulation. The killings are more than just a depressing chapter in Medicine Hat's history. They serve as a spectral reminder of how brittle trust can be and how disastrous the fallout can be when it is betrayed. Years later, the story continues to elicit fury that extends well beyond the town's boundaries, captivating and unsettled everyone who hears about it. The killings of the Richardson family bring to light the intricacies of human nature and the profound effects that violence has on people, families, and society. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a prime example of the myriad complexities of human nature and the extent to which violence may affect individuals, families, and society. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In the little Florida town of Sebring, a guy who had just seen a nightmare come to life said these heartbreaking words. He was on the verge of becoming the sixth victim, and he just avoided the mayhem and carnage that would eventually be remembered as one of the most horrifying crimes this community had ever witnessed. Later, the police would characterize the crime as unimaginable and devastating, not just due to the extreme violence but also to the perverse motivations that led to it. How did it all turn out then? What may have motivated someone to carry out such heinous acts of violence? After compiling the official papers and witness testimony, we will go deeply into the specifics of how and why this tragedy occurred, and above all, pay tribute to the 5 lovely souls that were lost forever. Let's start by traveling back in time to a peaceful Wednesday in late January, the 23rd to be precise. In 2019, Sebring, Florida was simply going about its daily business as usual. People were returning to work, adjusting to the new year, and going about their daily lives as usual. Nothing seemed unusual, least of all at SunTrust Bank, where 4 staff members were going about their daily business as usual, processing transactions, helping clients, and surviving another weekday in their sleepy little town. This isn't the type of place where everyone is thinking about crime. Only roughly 10,000 individuals call this small, tight-knit hamlet in Highlands County home. It's the type of area where people feel comfortable running errands or getting coffee without giving it a second thought, and neighbors still wave at one another. In a city like this, the idea of a violent crime occurring in broad daylight was something you would only hear about in the news. But because of one man, nobody could have predicted that Sebring would make national news on this particular day. That man was 21-year-old Zephan Zaver, who had a dark side that no one had completely anticipated. At approximately 12:30 p.m., Zephan entered the bank. He wasn't there to perform any standard banking or inquire about his balance. He had only one goal in mind, though, as he was wearing a ballistic vest underneath his hoodie. He abruptly drew a revolver and pointed it at a bank teller, telling her and the other employees to huddle behind the wall. Customers and staff were forced to comply, in this type of circumstance, which put Zephan in command. Everyone was then trapped inside after he instructed the teller to lock the doors. Zephan instructed the 5 women, 1 customer, and the bank staff to lie on their faces on the floor with their heads facing the wall. There were icy, well-thought-out directives without any justification or obvious motivation. Then, in a terrifying moment, Zephan fired 9 shots in 5 minutes, shooting all 5 women in cold blood. Particularly in a little town like Sebring, where such brutality was unheard of, it was startling and brutal. What followed, however, was even more terrifying. Zeffin stayed put. He made no attempt to hide or run away. Instead, he took a risk. He made a 911 call at precisely 12:36 p.m. As he talked to the dispatcher, he informed the operator that he had just shot 5 people. As if things couldn't get any worse, he then returned to the victims' bodies and fired 2 more shots at them. Even while he was still on the phone, he put the gun to his own head and threatened to commit himself. Even though this sounds terrifying, it is also unsettling that Zeffin was so composed as he made his confession. To make matters worse, it is extremely unnerving that he fired again while on the phone, still speaking so calmly. It seems as though he was utterly cold, without any fear or regret. The man you see in the video in the introduction, Victor Sparks, had just arrived at the bank with his wife, Deanna, at approximately 12:35 p.m., while the call was still in progress. As Victor got closer to the bank's north side doors, he saw that they were closed. They had intended to make a deposit, just a routine errand. He looked through the front glass doors, but he couldn't see anything because it was dark inside, so he assumed the doors were just jammed. They were still locked when he tried again. The sight of a row of 4 or 5 individuals lying face down on the floor with a figure walking behind them stopped him cold when he looked through the glass doors for the second time. Victor quickly realized that something was seriously off. He started to head back to his car right away, but as he did, he heard 2 huge bangs, the distinct sound of gunfire. He reported what he had seen to the police right away, but the harm had already been done. Deborah Cook, a 54-year-old employee, Marisol Lopez, a 55-year-old employee, Jessica Montague, a 31-year-old employee, Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old client, and Anna Pinion Williams, a 37-year-old employee, were later identified as the victims of this heinous murder. Families were waiting for all 5 of them to get home that day. Their plans were plans that would never materialize. The fact that none of these women knew Zeffin Xaver or had ever interacted with him before makes the situation even more tragic. As startling as it may seem, only one person survived, bank employee Benjamin Wazakowski. It all happened suddenly. During his lunch break, Benjamin, a teller at SunTrust Bank, stopped into Checkers for a quick bite to eat. He went back to the bank and welcomed Larry Smith, a frequent customer, before making his way to the break room, which is located at the rear of the building. He began eating his meal and using his phone to watch some YouTube videos. However, things changed when he heard 2 huge explosions, approximately half an hour later. Benjamin believed they may be fireworks at first, but then he realized they were shots. He took a quick look at the security monitor, but nothing caught his attention because the screen was switching between cameras and the incident wasn't visible at the time. He was still looking at the monitor when he heard more gunfire. Benjamin realized then that something was seriously amiss. With no way to get in touch with anyone, he hurried out of the building by the back entrance, leaving his phone behind. He dashed to the closest residence through a wooded area behind the SunTrust Bank. He made it to the second house on Tubbs Road, where the residents phoned the police for him. After the first one he arrived at didn't help. There was actually one additional 911 call in addition to the one made by Victor Sparks, aside from the employee's call. However, the call with Zeffin had already concluded when that call came in. The SWAT squad hurried to the area as soon as Zeffin's call ended, ready for a possible standoff, but the crisis negotiator was still on the line with Zeffin in a delicate and tense situation. She spent an hour trying desperately to calm him down. Her steady, soothing voice miraculously made its way to him. She was able to persuade Zeffin to down the gun by being patient. They had been conversing for over 40 minutes at this point. She kept talking to him and calming him down until the SWAT squad showed up and managed to arrest him. That was the end of the horrifying experience. People couldn't stop talking about the crime because the story had already spread like wildfire by this point. Everyone was wondering why a young man would attempt to rob a bank or do something so drastic without any clear justification. Were the victims people he knew? Was there a fight or personal animosity that caused this? However, the answer is actually no. There is no proof that Zeffin knew the victims, even though he did withdraw $600.00 from the bank 4 days before to the shooting. Zeffin even stated in a contact with the crisis negotiator that he was treated kindly by the bank clerk, proving that he wasn't there to commit a crime and that his actions had no ulterior intent. He had a difficult past and was only a young man. The only question that remains is whether this might have been avoided. Zeffin, who was born on April 2, 1997, informed police that he was originally from Plymouth, Indiana, but that he had only been in Sebring for a year or less. He explained that he was the kid of divorced parents, which he felt had influenced him in ways he was unable to properly articulate. Furthermore, he was never good in school. Despite attending schools in Bremen and Plymouth, Indiana, he was never able to complete his education. His behavioral and mental health issues prevented him from completing high school. Police say Zeffin hurt himself when he climbed onto his father's roof when he was about 15 years old. His struggle with darkness had begun years earlier, but that was his first visit to a mental health facility. He acknowledged to investigators that he had been hearing voices, not just whispers but full-fledged orders, urging him to harm and murder since he was 11 years old, and that this was not the first time he had followed their instructions. Zeffin once attacked a student in high school without any provocation. He spent only a week in a mental health facility after the attack. It seems that he kept the voices a secret from the doctors. After his discharge, life continued on until that fateful day. Many people have speculated that Zeffin's breakup with his fiancée at the time is what led to this entire incident. Before he killed everyone, he apparently texted her, according to rumors. Later, Alexandra Gerlach, one of his ex-girlfriends, was contacted by the police to be questioned. Both of them had been admitted to the same hospital twice for depression, Gerlach revealed, and the two had first met at the mental hospital when Zeffin was first admitted. Gerlach acknowledged that Zeffin had suicidal ideas even at that time. Even after their second visit to the mental health facility, Gerlach revealed that Zeffin kept saying things about hurting himself. She claimed that she forced him to swear not to commit suicide. However, Zeffin's perspective appeared to change after that. "If I can't kill myself, then I want to kill others," he once remarked, and he turned into a furious individual. Gerlach claimed she didn't know the source of all that rage. Zeffin would confide in her that he had murderous dreams, including one in which he injured his classmates. He even brought it up to a counselor at his high school, which led to his expulsion. Gerlach stated that this might have occurred in 2014 or 2015, but she was unable to recall if anything comparable occurred at school again after that. Additionally, Gerlach noted that Zeffin enlisted in the military in 2016, but was released soon after. Zeffin had told her he had joined because he believed he could kill people and get away with it, she remembered. She added that Zeffin's threat to kill another member of his squad led to his expulsion from the service. After that, he joined the Florida Department of Corrections as a trainee correctional officer at the Avon Park Correctional Institution. But on January 9, 2019, a few weeks prior to the terrible murder, he resigned from this role. Gerlach said that once Zeffin was released from the military, she had very little touch with him. But Gerlach said she was private messaging Zeffin on Instagram a week after the incident, and he gave her a picture of a new weapon he had bought. When Gerlach questioned him about why he purchased the gun, Zeffin only said, "Because I just wanted one." Gerlach acknowledged that she was unable to recall many details regarding the weapon when questioned about it. She claimed that was the final conversation she had with Zeffin. When speaking with the police, the individual himself didn't mince words. Zeffin was uncannily helpful, almost as though he wanted to explain everything. He acknowledged that on the day of the killing something seemed different, even though he had only bought the handgun 2 days prior. Not only were there voices in his head, but they were louder than ever, demanding, overwhelming, and unavoidable. He was all alone at home at the time because his mother was gone in Illinois for a week-long work training. However, Zeffin did get in touch with one of his former girlfriends, Imani Davis, not Gerlach. Later, Davis testified about their past, having known Zeffin from a long-distance, primarily online connection. She disclosed that their relationship had been characterized by somber, gloomy chats since they first met while she was still in high school. Together, they had discussed trying to injure themselves, delving deeply into themes of death and hopelessness. They would talk about these bothersome subjects on the phone for hours or even days at a time. However, their relationship ended in May 2018 and they ceased communicating completely. That is, until the day of the shooting on January 23, 2019. Suddenly, Zephan sent her a message. His initial expression was one of exceptional happiness, almost excitement, which was very out of character for him. Then, when Zephan was still in his car in the bank parking lot at precisely 12:14 in the afternoon, Davis got a message that chilled her to the bone. The message read, "The fun part, the cliché clincher, is that I'm not going out alone. I've always wanted to kill somebody, so I'm taking a few folks out with me. Watch for me on the news when I try it out and see how it goes. Florida Sebring." Davis was appalled. "There's something wrong with you," she said right away. "Really?" She didn't stop there, though. Recognizing the gravity of the issue, since she was in gym class at the time, she showed her gym teacher the messages right away. The situation swiftly worsened from there. Law enforcement in her area and Sebring were notified, and the principal and psychiatrist of the school became involved. However, it was already too late. Zephan reportedly smiled as he walked into the bank and walked up to the teller before abruptly brandishing the revolver at her. Another witness even asserted that, in the parking lot, he and Zephan had met eyes right before the shooting. "In your own words, what can you tell me you include them?" Zephan was charged with 5 first-degree murder charges. He entered a guilty plea to all counts in March 2023. By a vote of 9-3 in June 2024, the jury recommended the death penalty, which the prosecution had pressed for. Zephan received a death sentence on December 16, 2024. Judge Angela Cowden emphasized how his acts were intentional and had a significant effect on the community and the families of the victims. By a vote of 9-3, the jury concludes that Zephan and Alan Zaver ought to receive the death penalty. The state attorney's office lobbied for this decision, with assistance from the families of Anna Pena Williams, Deborah Cook, Marisol Lopez, Jessica Montague, and Cynthia Watson. Their family were forever scarred by the loss of these 5 lives. For instance, the daughter of Marisol Lopez expressed the profound gap that was left in her life. As he entered the bank, Lopez was actually the first to encounter Zephan's gun. She was known for always making everyone around her feel better, even in the face of devastating events. The family and everyone who knew Marisol, a mother of 2 small children, will always miss her. Then there was 38-year-old mother of 7, Anna Pignon Williams. Anna liked her job at the bank and was just as committed as Marisol. She was a strong and resilient person because of her commitment to her job and her kids. Her family was devastated by her unexpected death, and the people of Sebring shared their sorrow. In addition to being a devoted mother to 5 children and a wife to her husband, Jermaine, Jessica Montague, 31, was employed as a teller at SunTrust Bank. Only a few days prior to the photo shoot, Jessica had been preparing to celebrate her wedding anniversary. There are no adequate words to describe the loss of the couple's 3-year-old child's mother. According to a friend, Jessica was a vibrant woman who was always able to make a space more cheerful. Her sudden passing undoubtedly devastated her family and left a hole that would never be filled. Another victim was Deborah Cook, a California native who was 54 years old. Since 1984, she has been wed to her spouse, Michael. Deborah was well known for her friendliness and dedication over her many years of employment at the bank. A granddaughter, a grandson, a daughter-in-law, and 2 sons survive her and continue her legacy. Her family recalls her as a kind, encouraging woman with a big heart. Last but not least was Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old bank customer on that particular day. Only a few weeks prior to the incident, Cynthia had tied the knot with her longtime companion, Tony Watson. Before getting married on January 3, 2019, they had been dating for 5 years. They currently reside in Venus, Florida, with their pets, which include goats, chickens, and 2 Shih Tzus. Friends knew Cynthia as a fervent animal lover. On the surface, Zephan appeared to be a completely normal person, which is why we said that this tragedy really took everyone by surprise. There was nothing about him that suggested he was capable of such cruelty. He was regarded as a polite young man with a career and what seemed to be a love of life in the Sebring neighborhood. He was known for having a routine and blending in without causing any suspicion. In an interview, one of his neighbors even went so far as to say that Zephan appeared incapable of carrying out such a heinous deed. Zephan is currently 27 years old. Zephan is still being held on death row at Florida State Prison. Having said that, do you believe that this entire tragedy might have been avoided? Or taking into account Zephan's psychological state, Do you think it was inevitable that it would happen eventually? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When a son's problematic history returned to haunt his parents in the most terrible way in 2004, the idyllic lives of a family in sunny Miami was upended. This is the murder case of the Sutton family. The lives of John and Susan Sutton were idyllic. In the late 1970s, the couple received their second child, Melissa, and adopted their first, Christopher Sutton. The close-knit family of 4 occupied a lavish home in Coral Gables, Florida. 7 years later, life and ambitions abound in this posh area close to Miami. John was a well-respected lawyer. He was well known for his legal expertise and for winning the majority of the well-known cases he oversaw. He has had a state law practice license since 1972. John had an unrivaled charisma. Susan Sutton was his devoted manager and wife. Susan worked as the surgical intensive care unit's head nurse. She served as his pillar of support both at work and at home. The Sutton family loved community living and education. From a young age, both parents disciplined their children. There were difficulties, just like in any seemingly ideal household. Melissa remained composed and compliant. She cherished her house and took every precaution to keep it safe. She fulfilled every desire of a parent, but her brother was not like that. Christopher seems to have repented of his role as the Sutton family's black sheep. Unbeknownst to them, his parents thought he had moved on from his turbulent background. Beyond his new character's darker motives, he planned evil. Later, these plans would fall apart. On August 24, 2004, John and Susan Sutton threw a party at their house on Orduna Drive, which is off of Granada Boulevard. The Devil's Den was the previous name for this region. John's firm, Sutton Law Group, won 3 high-value cases, and Susan had just turned 57. John's legal partner, Teddy Montoto, his fiancée, Juliet Driscoll, and their son, Christopher, stopped by for the event. Following the party, John and Susan returned to their separate bedrooms. Christopher and Juliet went to the movie theater, and Teddy went home exhausted from the evening's activities. The couple did not share a bedroom despite being married. The loud snores that John was known for were too much for Susan to put up with. She put up with it for years before deciding to stop. They said their goodbyes and went to bed, but this night would forever alter their lives. In a shocking turn of events, at around 10:30 p.m. a shooter broke into their home. As he entered the house, this guy parked his automobile along Coral Gables' tree-lined streets. To fit the occasion, he wore black. As he entered through the rear sliding door, the dog hardly gave a bark. It was simple because he knew the door was never locked. The intruder was armed with a Glock pistol that was 9mm. His goal was to murder Susan and John Sutton. Shots rang out as they arrived to Susan's chamber. Susan was in the master bedroom talking on the phone when he fired 6 shots at her. The attacker entered John's room without warning and shot him in the face and stomach. John called 911 despite his head injuries, groaning in agony as he asked for an ambulance. The assailant from Sutton, meantime, disappeared into the darkness. Police rushed into the neighborhood from all sides a few moments later. While confirming Susan's death, medical professionals drove the near-death attorney to a nearby trauma treatment facility. John found himself in a pool of his own blood by this point. Medics believed he would die because of the amount of blood he lost. Police realized something was wrong as they attempted to make sense of the incident. First, there was no damage to John's wallet containing cash or to Susan's jewels. The individual was on a mission. He was unwilling to tamper with it once more. That evening, one of the visitors showed up at the site in a miraculous manner. Teddy got to the crime scene just in time. He told the police that he hurried to Susan's residence after hearing gunfire while he was speaking with her on the phone. Why was he talking to her on the phone at that moment? Was Teddy interested in the couple's deaths? He was named the first suspect by the police as a result of these inquiries. The day following the shooting, interrogations started. Teddy was a marksman in addition to working at John's legal company. He had gone shooting earlier that day and was a competitive shooter. There were eyebrows raised by this revelation. Detective Cordero sent Teddy's gun to be tested in an attempt to piece everything together. She had a list of questions for the suspect while this was going on. She believed he was concealing something about his covert liaison with Susan. Why else was he talking to her on the phone that evening? Teddy admitted to having an affair with Susan after failing a polygraph test, but he had no reason to harm her or her spouse. Teddy was exonerated of the crime by the police since his gun did not match the murder weapon. He wasn't in the Suttons' house when the shooting occurred, according to detectives. Who would want to kill the Suttons? As a prosperous attorney, John had many adversaries. Death threats came to him from time to time, but he usually brushed them off. Every name was examined by the police as they went through the records, but they all had alibis. But they still had to examine one more person. Days prior to the incident, a lady had broken into John's firm. She threatened to ruin a lawyer who apparently had enemies because she was upset over a settlement issue. There was a woman early on who had threatened to blow up his office. That would be a quintessential illustration of a reason for murder. Although the woman may have been able to escape through the river that night with the use of her boat, authorities were unable to connect her to the crime. The yacht never left the marina where it was docked, according to surveillance footage. If not her, then who was it? The police had to start over. They discovered Christopher's records while looking at minor things. At first glance, he appeared to be a distraught son, but as investigators learned more about his previous life, his past started to come to light. As a teenager, Christopher got into a lot of trouble. He had conduct-defiant disorder, which made him challenging to parent because it caused frequent defiance and a lack of impulse control. He attended several different schools. This teenager never understood his parents' best interests, and when they dropped him off at a new school, he would slip out the back door and into the street. He didn't want to learn and skipped classes. He and a few other students broke into a teacher's home while he was in high school and spray-painted it. Later, he was sued and arrested. Christopher was cruel. Despite his parents' disapproval, he wanted to get body piercings, draw tattoos, and use narcotics. If he didn't get his way, he became quite irate and damaged stuff. He had a rifle years ago when he was 16. He gestured to Melissa and Susan. After threatening to shoot, he decided against it. He was a tough pill to swallow, but they would later find out that the firearm was unloaded. Christopher hated his parents so much that he intended to murder them in order to get the fortune. Susan discovered a message while tidying his room one day. In light of this, he declared his intention to murder his parents. He made a joke when she questioned him about it. Susan took it seriously. She was afraid for her daughter, her husband, and herself. She realized she needed to move quickly. Although they considered obtaining a restraining order against him, this was insufficient. They desired that he leave the residence. Sending a stubborn youngster to Paradise Cove, a strict boarding school in Samoa, is by all means the best way to get rid of him. Christopher was sent to this odd city as part of a program designed to help troublesome boys change their conduct. His parents thought that this was the solution to his issues. When Christopher arrived, he was just 17. As someone who was accustomed to disobeying the rules, punishments were harsh, and every rule mattered in Paradise Cove. Christopher was in the isolation box for hours. Sometimes criminals were hauled to the mountains, where they were hogtied and abandoned in the open air after being bound with rope. People in Paradise Cove were cruelly imprisoned and dehumanized. Christopher delivered his parents a video message after a year in Paradise Cove. The teenager was resolved to go at that point. On his 18th birthday, he vowed to vacate the property, but his father obtained a court order allowing him to remain there for an additional year. Christopher was upset. His connection with his parents soured when he left Paradise Cove, and he detested them for doing it to him. Investigators believed Christopher had some knowledge of the deadly shooting after putting these pieces together. Did he do this to get revenge on his parents for his stay in Paradise Cove? The case was slowly winding down. The interrogation of Christopher was simple. He and Juliet went to the movie theater on the night of the shooting. He presented the tickets to detectives and surveillance footage showed him departing before midnight. However, Detective Cordero noticed something while they were watching. On his way out, Christopher was glued to his cell phone. According to phone records, he made 331 calls to the same number. He spent months on the phone with his childhood friend and smoking companion Garrett Kopp, weeks prior to the shooting. Following the horrifying events of August 22, 2004, Garrett Kopp was taken into custody by the police on suspicion of killing Susan Sutton and attempting to kill John Sutton. Less than 24 hours after the shooting, Garrett was taken into custody for an unrelated incident. He was arrested after he used a gun to attack someone in another area of Miami. The gun used in the assault was requested by detectives from Garrett's arresting officer, who complied and allowed them to test it. It coincided with the gun used in the Sutton shooting, which was shocking. Immediately, Garrett, the police officer, was asked to be questioned. The 6-hour interrogation was stressful. At first, Garrett didn't say much, but as detectives pressed him, he did. Did he come up with this plan, or did two people work together on it? He intended to shoot the pair inside the house. Christopher threatened to kill Garrett and his son if he told anybody about it, and in return he would receive $100,000, 0 cents from the $500, 0 cents in insurance money. Garrett described Christopher's desperation to have his parents put to death. He guided his movements that evening and even acquired him the gun used in the operation. Christopher told the attacker about his parents' room while purposefully leaving the sliding door on the back patio unlocked. Christopher had everything planned, so it was simple to enter the family home. When he fired 6 shots, Susan was under her blanket. Although Garrett was taken into custody, the police continued to concentrate on Christopher. They looked to someone who knew him, determined to make a connection. It turned out to be Juliet, his girlfriend. She was asked to be questioned by the officers. She had nothing to hide, as evidenced by her confidence. Juliet claimed to be unaware of the crime, even though she was in a relationship with him and was unaware of his scheme. She insisted on her innocence during the 13-hour interrogation. She wouldn't harm John and Susan since she loved them as much as her parents did. Susan taught her practical skills like makeup and housekeeping, while John provided her with a position at his legal firm and financial assistance. To persuade them, Juliet broke down in tears, but the officers remained unconvinced. If she didn't tell the truth, they threatened to have her arrested. Juliet realized she needed to save herself at this point. She disclosed the deep-seated animosity her lover harbored toward his parents because they had sent him to Samoa, where he felt he would have fared better had he not gone. For what they had done to him, he wanted them to pay. Even if it took 10 years, he was prepared to strike back. His life in Samoa was previously known to the officers. They just needed proof. John, meantime, awoke in critical condition, after suffering a severe injury that rendered him blind. Melissa claimed that when she first saw her father, he was very different. His survival is a miracle. Following his medical stay, John moved in with Christopher. His son attempted to take control of his bank account during those brief days. Hearing that his son planned the shooting astounded him. Early that morning, detectives called him and asked him to keep everyone out of the house until they arrived. Christopher's desire to exact revenge on his parents was understandable. Officers arrived and informed him of the situation. He provided the police with information to solve his wife's murder, despite his health issues. Christopher was on the run for over 2 weeks when word spread about his warrant. Finally, he was taken into custody, put on trial, and given a sentence. Chris Sutton's identity becomes more apparent as the trial goes on. To demonstrate the defendant's enduring rage and bitterness, the prosecution will call a series of witnesses to testify. And preoccupation with vengeance resulted from anger and hatred. On July 7, 2010, the eagerly anticipated trial got underway. John Sutton sat far apart from his son as the proceedings got underway. The jury was informed by prosecutor Kathleen Hogue that Christopher had hired a hitman to kill his parents. When the defendant received his insurance money, the intention was to shoot his parents and get reimbursed. They described his life's actual circumstances in detail. Christopher was a narcotics dealer. He was dependent on his parents for survival after returning from Samoa without a means of support. Garrett gave his version of events on the platform. He described how he entered the house that evening, shot both parents, and left without anyone noticing. For months, he and Christopher had plotted the crime. He received $50, 0 cents from his friend to purchase black clothing for the crime at Walmart. He acknowledged once more that Christopher had recruited him to perform the job effectively. According to Christopher's defense, Garrett was lying. In exchange for a 30-year plea agreement, the police allegedly coerced Garrett into testifying, according to defense attorney Bruce Fleischer. He said that the hitman was coerced into making a false confession by the prospect of an electric chair. Prosecutors maintained their position on the facts. But Christopher informed the jury that his friend intended to avoid the death penalty at all costs, even if it meant making a fake confession. Christopher attempted to carry out similar scheme previously. They asked convicted killer Jose Peon to testify and explain his position. In 1999, Peon got to know Christopher. Christopher asked Peon if he knew of any hitmen who would kill his parents because he was desperate to get revenge on them at the time. Chris reaffirmed that his parents had life insurance and were worth $500,000, 0 cents, but Peon assumed he was kidding. The Peon pulled out of the juicy deal. Christopher responded to this claim by accusing Peon of lying. By presenting the jury with a text message that Christopher sent to his girlfriend Juliet, prosecutors further supported their case. As if in a dream it said, "We'll be better off after they're gone." Christopher let his head fall and started crying. He feared he was being set up by the police. Juliet would never say that about him, he thought. Unfortunately, she was the next to testify, so he was mistaken. Juliet described her boyfriend's opinion of his mother to the jurors. He detested her for not giving him what he deserved and labeled her a bitch at the first sign of offense. Whether they had to pay for taking those years out of his life, she remembered how upset he was about his time in Samoa and how the trauma never left him. Christopher's lawyer refuted the allegations, saying he thinks she was also given the death penalty threat. Juliet concluded by stating that she was unaware that he would attempt to murder his parents. All of it, she thought, was bluff. John was certain that his son was responsible for the shooting by this point. This was the final time he would nail him on the stand. John explained how his son, who was unemployed, had an unquenchable need for money to support his way of life. Christopher wanted to be in charge of John's money after he was released. Unaware that he was protecting himself from his murderous son, he saw something was wrong and withheld some information from him. John couldn't believe it, but he was convinced of his son's behavior. At the hearing, he declared to the public that he no longer loved his son. Even though he formally separated from Christopher, he is now recognized as Melissa's father. Christopher had to convince the jurors that he was innocent despite the evidence against him. He had been waiting for this time. Christopher accused Garrett of breaking into his house to obtain marijuana and referred to his childhood friend as an obsessive drug fiend. He turned down Garrett's request for medicines earlier that day, but his pal was aware of where he kept the medicines. Garrett visited the house frequently, which is why he knew it so well. According to Christopher's testimony, the drugs were concealed in his former bedroom's closet. Susan had been living in the same room prior to the shooting. When Garrett broke into his house that night, he said, the marijuana was worth $7,000. The sight of Susan in the room startled him. Even worse, she was conscious and knew who he was. He shot her out of fear. He fled the scene after shooting John out of the same fear. Christopher maintained that he had no justification for killing his parents and that he was innocent. The agony in Samoa had actually healed him. He informed the jurors that Paradise Cove wasn't horrible after all, because he benefited so much from it, which was a startling turn of events. He sobbed when questioned about the abuse that took place there. His response demonstrated that he had not recovered from his experiences there, despite his earlier assertions to the contrary. Prosecutor Kathleen concluded her final remarks by characterizing Christopher as an entitled, indolent, and greedy guy. She asked the jury to consider the evidence and take appropriate action. Christopher Patrick Sutton was convicted of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder following a day and a half of deliberations. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Garrett, however, entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and received a 30-year prison sentence. Mitchell Kopp, his father, felt let down by his son. Because of a foolish choice, he will be incarcerated for almost half of his life. Following Christopher's incarceration, John went back to his legal practice to focus on his vision restoration. At the Shepard's Eye Research Institute in Massachusetts, he thought about optic nerve regeneration. While he waits for a long-term solution, he has now placed a gadget around the back of his eye. Thanks to an assistant, he continues to practice law. John wins his cases just as in the past because he memorizes his briefs. According to reports, he has a partner who loves him without conditions. For what Christopher did to his family, John has yet to forgive him. He is currently in his 70s and still practices law. With every day that goes by, his life takes shape. What actions might have been taken to improve Christopher's character? Was there a way to prevent this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Consider a scene from any film when the main character is fleeing from a chase, but just as he is about to be safe, the villain's foot blocks the door from closing, making the protagonist a helpless victim. This scene marked the beginning of a young woman's grieving. She was stuck. We are all aware that in a state, the protection of freedom and human rights must always come before religion or tradition. However, the lady is impacted by societally enforced childhood stereotypes and attitudes from many years before, and she continues to live with a tyrant and accept abuse due to the effect of unwritten rules. Because of the state of the world now, these attitudes are still applicable and have the power to transform people's lives. We will travel to Kyrgyzstan, which is in Central Asia, today to examine the traditions and way of life of the citizens of the state with the longest history. Natural beauty is abundant in Kyrgyzstan. After all, mountains cover 3/4 of the nation. Its two mountain systems include nearly all of its land. Muslims make up the vast majority of Kyrgyz believers. At the same time, there are Orthodox Catholics, Christians, and other Protestant movements. The state of Kyrgyzstan is secular. It is a state with a system that keeps religion apart from state power and regulates it according to civil standards rather than religious ones. The government of the nation punishes clergy members for engaging in religious practices that are against republic laws. However, the authorities were completely uninterested in the instance of one vulnerable young woman who pleaded for protection and assistance from the state. Azel Nogobayeva was born in Tokmak, Chuy Oblast, Kyrgyzstan, in 1986. The girl completed hairdressing classes after graduating from school and relocated to Bishkek in order to work at a salon. Large cities can make it simple to get lost, but they can also make it much easier to meet people. Azamat Estebesov visited the hair salon where Azel worked one day in order to obtain a fresh haircut. He invited the attractive, slim girl for a cup of aromatic coffee because he thought she was really attractive. For both of them, the encounter proved to be fatal. After all, Azamat also thought highly of Azel. He appeared to be a straightforward, considerate man who had grown up in a wealthy household and was incredibly diligent. Because Azamat was very devout and respected Muslim customs, Azel's family supported her daughter's decision. Azel's parents calmly approved the marriage because they could not perceive the groom's shortcomings. Azel married her lover Azamat when she was 19 years old. The young family soon welcomed a son as their firstborn child. It appears that every man longs for a successor, someone who will carry on the family tradition. However, in our myth, the humble and nasty demons of Azamat were brought about by the joy of fatherhood, as if it were a genie from a jug. Thus, a straightforward family tale on a typical evening descended into a genuine drama, which in turn sparked a string of depressing incidents. The inexperienced father unintentionally spilled too much water on their son as Azamat and Essel were bathing him. He sobbed uncontrollably and trembled with fear. In a nasty reaction, Azel yelled at her husband. Without hesitation, Azamat responded by striking her in the face. When Azel and the child visited her mother's home that same evening, Azamat expressed regret and begged for forgiveness. Saying that this will never happen again, he pleaded. It is important to note that the mindset of Kyrgyzstan differs greatly from other mentalities. Given the traditions and customs of the Turkic family, girls are taught patience from an early age, and that a husband should live alone for the rest of his life, because divorce is not encouraged, but is not prohibited. Additionally, the Muslim faith plays a significant role in establishing and maintaining a family by any means. Azel, who was fatherless herself, did not want her son to experience the same thing. The girl thought they would be able to live happily ever after Azamat raised his hand for the first and last time. She was wrong, but Azel returned. The family moved back to Tokmak, her hometown, to be close to her parents after a year in Bishkek. She was expecting her second child, so the return was a happy occasion. Azel met a number of her classmates while strolling with her son on the playground close to her house. They greeted one another and struck up a pleasant discussion. But on the way home from the walk, Asel was struck hard once more to the face. She was hit so hard that she stumbled on the linoleum and collapsed. Unfortunately, a miscarriage was caused by this blow and fall. Azamat became the shadow of Asel after he moved to Tokmak. He stalked down the street after her. He was always trying to find an excuse to start new fights. The man developed a liking for it and was unable to stop pounding her. Only the gentle and considerate Azamat's exterior remained. For the sake of her children, Asel had accepted life under complete control, even though his eyes were filled with hatred and rage, which caused Asel to alter. She had another son, after all. Once more, the abuse continued for years. When the mother of Asel learned about her daughter's family drama, she became enraged and brought her home. However, the man continued. He repeatedly visited his family, pleaded for their forgiveness, and vowed that this would never occur again. Once more, tradition stepped in since, according to Kyrgyz law, a son must grow up with his father. In the end, Asel returned 5 times. Azamat's life turned into a nightmare, and she had had enough of it. She went to the police hoping to receive assistance after each day of the excruciating beatings. However, domestic violence in Kyrgyzstan carries no criminal penalties. Azamat was subjected to a maximum of 3 days in an isolation center before returning, and this nightmare persisted for 6 years. A divorce was the last thing Azamat wanted to hear. He vowed to find his wife, the kids, and her family and murder them all if she filed for divorce. She was taken to Italy by the Asel family during the harshest beatings. Asel had huge intentions in Italy. She moved in with her brother, who assisted her in obtaining employment. She worked as a cleaner, a nurse, and a dog walker. In order to become financially independent, save money for an apartment, and escape her oppressive spouse, the woman worked non-stop on the weekend. She had saved enough money after 3.5 years to start a small business and purchase an apartment. Throughout his years in Italy, Asel witnessed several firsts. Her moral condition steadily improved as she interacted with fascinating individuals, but her mother heart still grieved for her kids. After all, in order for them to have a bright future, she had to leave them for 3 long years. The woman remained composed because she was aware that the father never physically abused the kids or shown any aggressive behavior toward them. However, she was met with a dismal scene upon her return from Italy. The living conditions of the children were appalling. They slept, ate, played, and even used the restroom in one little room. The kids didn't go for walks or to school. Their food was poor, and in keeping with custom, Azamat brought up actual Turkic guys and made their lives extremely difficult. They learned Islam and how to read the Quran at a madrasa, a Muslim educational and religious establishment, in place of going to school. Azamat didn't object that Asel took the kids. She appears to have been freed from the harsh confinement. But Azamat resumed his pursuit of his Asel. He offered to meet her over the phone. Asel was unambiguous and stated that she would report harassment to the police if it occurred. However, this didn't deter him. Asel went to get some dishwashing detergent in the evening. The shop wasn't far away. She ran across Azamat on the way, who was once more pursuing her. There, he led her to a dark, isolated location, directly on the street after grabbing her and threatening her with a knife. He exploited Asel and beat her viciously. On September 1, 2022, bystanders became aware of the odd noises and contacted the police. Asel reported the rape of her ex-husband to the police in a written statement. A criminal case was opened and he was placed under arrest. Asel's family was confident that he would stand trial and that their suffering would come to an end. But Azamat's family took action because they could not believe their son was a despot. Asel was constantly urged to withdraw the application by Azamat's mother and sisters. Another peculiar custom is that a woman in Kyrgyzstan is not allowed to report her husband, since it is considered extremely disgraceful to be raped, beaten, and humiliated, even though it is not. As much as possible, Azamat's family used deceit to dissuade Asel. They were successful. Asel is still their legal father, even if he retracted the application in response to Azamat's request to give up parental rights. Due to the victim's counter-application and the parties' reconciliation, the Sokoluk District Court dropped the case. Azamat initiated a fresh round of threats and harassment after being freed. He sent threatening letters to Asel every day. changed phone numbers in order to keep applying pressure. He made it clear in voicemails that he would kill her if he captured a seal. In the driveway, he waited for her. At work, he waited for her. For 3 months, he followed her everywhere. Relatives of seals alternated between living with her and her kids, shielding her from Azamat's attacks. However, the victim was still subjected to the second act of abuse. The woman went to the police once more on January 31, 2023, to report that her ex-husband had once again used force on her. The suspect was also taken into custody, and a criminal case was opened. The materials were handed to the court following the investigation. The family anticipated a genuine term of at least 5 years and was awaiting the judgment. Azel was invited to a separate office by the judge and 2 prosecutors on the day of the trial. In front of her eyes was Azamat. After removing his shackles, they told him that 3 years of probation had been applied, rather than 5 years in jail. Indeed, he was still at liberty. Because Azamat has 2 children from his marriage to the victim and an elderly mother with a disability, the court deemed this ruling appropriate. To be clear, probation is a set of rules that are imposed on convicted individuals. Correcting behavior and preventing the commission of future offenses are the goals of probation. A seal wept. She was pushed into the deepest recess, from whence she could not get out. Fear and despair once again took a firm hold on the woman's life. Azel, however, didn't wait for fresh assaults. She stopped believing people and stopped paying attention to Azamat's family. All of the beatings were taken down by Azel. She filed an appeal with the Chui Regional Court after hiring an attorney. The lawyers presented the court with all of the voicemails and threats in the messages, and this time the matter proceeded to court. However, a number of incidents repeatedly delayed the hearing, bringing the worst day of Azel closer. The trial was first postponed for a month due to the lawyer's illness. For unknown reasons, the second and third hearings were also postponed. Azel pleaded during the 4th hearing that the hearing should not be postponed any further because she was terrified of dying, not of being beaten. Azamat persisted in moving freely and trying to kill Azel. He emailed her a picture of a black rucksack with a knife and a rope on the eve of the rendezvous, along with the message, "I'm ready to meet you at the bottom." However, the case was once more put on hold indefinitely. With such disregard from the legal system and law enforcement, since Azamat rejected the state attorney and a private attorney became involved, there was just no way Azel could save herself. As usual, September 20, 2023 got underway. Azel woke up her kids at 6:30 a.m. After eating breakfast together, the loving mother wished her oldest son a good day and went with him to school. She didn't close the door because Azel was also going to go. And completing the preparations, the front door opened abruptly and she combed her hair. Azamat entered with great speed and aggression. The woman shut herself in the bathroom before she could react. He struck her twice on the head right away, and Azel went into a daze from not understanding what was going on. The pervert took her by the throat and began choking her after striking her head. Azamat passed out, nothing more. Asa was unconscious. At times, she thought that everything was a horrible dream when she heard Azamat's voice. But her son's cries pulled her back to the present. When Azel saw that she was awake, he wrapped a blanket around himself and sobbed as he repeatedly said, "Daddy, don't do it." However, his father told him to be quiet or else he would kill him as well. Azel tried to hide in the bathroom, but she couldn't recall how to get out. The kitchen was where she ended up. Like a needless object, he flung the poor woman to the ground, then scooped her up and proceeded to mistreat her. The pervert quickly raised Azel once more, leaned her against the wall, and began cold-bloodedly stabbing her face and neck with a clerical knife. When Azel regained consciousness the following time, she noticed that everything was covered in blood, but she was unaware of what was going on. Her throat was dry, and she had lost a lot of blood. She insisted on getting a drink. She received a bucket of rags from her once-loved spouse, which contained blood and water. The giver began selecting a knife because he had become so enamored with the taste of blood. He selected the kitchen knife that would reach Azel's heart after trying each one on. But all of a sudden, the door opened and policemen came inside. As it happened, the screams were heard by a downstairs neighbor. She contacted the police after learning of Azel's and her ex-husband's precarious circumstances, which prevented the terrible torture and ultimately saved her life. Azama Estebasov resisted and used a knife to strike the officers. Nobody understood what had transpired in such chaos. There was blood all throughout the apartment. Zama began slicing Azel. After cutting off his ex-wife's nose and ears in the restroom and dragging her along the hallway to the kitchen, he repeatedly injured her face and neck. He severely assaulted her, sliced her face and chopped her neck. An ambulance was called by the district police officers when they arrived. They evaluated the appearance of the cell and then hurriedly started searching for the sliced organs, but they were not there. Would you be shocked to learn where the woman's nose and ears were discovered? In the pocket of the monster. In an attempt to make up lost time, the police officers drove Asel to the 4th City Hospital in Bishkek, but they refused to administer first aid, stating that she was not a patient of theirs, based on her propiska. In addition to failing to administer first aid, the doctors failed to halt the bleeding. She just received first help and stopped bleeding in the 2nd hospital. After that, she was sent to the National Hospital, where she underwent a 9-hour operation. Asel's face was painstakingly restored by 6 physicians. The district police officers carefully handed the discovered dismembered organs, and the doctors carefully gathered everything, because the nerve nodes and earlobes had been entirely severed. Azamat used a unique knife to accomplish it. The work was quite delicate. In the hospital, the nose was also amputated entirely. Azamat did not come to for a while. Her survival was amazing. Psychologists cautioned that recovery would be extremely risky and take a long time. The incident resulted in the disfigurement of the young, attractive woman, and a criminal case was filed under the Kyrgyz Republic's Criminal Code's article on causing grave harm to health. The suspect in the crime was taken into custody by the police. On September 27, 2023, he was transferred to a pre-trial custody facility. By presidential decree, 9 judges were removed from their positions, and Azamat Estebasov's sentence was reduced to 8 years in prison. Among them is Kilbek Toktomamitov, a judge in the Chuy region's Sokuluk District Court, who granted the guy a probationary release. According to the President of State's proclamation, Toktomatov was fired for failing to uphold the standards of a judge's faultless conduct. Alongside him, Sadir Japarov prematurely terminated the powers of several judges who had in some way broken the standards of impeccability by issuing a decree on November 1 at the Council of Judges' suggestion. The incident was further investigated by 6 investigators. They revisited and reviewed all of Azamat Estebasov's earlier cases. After considering all of the information they discovered, they included 11 articles in the new indictment case by the end of December 2023. All investigation work was finished, and the first court hearings were held on January 9, 2024. Azamat Estebasov evaded answering the judge's inquiries in any manner possible, and in other instances claimed that he was unable to talk because he was possessed by a demon. He did not confess to any of the 11 incidents that were brought against him. The trial was postponed as a result of his hostile behavior toward the witnesses. The last closed court hearing took place on January 26, 2024. Given the complexity of the case, Judge Talikul Kadir Kanolova condemned Azamat Estebasov to 20 years in prison without the possibility of probation. In addition, he has to pay his ex-wife $2 million, 0 cents, and the state an 80,000 sum punishment. 1 day in the pretrial detention facility was counted as 2 by the judge. Despite the defendant's appeal in the spring, the 20-year prison sentence was upheld. Azel Nogobaiba stated that she would go farther and insist that the ex-spouse receive a life sentence, and that everyone who supported and encouraged his behavior be publicly removed from government and subjected to punishment. Let this serve as a model for all. No woman in Kyrgyzstan should have to bear the suffering that my family and I am going through. Thank you to everyone who did not support the victim. Advocates and Asel Nagoy Bivas's family demanded that her ex-husband receive a life sentence. In the end, Azamat kept sending threats to Asel via text, saying that he would still go out and find her even after being imprisoned. Lawmakers have finally reached a resolution in the Asel Nogaibova case, which concerns a woman's helplessness before the nation's laws and how a once loved and caring individual may suddenly transform into a heartless monster. Kyrgyzstan's public was deeply affected by this case. Diana Yelkin, Asel's sister, urged lawmakers to enact legislation against domestic abuse. She threatened to force the MPs to consider the value of one poor choice by showing them a child's face without bandages if they failed to enact legislation against domestic abuse. Asel's sister filed a petition to sentence her sister's ex-husband to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remembered how her sister had divorced her husband 5 years prior due to his abuse and poor behavior, but he continued to harass, beat, and abuse her even after the divorce. Zama Estebesov poses a threat to civilization. His kind shouldn't be allowed to live freely. They are maniacal and compulsive individuals. People like him ought to be imprisoned. We demand that this monster be given a life sentence. Morally, he has already killed a seal. In front of her little children, he disfigured her face. He and all like him ought to get life sentences without the possibility of release. In the petition, she makes an appeal. Regardless of the nation, family violence frequently takes on horrific forms. All women worldwide should be united on the issue of domestic violence, and we must remember that a person's religion is not a sign of their suitability. Asel has a new life now. She suffers greatly from her new identity, and although Asel's wounds are slowly getting better, it will take a while for her to fully recover her breathing and hearing abilities. All described in her interview how she first saw her face following the tragedy. It was a day off. There were no mirrors in my room because I was not allowed to look at myself. I proceeded to the first level to dress because neither my doctors nor the on-call doctor were present. There was a metal operating lamp and my bandages were off. The on-call physician hadn't put it away. In the reflection, I recognized myself. My fear is of me. I am unable to look in the mirror. My ears were already visible due to the shock. I passed out. Asil saw her face in its entirety 2 weeks later. Her brother gave her a home address. All of the mirrors were taken out beforehand with the exception of the bathroom mirror, which was impossible to remove. Asil got up and chose to take a short peek at herself after her brother left, for 3 seconds. She fainted upon seeing her reflection. Her frenzy was intense. Although Asil stated that no one should ever witness such ugliness, she still has work to do to restore her face. She will undergo a number of procedures to rebuild her face and repair the structure of her nose and ears prior to the plastic surgery. These operations necessitate extensive planning, skin augmentation, and a year or more of recuperation. Asil has also lost 20% of her hearing, which will undoubtedly be fixed as well. The fact that these procedures are not carried out in Kyrgyzstan presents a challenge. Large sums of money are needed to carry out such intricate activities in Turkey or other nations. Turkish plastic surgeon Mikhail Surar volunteered to do the procedure for free, meaning he would pay for it entirely. Doctors in Kyrgyzstan initially told him that Asil only had the tip of her nose, but Sauer was astonished to see the woman's face unbandaged. As it happened, plastic surgery was insufficient to solve the problem. In this instance, a number of procedures were required to repair the organs. Asil Nogoybeva's ex-husband disfigured her ears and nose, and the procedure to restore them will cost at least $45,000, 0 cents. All intricate activities will be conducted in Turkey, according to ASL sister Diana Yelkin, who is actively involved in spreading information and collecting money for the operation. Regretfully, we still haven't raised half of the $45,000, 0 cents that is required. Accommodations, psychologists, rehabilitation, interpreters, medications, and other costs are also included. I have more photos of her without bandages, Diana Yelkin stated. They're terrifying. The faint of heart should not attempt these. Because yesterday I have been unable to regain consciousness, and because her nose and ears are gone, I am unable to accept this fate. I am grateful to the physicians. They exerted every effort. The most important thing is that gangrene and sepsis did not go, Diana Yelkin, the victim's sister, stated. She says she will publish her sister's face sans bandages if they are unable to obtain the required funds soon. Show the real face of lawlessness and the real face of a victim of violence to the entire world. Allow each judge, police officer, and deputy to view the mutilated Asel's face by hanging a picture of her. Before enacting the required laws and judgments, take a picture. All of this would not have occurred a year ago if the judge had not placed this monster on probation. The seal and the family hoped that the statute would allow for independent judges. We are now posing a challenge to the Kyrgyz courts and to everyone else. Diana frequently planned activities to raise awareness to the issue of domestic violence against women in Kyrgyzstan. Fundraising has been done thus far to assist in regaining ACL Nogobiba's health. Despite the horrific experience she had, ACL's support is a testament to bravery and tenacity in the face of abuse. After 12 years of abuse, ACL, who has not yet fully recovered physically and mentally, aspires to start a foundation to support other battered women. You can't stop helping others to wrap up the story after experiencing abuse. The essence of her ex-husband is the true ugliness that no one should see, not even the face of ACL. It is evident that ACL is a very feminine, delicate, and attractive woman, despite the weariness and pain in her eyes. She is a lovely woman because of the beauty of her soul and heart, regardless of how her face seems right now. All women should heed my advice. Never put up with or expect your chosen one to change, flee, and never return. There are tyrants in every country. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 11 years old, 9-year-old Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, age 7, Carrie Ellie McDonald, age 5. When this two-story duplex caught fire due to arson, Kiani Welch perished. Known as Indiana's Garden Spot, the sleepy community in Carroll County was always tranquil until November 21, 2016, when 4 little sisters lost their lives in a devastating fire. What caused the fire to start? Was it set on purpose? Or was it an accident? We'll learn the specifics of this tragic situation today. Galen Rose was thrilled to have begun a new, higher-paying job. She aspired to provide the greatest life possible for her girls. At the ages of 11, 9, 7, and 5, her existence revolved around her daughters, Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, Carrie L. McDonald, and Kiani Welch. The girls were brimming with enthusiasm. For her daughters, Galen envisioned a life of limitless chances, but she passed up many of them. She didn't want her daughters to grow up as dull as she had. When she was just 12, her father, Tracy Rose, was imprisoned for narcotics offenses. Even still, this was insufficient because she didn't have him until 2011 when he returned to her life. Tracy relocated to Florida and encouraged Galen to accompany him because he loved her and his grandchildren so much. Despite her initial reluctance, she had missed her father terribly. She thought about his offer for weeks before she and the daughters followed her father to Florida. For her and her young daughters, Flora represented a new beginning. Before finding a large apartment, Galen spent 8 months living with her father and the girls. The monthly rent for the 2-story duplex was $500.00. For her and the girls, this was a welcome change. The street was surrounded with trees, and the duplex had a front porch, and they quickly adapted. Outside, the girls would frequently play together. They made new friends in the area and were amiable to everyone. Since they didn't have a dog of their own, they played with the neighbors. In addition, the 4 sisters enjoyed dancing, playing sports, and spending time with their families. They were cheerleaders for the Lafayette Diamonds. The Saturday before the fire, they had just participated in a cheering competition, and Kiana had a basketball game on Sunday. Kiana devoted numerous hours each week to basketball since she liked the game. Like Galen, Tracy thought she would be a basketball star. He accompanied her to games and applauded from the stands. Galen was incredibly proud of her daughters. She put in a lot of overtime at a gas station in order to make ends meet. Galen was as serene and upbeat as her girls. She spoke courteously to clients and had a smile on her face behind the desk. Because she encouraged them, particularly during Tuesday cheer sessions, the girls occasionally referred to her as their coach. Her favorite part of the week was seeing them perform. Rose went to the grocery shop with her girls on the afternoon of November 21, 2016. The girls chose their favorite snacks, so it was one of those thrilling outings. It was already evening when they arrived at their house. Around 10 o'clock at night, Rose put them to bed after preparing dinner. As they curled up under their blankets, the girls echoed, "Good night." Rose said that she was thankful for her small family. The weary mother of 4 made her way to her room. After a few minutes, there was complete quiet and everyone was sound asleep. Nobody could have predicted the next course of events. Tracy was getting ready to leave town the Friday before the fire. When he went to see his grandkids, he requested them to assist him with packing. The girls who called him Papa didn't want him to go, so they asked him to stay with them for a while. It was unusual that they asked him to cancel his trip, but he didn't make much of it, so he left anyway. A few hours later, he woke up to a call from Galen, who said that his granddaughters were dead. How did it happen? Galen was sound asleep when she heard screams coming from her daughter's bedroom, and she jumped out of bed as soon as she heard them. The flames were spreading quickly as the screams continued from their bedroom upstairs, and she tried to reach them, but the extreme heat prevented her from doing so. She was unable to speak or breathe, and the flames pushed her back from the staircase. At that point, she realized that she was saving them and that alone was not an option, so she fled the house to get assistance from neighbors. When the first 911 call came in at 3:30 a.m., neighbors gathered around the house to help the four girls while their injured mother watched helplessly. The screams became softer as time went on, and when the Carroll County Sheriff's deputy Drew Yoder, he too suffered from severe smoke inhalation. Later, Galen was airlifted to Eskenazi's burn center, where she was burned all over and had smoke in her throat. When Yoder arrived, he asked Galen where the children were, and she pointed to their room upstairs. The girls shared a bedroom on the second floor, and Yoder immediately called the county to send medics. Coughing, he attempted to climb a narrow, smoke-filled stairway, but the climb was difficult and impossible. Galen desperately steered Yoder from outside, telling him to keep climbing until he reached the girls' bedroom, but the smoke overpowered him. A few seconds later, he left the building, moaning and breathing heavily, and he hurried to the Flora Fire Department, which was on its way. Deputy Yoder and Officer Dissinger, wearing air packs, prepared to crawl on their hands and knees to the front door as the fire department edged closer. Unfortunately, the flames came towards the cops from the back of the house. Firefighters arrived to rescue the officers and 3 of the girls, and CPR was started on the girls right away in the hopes that they would be saved. Yoder yelled at them to get the fire equipment moving. While firefighters fought the fire inside the house and the medical team attempted to save the lives of the girls outside, the 4th girl was taken out of the house, and while the fire raged through the house, all 4 sisters died at the scene, with Yoder and Dissinger being airlifted to the hospital after suffering injuries. The speed at which the flames spread throughout the building shocked the neighbors, and Flora, a town barely larger than a square mile, was plunged into a state of grief, suspicion, and fear, as everyone wondered if the fire was started on purpose. The investigation began right away after rumors circulated throughout the town, and after determining that the fire originated in the kitchen, the Indiana State Fire Marshal changed the cause of the fire to arson 2 months later after finding accelerants all over the house. Investigators refused to discuss the type of accelerants they found, and days later, the state police issued a contradicting report, which raised more questions. Further investigation revealed that accelerants were only found in one part of the house, indicating that the fire started in one location. The Indiana Fire Marshal's fire investigator assigned to the Floor House fire resigned, adding insult to injury. Investigator Dennis Randall did not provide an explanation for his resignation, but this move was suspicious. The private investigator's email to state police confirmed the concerns of many, saying in part that the press release statement regarding accelerants being found in multiple locations is absolutely not based on any evidence discovered at the scene during the investigation, and the investigator, Dennis Randall, was not performing a proper origin and cause investigation based on the current procedures of NFPA 921, 2016 edition to express that opinion. Josh Ayers, Randall's boss prior to his resignation, was also Galen's landlord and president of the Flora Town Council. The resignation is bad news for Galen and her family, who think it will hinder the investigation and leave many questions unanswered. For example, could Randy's resignation hurt the chances of locking someone up for arson? It would be hard for a new investigator to take on the case with the same zeal. Will the small-town politics impede justice? The answer is not yet known, but if Galen's suspicions are correct, it would be another devastating blow to the case. It's been over 8 years since the incident, and there's no justice. They're focused on finding the arsonist. Doug Carter maintains that the fire was intentionally started and that someone who knew the family committed it. Carter also disclosed that detectives have traveled to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and California for investigation. There is no justice, which leaves much to be desired, considering that the Delphi murders received more attention. Remember how Abby Williams and Libby German were killed on February 13, 2017? The police swung into action and arrested the suspect. Since then, Richard Allen has been arrested and sentenced to 130 years in prison. The arson case, ironically, is still unsolved. Police claim it is unfair to compare the two cases, saying that while they have over 80 zero tips regarding the homicide, they have very little information about the arson case. Is that the case, or are they concealing something? When reporters asked to speak with Deputy Yoder, the officer who was hospitalized following the fire, Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesonby refused. Additionally, Leesonby declined to speak with Flora Fire Chief Todd Trent. When reporters contacted the lead investigator, he declined to comment. However, State Police Superintendent Doe Carter made a mysterious statement regarding the Flora investigation, saying, "There are a couple of pieces that we need, and those that know what those pieces are know what I mean, so I'll leave it at that." Why are the police keeping quiet? Is there something they're not telling the public while Flora residents wait for the police? It is unclear what her alleged drug use has to do with the investigation, but Galen's involvement in the fire is at the top of the list of rumors that have been circulating around town. Did the girl's mother intentionally set the house on fire? Here are the startling facts. On July 19, 2019, the Indiana State Police wrote to Galen Rose, stating that they wanted to talk about the fire and, as if that wasn't enough, that they offered her immunity over her alleged illegal drug activity. She maintains her innocence, and investigators have not named her as a suspect despite the fact that the letter was written 5 years ago. The police later expressed frustration over her lack of availability to speak to investigators, stating that she spoke to them 3 weeks after the fire with nothing concrete to further the case. When journalists attempted to clarify the offer for immunity, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office declined to comment. They would not speak to anyone until after the investigation. Investigators also have another reason to suspect Galen. Documents filed as part of the investigation showed that on August 6, 2016, a policy was written for the house the girls lived in, with liability coverage of $392,882.00 and effective September 15 of that year. The documents included a home appraisal dated September 10, which was valued at $45.00. Policies are sometimes written based on a verbal conversation with the property owner, and the timing of the policy and the fire raises serious red flags. Was this a case of insurance fraud? Was the policy created to cash in like a lottery ticket? As the rumors persisted, Galen added a twist to the case. On August 25, 2022, she filed a federal lawsuit against her landlord Josh Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings. Faith Alvarez, Galen's lawyer, told the court that there were no working smoke detectors outside each bedroom when she rented the apartment, despite Indiana law requiring them to be installed. She expressed urgent concerns to her landlord about the missing smoke detectors and the malfunctioning electrical outlets, but he did nothing to address the issue. According to the complaint, firefighters discovered one smoke detector without batteries. According to the lawsuit, Birch Tree Holdings and 2 landlords were to blame for the absence of functional fire detectors. To solve the mystery, Galen hired former ATF fire investigator Mike Vergon, who worked as a certified investigator for more than 15 years before launching his own firm. Before publishing his report, Vergon visited the house 3 times in 6 months and found one smoke detector without a battery. Determined to find the truth, Vergon combed through fire debris in the backyard but was unable to find any more smoke detectors, paid close attention to the kitchen, connecting the back porch, and then inspected the kitchen appliances. The most important information in the fire investigation came from a witness, Adam Ayers, a neighbor and one of the first responders on the morning of the fire, who was there minutes before the police arrived. Ayers told Vergon that he attempted to reach the stairway to the bedroom where the 4 girls slept, but smoke drove him back. His conclusions were unambiguous. The fire was not caused by an electrical malfunction. However, he detailed a 2-inch wide flame path from the back porch to the kitchen before he left the house. Only Ayers saw the ribbon of fire, and he assisted Vergon in concluding that it was a set fire, though Vergon acknowledged that the fire's purpose was not to harm the children. Following a series of back and forths, on September 6, 2023, both parties came to a settlement, which Josh Ayer's lawyer Jonathan Bond confirmed was reached, though the specifics are confidential. Both parties also agreed to demolish the building at 103 East Columbia Street. Flora residents gathered for a prayer vigil at the church across the street from the home the day after the fire, and after prayers, dozens of people dropped roses at the fire's side. Their cheer squad was also present, and they brought stuffed animals, balloons, and posters to honor the sisters. Allie Sheets, the cheerleading coach, accompanied her students to the vigil, recalling that the girls never stopped smiling and that she couldn't recall a moment when they weren't happy. All four of the girls were always helpful, joyful, and respectful. Jen Brobst, a librarian at Carroll Elementary, where the girls went to school, described the incident as surreal and said she still can't believe they're gone. She said the library became a counseling center days after they died. Liz Brobst, Kiana's friend and a Girl Scout, said she remembers Kiana for her positive attitude and happy spirit. Flora. Neighbors and residents also shared in their grief. For example, Fox, their next-door neighbor, experienced breathing difficulties following the fire. Her brother became ill, and her husband had to cancel work. The 27-year-old woman, who lived a few steps away from the house, witnessed smoke leaving the house and heard the girls and their mothers scream uncontrollably, which was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever heard. That night, Fox and her husband hurried out of their apartment, initially perplexed but later realizing it was smoke. Cassandra Hammond, whose business is across the street from the fire outbreak, was also impacted by the incident. It remains a sad reminder of what the girls went through that night, and Cassandra hopes the police find out the truth and that the girls will get justice. Then, all of a sudden, flames engulfed the house, leaving the couple helpless. Her brother thought about running into the house to help, but he gave way to emergency personnel. Eve Gibson, another Flora resident, buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Speaking about the investigation, she said that the town was wondering who might have started the fire and that a family member might have done it. The Flora community fears that the killer is among them. What if he targets another Floratown home? The welcoming community has a bench with the names and ages of the 6 girls engraved on it, and each year they get together to place flowers on the porch in remembrance. Galen claims she has been robbed, and she still calls on the public to help get justice for her babies. Authorities made a heartfelt plea to the community, asking them to provide vital information that could lead to the prosecution of suspects. We need people talking to people and people listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately. Police are offering a reward of up to $5,000, 0 cents for information that leads to an arrest, and citizens can contribute to the reward fund by sending a check to the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, making sure the memo line reads, Flora Fire Reward. Galen Rose has since moved to California to recover, but that doesn't mean the girls are forgotten. Do you think the girls were involved in an accident or were arson victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The devil doesn't force you to do it, so the saying goes. He simply draws attention to how simple it is to go too far. And in the early hours of August 15, 1967, that is precisely what took place. On that day, 9 innocent lives were lost forever in one of Canada's most horrifying, terrible, and senseless mass killings. Desperate to stay out of a psychiatric hospital, Victor Hoffman was a disturbed young man. Mental health services were very different in the 1960s than they are now. It was frequently vilified, misunderstood, and underfunded. Victor promised himself that he would never go back to that location again, and boy did he, but in a way that is so terrifying that it stays with you long after you've heard the story. Let's take a moment to reflect on Victor's early years and the circumstances that initially sent him to that mental institution before delving into the sinister core of it all. Victor, who was born in 1946, came from what appeared to be a normal, hard-working family in the Canadian town of Leask. His parents, Robert and Stella Hoffman, were pious Lutherans. The Hoffmans were well known for their commitment to farming, their religious beliefs, and their observance of Sundays. They were the type of family that many would characterize as typical and devout. The Hoffman family had 7 children, Victor being the 5th. He wasn't particularly different from his siblings when he was a boy. According to his parents, he was a conscientious, hard-working child who achieved all of the typical developmental milestones. He had a natural talent for hunting and was a reliable worker on the family farm. He spent a lot of time on his hunting abilities and enjoyed firearms. There was one characteristic that distinguished Victor, though. He was a recluse. He failed in school and had no friends, mostly due to his inability to focus. Still, at the time, his parents didn't give it any thought. Victor was merely a peaceful, self-sufficient child to them. Victor, however, eventually admitted to psychiatrists that his difficulties started at the age of 6. He had never seen the demon before. He gave a detailed description of the figure, describing it as a big, black, 6-foot creature with a lengthy tail. From that point on, he felt as though he was being pursued by both God and Satan. Victor's mental struggle was unrelenting. He frequently heard odd tapping noises that got louder and faster as he woke up in the middle of the night. These experiences had become more sinister by the time he aged 10. Victor started experiencing violent emotions and daily thoughts of killing. Victor kept his troubling thoughts to himself, concealing them from his parents and siblings, even though he had fantasies about hurting his family and even complete strangers. He turned his violent impulses against animals as a coping mechanism. He compared his feelings of relief and even joy from killing animals to the hunter's delight following a successful kill. The devil. But he never abandoned Victor. He heard a voice reaching out to him one morning as he was eating breakfast. He said that after following the voice outside, he had once more seen Satan, but in a far more hideous shape this time. A 6'6" guy with a pig's face and a weight of over 300 pounds. In return for Victor's soul, the devil offered him riches and influence. Victor acknowledged that he had knelt down in the hopes of becoming at least half as wealthy, despite his claims that he didn't want to make a deal. However, nothing came of it. These run-ins with the devil now only made his already precarious mental state worse. In addition, he said that he could feel the cold, severed hands touching him and that he could see them floating in his room. Victor began to get frequent visitation from the devil, who would persistently approach him and demand his soul. However, the devil would always come. Victor was not going to back down. Victor reportedly started seeing angels shortly after these encounters began. These angels were less common than the devil. Victor claimed that they were clothed tastefully, resembled human women, and were primarily concerned with guiding him away from the devil's clutches. Victor thought they were divine messengers come to keep him safe and on the straight and narrow. Victor said he once got a word from God. He was given a remarkable duty by the angels and God himself to apprehend and eliminate the devil. They assured him that they would take him to heaven. Victor was absorbed by this message. Although it just made his conduct more unpredictable, it provided him a sense of purpose. Victor did everything he could to catch the devil because he was determined to complete this sacred assignment. His initial plans used nets, but they failed. Exasperated, he devised a fresh scheme. On May 27, 1966, he'd shoot the demon down. Stella, Victor's mother, discovered him shooting his weapon into the air when they were in their backyard. He had shot 3 rounds by the time she arrived. Stella, naturally frightened and confused, insisted on knowing what he was doing. His response was straightforward yet disturbing. The devil was shot by me. Stella pleaded with him to stop, and she was able to get him to return inside the house. After grudgingly setting down the rifle, Victor snatched up the family vehicle and drove away. Stella and the rest of the family hurried to conceal all of the firearms in the house while he was out. Victor promised that no one would be harmed when he returned and asked for the firearms back, but his family angrily refused. He departed once more but returned soon after, requesting to talk to their pastor. After the pastor showed there, the two had a private discussion. When they went outside to wrap up their conversation, Stella, who couldn't hear much of what was being said, heard Victor say something that really shocked her. "I want to kill my mother." That was it. Robert and Stella felt that they could not wait any longer. They arranged for Victor to be admitted to Saskatchewan Hospital the following day. Located in North Battleford, Saskatchewan, Canada, Saskatchewan Hospital was a sizable mental health facility in 1967. Mental health services were less developed back then than they are today. In hospitals like Saskatchewan, patients were frequently kept in isolation and provided with subpar care, making them more resemble institutions. Helping folks recover or get better wasn't the main goal. Patients were essentially managed. There was little focus on identifying or treating the underlying causes of their diseases. Instead, the primary focus of treatment was on using medication to manage symptoms. Now, the attending physician formally diagnosed Victor with schizophrenia during his initial psychiatric evaluation. There was no question about how serious his health was. Victor had to be admitted to the hospital. To his surprise, he didn't object. Perhaps thinking that it was the best course of action for everyone, including himself, he willingly committed himself. The documents show that he was dealing with more than just a severe mental ailment. Stress was also manifesting in his physique. He was frequently observed talking to himself, laughing at nothing, and being profoundly confused about who he was. He even wondered at one point if he was a girl or a boy, which further confused his thoughts. Although he cooperated with the doctors during his examinations, he came across as distant, evasive, and uninterested. Because they were unable to comprehend what Victor was going through, it appeared that he felt alienated from his own family. He told his siblings that he had seen the devil, but they dismissed his worries with laughter. Victor thought the devil was punishing him for not selling his soul, but he wasn't simply dreaming. He even believed that he had someone else's brain inside of him at one point. He asserted that Denise, a girl, owned the brain and desired complete control over him. Victor was convinced that all of this was a delusion, despite his physician's explanations to the contrary. He wasn't prepared to give up his convictions because he felt as though he had touched both angels and the devil. However, Victor came to the realization that he would never leave the hospital if he continued to assert that he was seeing the devil. He therefore made an effort to persuade himself that it was all in his imagination. He desired to recover, to live fearlessly, and to get rid of the ongoing worry. Occupational therapy, supportive psychotherapy, tranquilizers, electroconvulsive therapy, and a total of 12 sessions were all part of the treatment plan that the doctors put him on. By the time Victor's treatment was over, the physicians thought he had accepted that all of the demon sightings were only hallucinations. Victor seemed to believe this as well, because his thinking looked clearer than ever, and he no longer dreaded the demon. However, he remained cooperative and content, a little reclusive and preferring to be by themselves. The problem is that Victor's darker tendencies persisted, despite his lack of fear of the devil. He continued to have violent ideas, picturing himself murdering his loved ones and those in his immediate vicinity out of pure desire. His physicians were aware of these urges because he freely discussed them with them. Nevertheless, they remained hopeful that he would recover. They assured his father that additional therapy would help him recover in a year or two. Therefore, on July 26, 1967, the physicians released Victor from the hospital despite being aware of his dangerous tendencies. In the hopes that this would keep him quiet and stop any further risky conduct, they returned him home to his father along with a prescription for tranquilizers. However, things didn't exactly go as planned at home. Even though he was surrounded by the sights and sounds of home, Victor found it difficult to adapt to life on the farm. His thoughts remained confused, and he couldn't get rid of the impression that things had changed since he was admitted to the hospital. Neither did the medicine that was prescribed to him. It actually made matters worse. His work on the farm was hampered by the extreme drowsiness the tranquilizers caused. His back also ached all the time, which made him even more frustrated. Victor had had enough of the drug by August 8. He bemoaned how the tranquilizers made him feel helpless and weak, and he was itching to resume his regular activities. He needed to regain his strength, particularly so that he could assist on the farm. Thus, he made a decision. He stopped taking the medication. He didn't see any significant changes at first, but after a few days, something inside of him changed. Victor woke up with a spooky feeling on August 11. It wasn't the typical feelings he experienced on a terrible day. This was not like the others. He couldn't explain why, but he had a strong feeling that something was going to happen. He only knew that he was afraid of going back to the hospital or going to jail. Victor was most afraid of returning to the hospital. He claimed he would sooner die than suffer the fate of being imprisoned once more, since it terrified him. He believed that the hospital was merely a place where people didn't understand him, since he had been in pain for so long. He felt that being confined in a place where no one could see what was truly happening within his head was worse than the isolation or the therapies. Victor had always felt unusual, and he started to think he was gifted. He referred to it as visions. However, Victor said that these visions were a means of seeing the future and that they were not merely ordinary dreams or daydreams. He thought that these visions had been occurring for as long as he could remember, and they would occur daily. Every time he saw the future, he would feel uneasy because he would contemplate killing someone. It seemed as though this deed would in some way show the devil that he was at last on his side, and that he wasn't scared to take any risks. Victor's day began quite routinely on August 14th. He tried to keep himself occupied and active during the day by working on the tractor, but by 9:30 p.m. he was worn out. He slept out on the couch, but his parents roused him at 11:30 p.m. and urged him to go to his bedroom. He fell back asleep but woke up again at around 3 in the morning because he could not sleep any longer. At that point, he made the decision to go to the garage and try to divert his attention with some work. However, even after working for a while, he was still experiencing restlessness, so he started pacing the garage and allowing his thoughts to wander. At that moment, an odd thing occurred. Victor was standing at the garage entrance when he suddenly had an odd feeling on the side of his head. It seemed more like an unexpected rush of pleasure than agony. He spoke of it as though something had been taken from him after his body had been cut in two. It was more like a sense of release than pain. It seemed as though all of the anxiety and stress he had been suppressing had disappeared, only to be replaced by an even greater desire to murder. This new, overwhelming impulse to kill took over his thinking as the feelings swept through him. Victor made the decision that something had to be done. He loaded up his pump-action repeater rifle, a .22 Browning. All he knew was that he had to do something, even though he wasn't thinking straight. He had a straightforward plan. After an hour or so of driving, he would search for little mice to hunt before returning home to complete his responsibilities. Specifically, he was searching for squirrels that resided in the spruce trees surrounding his farm. However, after what seemed like an eternity of driving, he came across no squirrels or other tiny animals. Something inside Victor kept him continuing, even though he could have seen that as a sign to turn back. He couldn't shake the idea of killing. The want to vent his wrath on someone was too strong for him to resist. He continued to drive, passing one home after another. He didn't see a basic farmhouse until about 6 in the morning, when the sky was beginning to lighten. The emotion inside him grew stronger, but it didn't look any different from the dozens of other residences he had seen along the route. This place seemed to be calling to him. Regretfully, the Peterson family, who resided in Shell Lake, around 40 miles from Victor's home in Lesk, occupied the farmhouse where Victor ended up. In contrast to Victor's turbulent life, there was laughter and joy in the Peterson home. With 10 members altogether, they were a large, close-knit family. James Peterson, a dedicated, modest man who valued community, was the center of the family. James purchased 328 after participating in World War II, acres of land, and started farming cattle and grains together. Life wasn't simple, though, and James's workload increased when his father retired and he took on an extra 72 acres. Large families were usual in Canada at the time, and the Petersons were no exception. From the oldest, Kathy, who was 19, to the youngest, Larry, who was just 1, they had 9 children. Jean, 17, Mary, 13, Dorothy, 11, Pearl, 9, Phyllis, 4, William, 5, and Colin, 2, were the remaining children. Everyone regarded the Peterson children as well-behaved, courteous, and well-liked. The entire family was known for being decent people. Since they were a typical church-going family, nobody really had anything negative to say about them. The only one not residing at home at the time was Kathy. She and her spouse had recently married and relocated to British Columbia. Together, the other Petersons occupied a small, comfortable 4-room farmhouse. Only 2 of those were utilized as bedrooms. With the exception of the infant, who shared a bed with James and Evelyn, all of the children slept in the same room. They managed to make it work despite the crowds. The Petersons were by no means wealthy, yet they never voiced any complaints. They were grateful for their family in particular. James and Evelyn created a household centered around their children since they were completely devoted to them. They wanted the best for their kids and loved them more than anything else. Jean, their eldest daughter, was a budding athlete, and her parents were committed to helping her develop her skills. James made the decision to contact his neighbor Will Drew Lang in order to assist with the cost of a track camp she wanted to attend in Dundurn. On August 15, 1967, the next morning, he required assistance moving 50 bukas of hay to the grain elevator for sale. Interviews from Victor's trial reveal that on the day that he was experiencing the overwhelming desire to kill, he heard voices in his head telling him, "This is it. You must go here and complete the task." To his astonishment, he reportedly recognized the kitchen even though he had never been there or even met the Petersons. He thought he had seen it in a dream previously since it felt so familiar. James Peterson confronted him shortly after he entered, attempting to defend his family by lunging for Victor without knowing who he was or why he was there. James retaliated, but Victor was too quick. In an attempt to protect his loved ones, he shot James 7 times. Victor then returned outdoors to collect his thoughts and reload his revolver. However, while he was standing there, he noticed James's wife Evelyn climbing out of a window while holding their youngest son Larry. He shot Evelyn without hesitation, leaving her where she lay, frozen in place. Victor continued after that. The Peterson children were still in their beds when he returned inside the house. The youngsters had little chance as he shot and killed 6 of them, one by one at close range as they lay helpless: Jean, Mary, Dorothy, Pearl, William, and Colin. Then he went back to where Evelyn's body was lying and killed Larry too. The tiny youngster was too young to live on his own, therefore he subsequently claimed it was a mercy killing. Victor continued to use warped logic after that. He decided there was no reason to leave anyone alive to identify him, because he had already killed James. He therefore started gathering as many used cartridge cases as he could locate, making sure that nothing was left behind that would link him to the incident. Victor returned to his own parents' home after the horrifying incident. He got there at 7:30 in the morning, but rather than being relieved, he was sickened and horrified by what he had just done. He struggled with the reality of his actions for the remainder of the day, feeling a great deal of remorse. Will Drew Lang, meanwhile, was expected to see James when he got at the Peterson farm, but James was not there. Since it was already 9 in the morning, Lang joked to the home and called out for James, figuring he had slept late. However, his light-hearted tone soon changed to one of surprise when he pushed open the door. The dead body of James Peterson was lying on the kitchen floor as he entered. Lang backed away in horror and hurried to his car. To make the call that would alter everything, he drove to the closest phone, which was at least 4 miles away. The quiet morning in Shell Lake was upended, and the lives of the Peterson family and everyone else in the neighborhood would never be the same. The cops did not spend any time in getting to the Peterson farmhouse. Rushing inside, they looked about the house for survivors and hints that would help them figure out what had happened. However, the scene they discovered was unsettling. Everything seemed undisturbed, and there were no indications of a robbery. It appeared that the killings had no apparent reason. They discovered 28 gunshots inside, 27 of which had struck their targets. It was evident that the murders were not arbitrary but rather planned. Strangely, no footwear from the Peterson residence matched the boot prints found on the linoleum floor of the kitchen. In addition, 5 bullet casings were discovered, indicating the employment of a .22 caliber handgun. Then, as they were beginning their inquiry, a strange incident occurred. The silence was broken by a muffled sound. After following the sound to one of the beds, they discovered 4-year-old Phyllis jammed between her sister's bodies and concealed behind the sheets. She was the lone person who survived the horrific slaughter. She first didn't fully comprehend what had transpired, but she was aware of how serious the situation was. She later remembered the officer's tears as he took her out of the house. She realized then that something really horrible had happened. Phyllis's story would haunt everyone who heard it, and her survival was a miracle. For many cops, the Peterson family massacre was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. While Kathy, her older sister, was informed of the tragedy and horrified, Phyllis was escorted to her uncle's house nearby. In order to take care of her surviving sister, Kathy returned to Shell Lake. The police searched the fields and high grass around the farm in the hopes of finding something, anything, that could lead them to a lead. Roadblocks were erected, and the killer's hunt spread throughout the region, getting bigger every day. They combed the area for days with 250 personnel and dogs, but they managed to find nothing. Then, on the fourth day, they had a break when a Lyask native, distressed by the tragedy, entered the Shellbrook office of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment. The resident proposed that they investigate a young man who had just been released from a mental health facility. He was his neighbor's son. Red flags were raised right away by the man's known obsession with hunting and firearms. The corporal and his crew didn't hesitate. They hurriedly climbed into their vehicles and headed toward Lesk, the Hoffman family's farm, along the winding, narrow routes. They had a suspicion. They may have found the lead they were searching for. They began by interrogating Victor's parents, paying particular attention to any boots, guns, and, of course, their son. Things began to pile up as the investigation progressed. The Hoffmans discovered a weapon on their land, and while it wasn't the precise model they had anticipated, it was nonetheless important. It was in the hands of the police. To check if it matched the rounds from the Peterson residence, it was sent for ballistics testing. The detectives also found a pair of rubber boots during the search. When the results were in, it was evident that the boots and the rifle matched the evidence discovered at the Peterson residence. These boots were also sent for comparison. Before long, they had sufficient proof to make an arrest. 9 members of the Peterson family were brutally murdered, and Victor Hoffman was charged with their crimes. There was something icy about Victor's attitude when he was arrested. Police described him as an average-built, unmarried male who showed no signs of fear. Actually, he was remarkably composed and gave up without a fight. The case was made even more shocking and horrifying by the fact that he was arrested only 3 hours after the Petersons' funeral. After being brought to the station in North Battleford, Victor remained silent for the first 10 to 15 minutes before sobbing. Even more unsettling was what happened afterward. Victor admitted to all of it. He acknowledged that he killed the Petersons because of the devil. The question about Phyllis, the lone survivor, was possibly the most disturbing aspect of his confession. Victor asserted that Phyllis's angelic visage was the reason he spared her. He claimed that because the others resembled pigs, he didn't respect them. Serious questions concerning Victor's mental health were raised by these terrifying answers. He was therefore brought to a local mental hospital for additional assessment there, rather than being sent to a conventional prison. He was once again diagnosed by doctors with paranoid schizophrenia, a disorder that had obviously not been treated. The court determined that he was nonetheless competent to stand trial in spite of this. Victor was charged with 2 counts of non-capital murder, and his trial started on January 8, 1968. The defense team contended that if Victor hadn't been suffering from an untreated mental disorder, he wouldn't have committed the heinous crime. They remained steadfast in their belief that his illness was a major contributing factor to the catastrophe. The jury returned a verdict following 3.5 hours of deliberation. Victor was ruled not guilty by reason of insanity by the jury, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. Many were taken aback by the ruling and wondered how someone who had admitted to such a heinous act could avoid the full force of the law. However, the jury's verdict was based on Victor's mental state, which many had not anticipated at the time. Victor's mental illness was explained in such a thorough and rational manner by the defense's doctor that the jury was persuaded that Victor was motivated by something that seemed real to him. The jury was convinced that he genuinely thought he was doing what he believed was required, since his paranoia and delusions had been a fundamental factor in what transpired. The judge made sure Victor didn't get off easy, even though he wouldn't be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Victor was committed to a facility for the criminally ill rather than receiving the usual prison term. He looked to be even more hurt by this. He showed no emotion at all after hearing the verdict. He simply sat there staring straight ahead. It seemed as though the truth of his predicament had not yet dawned on him. Victor was sent to an indefinite stay facility in southern Ontario, with his release contingent on governmental policies. Before being given supervised access to neighboring communities in December 2001, he spent years hidden away at the institution. However, even this little liberty was short-lived. True freedom would never return to Victor. Victor passed away from cancer while in detention on May 21, 2004. but the consequences of his misdeeds would last for a very long time. The only survivor of the massacre, Phyllis, was raised by Kathy, the sister of one of the murdered. She gave Phyllis a second chance at life after the atrocities she had witnessed by raising her among her own children. After their family farmhouse burned down, Kathy and her husband eventually retired from farming and relocated to a nearby town. But even after all these years, Kathy and Phyllis were still frustrated by what had transpired. Phyllis was a young child when the slaughter took place, and the tragedy continued to haunt her as she grew older. As the sole survivor, she talked about how hard it was to deal with the unwelcome attention. She was viewed differently by others, and the burden of the past was difficult to shake. In 2004, Phyllis talked candidly about her difficulties. The birth of James marked a turning point for Phyllis, who remarked, "It was always hard to adjust, always feeling like I didn't fit in, until I had my son James." In ways she never imagined, it aided in her recovery. Regretfully, Phyllis died of cancer in May 2019. Details of the case were chronicled by Canadian journalist Peter Tadman in his book, The Shell Lake Massacre. According to Peter's multiple interviews with Victor in the book, Victor remained steadfast in his conviction that he felt no remorse for his deeds. He even asserted that the demon who had driven him to kill so many innocent people was still visible to him. The Peterson Massacre, which claimed the lives of 22 innocent people in 2020, is still regarded as one of Canada's most horrifying random massacres. We cannot deny the insanity and decision in Victor's case, although it is undoubtedly difficult to accept. A person's behavior cannot be excused only because they are considered mad. No matter what, no innocent life should ever be lost. But let's face it, if Victor hadn't been discharged from the mental institution in the first place, none of this would have occurred. What do you think then? Is Victor really a psychopath who somehow escaped? Or is there another factor at play here? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A small group of hunters thought they had discovered another man's catch when they came upon a canvas sack that had been left in the midst of the desert on January 23, 1971. When they opened it to look inside, they were appalled to discover a woman's body. Nobody had any idea what the ensuing years would hold. What kind of woman would this be? For what reason was she killed? Today, we're examining the case of Mojave Jane Doe, a victim who was not identified for 50 years before her name was restored. Originally inhabited by the Mojave people, Mojave County is the second biggest county in Arizona. Miners and soldiers frequented Mojave County as a recreational town during the 15th and 60s, when it was a major gold mining region. However, as industry grew, individuals started to relocate farther away. A resurgence of interest in the gold rush coincided with the Great Depression. Since so many people visit the national parks and use Mojave as a convenient entry point to the Grand Canyon, Route 66, and Hoover Dam, the area has seen a surge in tourism. However, a murder mystery that occurred in Mojave County 50 years ago still plagues the sheriff's office today. 3 hunters discovered a canvas sack left in the desert while hunting in a remote desert location in Mojave County, Arizona, on January 23, 1971. In the remote desert, the sack was abandoned along the Hackberry gravel road after being loosely knotted with a white cotton rope. The words "Deer Pack, Ames Harris, Neville Co." were printed in green on the side, and when they opened the sack to investigate, they assumed it was an animal carcass left behind by another group of hunters. To their surprise and horror, they discovered a woman's twisted body. The police were called right away, and they sealed off the area to start their investigation. Investigators knew they were dealing with a homicide. Whoever had wrapped the victim in the sack was obviously trying to conceal the body. Additionally, it was evident that the woman had been murdered elsewhere, and her remains were disposed of in the desert 2 miles from the US 93 highway, near Kingman, Arizona. When investigators searched the immediate area for any clues or potential belongings of the victim, they found none. No identification, no bag, and no purse were found anywhere near the crime scene, suggesting that whoever killed her had been careful to leave no incriminating clues behind and made a clean getaway. Investigators sent her body away to the Mojave County Coroner's Office for a post-mortem, while they continued questioning the hunters about any suspicious activity in the area. It was becoming clear that the case was going to be a difficult one. It was obvious from the beginning that the woman was a victim of homicide, as she had been stuffed into a canvas sack. Her cause of death baffled investigators. Although her neck was broken, decomposition had already set in, making it difficult to determine if there were any ligature marks around her neck. It was initially listed as unknown, as she showed no signs of blunt force trauma or gunshot wounds. There were also no signs of a health death, such as a stroke or heart attack, and her organs were listed as healthy. Toxicology reports also suggested no drugs or alcohol in her system that may have led to an accidental overdose. Much later in the investigation, the cause of death status was changed to strangulation, based on the theory that she may have been murdered by someone she knew personally, perhaps a lover or spouse. It was also difficult to pinpoint the time of death, as her body had been partially frozen, but they estimate that she could have been killed any time between December 1 and 31, 1970. Toward the end of bull hunting season, they began working on creating a workable profile for investigators to use to solve the mystery. The victim was identified as a white woman between the ages of 35 and 40, with an estimated height of 5 feet 4 inches, a weight of between 125 and 140 pounds, brownish black hair that was short and curly, scarring on her abdomen consistent with a cesarean section birth, and internal signs that suggested she may have been a mother of 3 children. The examiners concluded that she may have been married, as a Bone Indian, and that she did not smoke, and that the last food she had eaten was lima beans. Her clothing was added to the description and included a multicolored size 14 blouse with 5 brass buttons and a long-sleeved black cardigan. She was dressed in burnt orange stretch pants in a size 12, with the label Symphony written on the inside of her feet, Pixie Mile black leather boots in a size 5.5, and bobby socks that were possibly white at one point. Her hair was described as salon-styled, and she had a neat and tidy appearance, with evenly manicured and clean nails. What was most noticeable was the extensive dental work she had undergone, which was estimated to have cost nearly $2,100.00. She was given the placeholder name, the Mojave Jane Doe, and was held at the county mortuary until her identity could be established. Using the descriptions from the medical examiner and a composite drawing of the Jane Doe created by a Flagstaff police sketch artist, investigators worked tirelessly to identify the woman. They began by publishing a report in the local and national newspapers that included the victim's description, composite sketch, and the location where she was found. Since this did not appear to yield any promising leads, investigators turned to other methods of identification, canvassing motels, hotels, and local stores that catered to the upper middle class in the area. Despite their extensive questioning, no one could recall such a woman passing by. Afterward, investigators examined her clothing and attempted to ascertain where she had purchased it. A search of every potential clothing store yielded no results. They then turned to airports and searched flight manifests, asking employees if anyone had been missing on any flight, and following up on those leads, which also yielded no results. Finally, they placed a missing persons ad in dental magazines detailing the extent of the work she had done on her teeth. When this failed, they turned to the filing system of a dentist lab in Phoenix, Arizona, hoping that this would jog the memory of the dentist who performed the surgeries and lead them to come forward with her identity. After searching through the files of over 8,000 patients, they were still unable to find her. So investigators expanded their search and sent out the missing persons bulletin to Arizona, California, Nevada, and Utah. During that time, 23 women were reported missing, but all of them were later found alive. The Jane Doe, however, was not among those reported missing. Investigators requested the fingerprints taken for autopsy records. These were then forwarded to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Washington to be compared with the national database, but still no trace of her was found on any system. Missing or criminal investigators finally looked for a suspect among the hunting community, particularly among those who applied for hunting licenses, of which over 5,000 applications had been made during that season, and each and every individual was located and questioned. Detective Joe Chapin, Sheriff Lloyd Sisney, and Sergeant Don Parrish speculated that their Jane Doe might have been murdered by a spouse, and each married applicant was asked to bring their wife for interrogation. But this too yielded no answers. The three men were adamant that the murder was what they called a mama-papa killing by an angry husband. Cisney told local reporters that he thought her identity would eventually come to light because, based on the autopsy reports, she may have children, and somewhere out there her children are missing their mother and being held up by their father in their search for her. But they'll start worrying soon. Time has a way of solving murder mysteries. He said that the thorough investigation had ruled out every possibility, but investigators remained hopeful. He said, "Cisney, we're still no closer to identifying this woman, but somebody out there must have seen her, may even know her, or may remember a small thing that could help us." Months turned to years, then to decades, and 30 years later, in 2001, Lori Miller, an investigator for the Special Investigation Unit, SIU, which was established in 1999 as part of the Mojave County Sheriff's Department initiative to investigate, solve, and eventually close cold cases that had been piling up over the years, was tasked with identifying the Mojave Jane Doe. Despite all the clues and descriptions, no one ever came forward to claim the victim or report her missing, and after 3 months of waiting, authorities finally buried the Mojave Jane Doe at the Mountain View Cemetery in Kingman, a county cemetery used by the department for unclaimed bodies within Mojave County. In that year alone, there were more than 60 unresolved cases, the oldest of which was the Mojave Jane Doe. Like their predecessors, Miller and her team went through old case files and reports, re-interviewed potential witnesses in the hopes of jogging their memory and perhaps revealing some new information and clues, resubmitted the fingerprints, and again combed through the dental records to find the dentist who could have worked on the Jane Doe. But to no avail. Miller and her team also contacted a new artist from the Museum of Northern Arizona to create a composite of the Jane Doe based on the features of her skull taken from the post-mortem examination pictures. Believing the new artist might be able to highlight the victim's features in a more professional manner that might attract the attention of someone who knew her. Once more, they used the national media to raise awareness of the case in the hopes that one of the Jane Doe family members or children might come forward, but they were unsuccessful after 3 decades of silence. Miller's investigative team also looked for connections to the company Deer Pack, Ames Harris, and Neville & Co., which had made the sack the victim was found in, but they found they had long since been bought out. Miller and her team worked through the case on and off over the next 20 years, keeping a close watch on databases and following any and all leads and tips. If anything, their Jane Doe was the proverbial needle in the haystack. However, the fashion line had virtually vanished by the time the case was officially entered into the NamUs database in November 2021, and, once more, investigators were at a standstill, having exhausted all leads. Nevertheless, as part of their ongoing case review, the Sheriff's Department continued to update their Facebook post about missing or unidentified persons in October 2022, and 51 years after the Mojave Jane Doe was found, they received a call from Othram Inc., a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm. Miller and her team had realized that there was only one option left, so basically all we had left was to try to identify her through genetic genealogy. The company offered to use the new DNA technology being developed by geneticists to try and create a family tree based on their Jane Doe's DNA profile on their Facebook page, but it would take time and money, as the technology was new and expensive to carry out. However, before that, investigators tried one more time to post the composite sketch on their Facebook page, hoping to find some tangible leads, but nothing worked out. She was someone's wife, daughter, or mother, and it's possible that she was overlooked over the years. The investigation continued to lodge evidence without any results, and it became part of their mantra to close the Mojave Jane Doe case and bring closure, not only to the family, but also to those voiceless victims. The investigators proceeded with the genetic testing option with fervent prayer. Miller explained that even though the county was large, their population was small, and their budget was limited. Othram Inc., however, decided to set up a donation page, asking the public to help raise the $6,500.00 needed to start testing, in the hopes that the community would open their hearts to give the Mojave Jane Doe the dignity of her identity. DNA Solves helped the crowdfunding initiative by setting up a Dear Gladys page, and the response was so overwhelming that within 5 days of the page being created, The remaining funds were raised and the testing could start. The first step for investigators was to exhume Mojave Jane Doe's remains. In November 2022, the Mojave County Court gave the go-ahead for excavation of the burial site, and despite the remains' poor condition, scientists were able to extract enough genetic material to perform the testing due to the body's age. The body was reburied as Othram Inc. prepared to start the testing process. The technology was new, and the process was lengthy, but it was trusted because genetic genealogy testing had gained popularity in 2018 after it helped find the Golden State Killer after more than 40 years. Investigators used forensic-grade genome sequencing and advanced DNA testing to create a DNA profile, which they then compared to ancestry websites that have thousands of profiles of people who voluntarily donated their DNA samples to track and trace families from around the world. After countless hours of work, investigators created multiple family trees based on the Mojave Jane Doe's DNA profile, locating several distant relatives and, through the process of elimination, the closest living relatives. Then, on Monday, January 23, 2023, 52 years to the day the Mojave Jane Doe was found, lead investigator Lori Miller finally got the call she had been waiting for. They had a name after 50 years. The Jane Doe was found to be Colleen Audrey Rice. The news was first shared with Colleen's remaining relatives before the announcement was made on the Mojave County Sheriff's Office Facebook page that same Monday afternoon. Eventually, they got in touch with a relative who was willing to help with the investigation by providing a new DNA sample. Colleen was born on March 17, 1931, to James C. Rice and Flossie Truitt. She was raised in Portsmouth, Ohio, and is known to have some family ties to eastern Kentucky. It is unclear whether she had siblings. She attended Portsmouth High School, but it was unclear whether she graduated because she married William Davis in 1946 at the age of 15. And investigators were able to attach an old yearbook photo to her case file after looking through old school records. She would have been 39 years old at the time of her death. Little else was known about her personal life. Investigators who located her living relatives were largely distant relatives of Colleen, and they did not find much information. Investigators discovered that Colleen had become estranged from her husband and family, that she had changed her name to start a new life away from her family, that she appeared to have been doing well for herself, she was well groomed and healthy when her body was first found, and that despite the fact that she showed signs of childbirth, there was no way to find her children or records to prove that she had any at all. It seemed as though Colleen's life had been erased after she vanished, and that she had been living a life away from her family. Her remains were exhumed and flown to Ohio in February 2023 to be buried alongside her family with a headstone bearing her name and date of birth and death. After the investigation, all legal work was finished to give her surviving family members the opportunity to bury her remains. Investigators said that their oldest case was finally gaining momentum. They now knew who their victim was. It is heartwarming to witness law enforcement and the public come together to restore a murdered woman's name after a half-century. For the investigators solving the crime became personal, and they felt Colleen deserved better, said Chief Development Officer at Othram Inc. It was a Jane Doe. Now I have a name. She's always been a person. Now she's a person with a name. It kind of hits you, said lead investigator Lori Miller, who kept a copy of the composite sketch taped to her computer as a daily reminder of who and what they were fighting for while investigating the cold case. According to news reports, Miller stated that one of the difficulties they encountered during the investigation was locating people who were still alive at the time of the incident. Wow. K13 News was able to find a distant relative of Colleen who also happens to be a genealogist himself, Miller said. Colleen's mother's side of the family includes Eli Allen, who resides in Ohio at the moment. Allen claimed that he realized they were related as soon as he learned the victim's name and learned about the case. It was much more intimate when I saw Rice, who was in my mother's line, and I had to know we were linked. The fact that Colleen was recognized after over 50 years is evidence of the job he and numerous others are doing. Who murdered Colleen and disposed of her remains in such a degrading way is perhaps the more perplexing subject facing investigators. The potential of assault was completely ruled out at the time, and autopsy tests revealed no foreign DNA on the victim's body. Interviews with the family revealed that Colleen had departed on her own initiative, ruling out the idea that her husband had killed her. Since there has never been a missing person complaint, no one who knew her personally at the time appeared very interested in finding her. Colleen's murder had not been connected to any potential killers who might have been active in the area in the 1970s. Nor had it been filed throughout the 50-year inquiry period. Investigators were unable to identify any patterns associated with serial killers at the time, due to the lack of clues provided by her way of death. The lawsuit is still pending, even though Colleen has been identified. Finding the culprit or suspects behind Colleen's premature death is the goal of the SIU's ongoing investigation. The public is being urged by investigators to come forward with any information about Colleen's murder and her life after she left her family in Ohio to start over. The public in Arizona is encouraged to get in touch with the Special Investigations section of the Mojave County Sheriff's Office. The description box below will contain the numbers. By reporting on cases like Colleen's, we want to show off not only the hard work of detectives, but also the genuinely remarkable technological advancements that are now enabling the resolution of crimes that many people think would have stayed unsolved for all time. Aside from that, though, we also hope that these cases inform our community. Which aspect of today's case, in your opinion, was the saddest? The fact that it took decades to identify her, or that no one actually searched for her after she vanished? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Anyone can experience financial difficulties. While some people overcome their challenges quickly, others might do so for years. What matters most, though, is how one decides to overcome these obstacles. Some people work hard and earn money through honest labor, while others turn to crime in order to make quick money. A third group is likewise prepared to participate in the production of content that is both controversial and in demand, all in exchange for a big payout. Although it is allowed to operate in this field, actors, and frequently actresses in this genre, face harsh social criticism and condemnation. However, the pull of quick riches and the quest for questionable celebrity might triumph over moral values. Furthermore, a lot of them now work from home, establishing studios and broadcasting live. The case of Carol Maltese, a young mother and actress in adult films, is a clear illustration of what pursuing fame and wealth in this field may lead to. But one must not ignore the possibility of serious mental harm to the actors, resulting in actual catastrophes. She didn't think her job was unethical. Her only goal was to become financially independent so that she could support herself and her small kid when she retired. Sadly, her body, which had formerly been admired by hundreds of followers, was later discovered dismembered on a steep ledge next to a road. She was never able to quit the industry, though. Carol Maltese's early years and childhood. On September 19, 1995, Carol Nicole Maltese was born in a small Italian province. She was the only child of Fabio and Josephine, and her father was Dutch and her mother was Italian. She stayed with her mother when her parents divorced when she was just 4 years old. Her father later remarried, had more children, and returned to his native Netherlands. Since her ex-husband provided minimal assistance, Josephine decided to stay in Italy and raise her daughter by herself. They were residents of Sesto Calende, a tiny town in the Varese province. In order to provide her daughter what she needed, a quality education, and the chance for a better life, the mother worked several jobs at the same time. Carol developed into a lovely, compassionate, and outgoing young woman who had plenty of friends and got along well with everyone. She frequently went to a dance studio as a schoolgirl and was involved in sports, especially horseback riding. Maltese spoke 3 languages with ease. I read a great deal, enjoyed to travel around Europe, and could talk about practically everything. She developed a small feminine body as a teenager, gained a lot of fans and suitors, and enjoyed being the focus of attention. Following graduation, she enrolled in a technical institution to study fashion, the arts, and industrial design, quickly rising to the top of her class. Carol became romantically involved with a young guy a year her senior who was enrolled in the Faculty of Architecture and Design, which led to an unexpected pregnancy during her freshman year. Carol found out she was pregnant in the fall of 2020, at the age of 20. She and the child's father were completely taken aback by this news. Both of them were students and completely unprepared for this kind of thing. Carol, however, was adamant about keeping the child. The young couple's lives took a significant turn in 2016 when they welcomed a son into the world. In order to provide for themselves and their infant, they both had to drop out of school. Since there were more chances to make a living and support their family in Verona, the new parents made the decision to go there. Carol secured a position as a sales consultant for a major network of retail stores selling perfume and cosmetics. Her boyfriend took care of their son shortly after his first birthday while working from home on several tasks. Carol started a passionate romance with Angelo after she unexpectedly fell in love with him in the middle of 2019. For over 6 months, the pair met in secret, renting hotel rooms, messaging one another at night, and making an effort to spend every second of their free time together. But shortly before the new year, Carol's child's father learned of her affair and made the decision to break up with Maltese, his cheating partner. Since she was already about to leave for her new lover, I thought this was for the best. But then something went wrong. They agreed to rent an apartment together because Carol couldn't move in with her child from a previous relationship, and Angelo lived in his parents' house. However, the young couple was unemployed and unable to buy their own apartment at the time due to the global coronavirus outbreak. After a while, Carol moved in with her new boyfriend's parents and made the decision to temporarily leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father until things calmed down and she could welcome him into her home. A general self-isolation regime was proclaimed as the situation deteriorated in the interim. Carol had severe financial issues during this tough time, and everyone was confined to their homes. Carol received the best support possible from Angelo and his parents. She was unable to provide for her little kid financially, so she essentially stayed in their house at their expense. In addition, Carol's mother required expensive therapy and an unexpected source of money due to her Parkinson's disease diagnosis, which was getting worse. Maltese desperately thought of ways to make money from home during the lockdown in order to provide for her sick mother and son. She made the decision to try making money by sharing about her struggles and life in isolation on social media and on her own YouTube channel. Although there wasn't much interest in this content, her unusual appearance as a new blogger caught people's attention, leading to praise and even some inappropriate suggestions in the comments. A subscriber advised her to register on the website OnlyFans, pointing out that her attractive appearance would be greatly valued there and that she might swiftly rise to fame and fortune. Following this recommendation, Carol signed up for the service under the fictitious name Charlotte Angel. She started uploading her private images and brief films, creating content that was revealing. She quickly gained a sizable fan base that was prepared to pay for such stuff. Carol quickly started generating good money, but she didn't tell her partner or close family members how she was making money or what she was getting paid for. She adored this line of work, and as she worked to win over her fans, her content grew increasingly complex and graphic. Carol tried to conceal the specifics of her work for as long as possible, but after 6 months or so, a friend of hers happened to come across her account. Everyone quickly learned how she was earning a living as rumors began to circulate. She wasn't very offended and even attempted to defend it by saying that her art was a source of good money and that it satisfied her completely. The Orthodox Italians, however, were not prepared to embrace this, and friends and family increasingly distanced themselves from Carol because they thought she was involved in immoral activities and that their reputations may be damaged by hanging around with her. Carol herself believed that this attitude toward her profession was discriminatory and was sure that she would succeed in becoming a well-known and affluent adult film star. The beauty quickly gained enough popularity to attract the attention of adult film companies. The attractive Italian accepted offers from a number of filmmakers to appear in their movies. She took part in public performances and group photo shoots. Angelo, who foolishly believed his fiancée worked remotely as a designer but occasionally visited the workplace, soon learned of her actions. He hadn't intended to end their relationship, so he was taken aback and unsure of what to do next. But when his parents found out, they demanded that he end his relationship with this deceased woman at away, lest she bring shame to their whole family. Carol had saved up enough cash to rent a place of her own by that point. Her account on OnlyFans was quite well liked. Directors frequently made offers to her, and her fees continued to rise. She stated in interviews that she didn't intend to work in this field her entire life, and that she would ultimately complete her studies and try her hand at being a model or designer, but for the time being, she was happy with her job and was getting paid well for it. However, Carol frequently talked about the ongoing moral pressure from those around her, their criticisms, and their attempts to embarrass her, which led to certain psychological traumas. She referred to her work as art and fought for women's freedom to pursue their careers without fear of criticism. At the age of 25, Maltese relocated to the little town of Rescaldina in the Milan area. In an effort to move on and find a new dominant boyfriend, she made the decision to start over, intended to leave the adult sector, and secured a position as a sales consultant at a perfume store. Her life appeared to have entirely transformed, yet this was only a momentary transformation. A couple of months later, she got to know Davide Fontana, a 42-year-old local banker who loved photography and specialized in nude shots. He was looking for a model for his own projects when they first connected online. He extended the invitation to Carol, and the two were immediately captivated by each other. Fontana had been legally wed for a long time. He nevertheless began dating the young beauty in spite of this. As they started dating, they planned graphic photo shoots that always culminated in sensuality. He soon found out about Carol's previous endeavors and persuaded her to pursue filmmaking again. David had conflicting views about her, recognizing her true brilliance. He enjoyed watching his young lover in sexual movies, but he also loved her and wanted to own her. Realizing their most obscene and immoral fantasies, the banker moved in with Carol after divorcing his wife in March 2021. He also took a share of the money they made together, but also assisted her in producing content that was immensely popular on OnlyFans. Carol quickly gained so much popularity and success that studios and directors from other countries started to offer her high-paying shoot contracts. Despite having no boundaries or restraints, Fontana was extremely envious and reacted angrily when people tried to flirt with his girlfriend or paid attention to her on the street. He approached the filming process as though it were any other work, and the actress felt totally at ease with it. Angelo called her a few months later and admitted how much he missed her. He suggested that they reunite, adding that he was willing to accept her career path and would not obstruct or limit her. Despite being moved, Carol acknowledged that she was already seeing another man. They nevertheless kept in touch, but when Davide found out, he grew furious, threatened Angelo, and even set fire to his car. Angelo informed the police right away about the dangers to his life and the destruction to his property. The banker did not pay for the damage since there was no proof that he was involved in the arson, but the authorities did issue a restraining order that prevented Fontana from visiting Angelo. There is a desire for romance at work. The actress had over 30,000 followers and frequently traveled abroad for filming. Carol intended to quit the adult film business, pursue another career, and concentrate on raising her kid. She was also saving money to purchase a house of her own to bring her son along. She started creating personalized videos in the interim, which turned out to be a successful company. For a hefty cost, fans emailed her their own scripts of what they wanted to see, and she made their dreams come true. She still received assistance from Fontana with filming and editing. They continued to live together and split the earnings. On a movie set in September 2021, Maltese encountered Salvatore Galdo, an actor who had starred with her in a number of explicit films. However, genuine feelings blossomed between them and they began dating. She waited for the proper time to tell the banker everything and end their relationship permanently because she was secretly afraid of what Davide may do to her new boyfriend while they were dating. She happily accepted Galdo's proposal of marriage a few months later when he presented her with an engagement ring. Carol had saved up enough cash by the end of the year to purchase a house of her own. She ultimately made the decision to speak with Fontana and intended to bring her son, marry Salvatore. Unexpectedly, the man handled the news with composure. They still had a number of outstanding tasks for which they had previously received payment, but it appeared that he understood everything and was prepared to let her go to her new partner. They decided to do the job and then go their separate ways in peace. Carol's unexplained absence at the start of 2022, Maltese abruptly disappeared. She stopped making appearances in movies, stopped streaming on the internet, stopped talking to her coworkers, and declined any new approaches from filmmakers. Many assumed she had left the industry, since they knew she had planned to do so. Even her worried friends and fiancé, meanwhile, were unable to get through to her. Carol claimed to be well while responding to mails and messengers, but did not return calls. She needed time for herself after making the decision to drastically alter her life. She wrote to her fiancé, Salvatore, stating that she was self-isolating due to COVID-19 and that they would not be able to see each other for some time. Given that he didn't sound the alarm a month or 3 months later, it appears that this explanation satisfied him. According to the most recent images on Carol's page, she rarely engaged with anyone on social media, confining herself to succinct and direct replies. However, fresh posts did periodically appear on her account. Without telling anyone, she had taken a vacation by the sea. On March 20, 2022, parts of an unidentified body were discovered in sacks. A bystander was strolling along a road that ran alongside a rocky cliff on the outskirts of the Italian community of Borno. Large black trash bags that were laying on the slope next to a body of water caught his attention. The man was irritated that someone had chosen to throw trash in the picturesque and empty region. He descended to the closest sack, which was heavy, and attempted to raise it, when he noticed human fingers sticking through the ripped polyethylene. The true horror hit him. The man alerted the authorities to his horrifying find right away, and they discovered 4 bags with an 18-part human body inside. It appeared hard to identify the remains due to their extreme disfigurement. Although they were unable to determine the cause of death, forensic experts concluded that the deceased was a young woman who had passed away at least 2 months prior. Prior to being discarded off the cliff, the body had been in a freezer. In the hopes that they would go unnoticed for a long period in such a remote location, the criminal most likely drove here and just threw the bags down. Some of the contents spilled out as the bags ripped upon impact. It is obvious that the criminal had eliminated all distinguishing characteristics in an effort to keep the remains unidentified for as long as possible. Skin fragments were severed where they were probably tattooed, but several of these tattoos were still there, albeit badly damaged. Those patches of skin had been sliced, soaked in acid, and scorched by hot items. However, the authorities deduced that no one was searching for a woman with those traits after assembling fragments of the tattoos and comparing them with a database of missing persons. This was strange, which made others think the deceased wasn't from the area, until a news program on the body was broadcast, requesting anyone who might recognize the listed attributes to come forward. This was the accepted belief. A woman who had starred in adult films soon visited the station and claimed that she recognized her colleague who had vanished in early January, based on the tattoo's description. The actress did not know the deceased's true identity, but she did reveal that she operated under the alias Charlotte. This information was vital since it allowed law authorities to easily determine the girl's identity and true name, since they now knew how she appeared in real life. The odd fiancé. As soon as the deceased's name was established, it was discovered that she had recently become engaged to her co-worker Salvatore Galdo, who oddly had not filed a missing persons report. As a result, the first suspect was located and taken into custody. The man, however, was obviously distressed by the death of his spouse and perplexed as to why he was being suspected. Salvatore cited their correspondence as evidence that he had maintained contact with the woman via social media and messengers. So he was unaware that Carol had been dead for a long time. He said he hadn't gone to see his sweetheart since she was self-isolating after getting COVID-19 earlier in the year. He claimed to have spoken on the phone with Fontana, who was nearby, and had promised to take care of the woman, when police questioned him about why he hadn't phoned her to see if she needed assistance. Although the fiancé's account was inconsistent and unpersuasive, his evidence introduced a second suspect, who required detention and questioning. But David himself showed up at the station the following day to report a person missing, so there was no need to look for him. The terrible truth is that Fontana had not been keeping up with the news since he clearly did not anticipate the body being discovered so soon. He was concerned to hear that Carol had been located and recognized, but he continued to think the police would not find him. But when the police took Salvatore into custody, the man knew the police would find him because they had spoken on the phone. So he made up a tale about COVID-19 and said he would take care of his fiancée. David's explanation was wildly unrealistic. He was obviously scared, and he kept contradicting himself. He claimed that although he and Carol had been close, they had not seen one another in months, and she had ceased communicating. He was at a loss as to why he had simply called the police. Fontana ultimately started testifying under pressure and admitted that he had unintentionally killed Carol. They were filming extreme video for a client who had paid a lot of money, he said, in early January. According to the screenplay, David had to bind the woman, tape her lips shut, place a bag over her head, and then use a hammer and other instruments to viciously beat, abuse, and torment her. They had decided that she would seem to be in excruciating pain, but he would not strike her with full force. But he allegedly overreacted, miscalculated a hammer blow, and broke her skull in the process. She was in the final stages of death when he took the bag off her head, but instead of attempting to save her or phoning for medical assistance, he chose to finish her misery with a final hammer blow out of mercy. After allegedly dismembering the body in a frenzy, the criminal, uncertain of what to do next, kept the parts in his freezer for more than 2 months before choosing to get rid of them. The investigation's reconstruction of the real events showed that David, the enigmatic and perverted client, had contacted the woman under a false identity. Since she had chosen to leave him, he obviously didn't want to let her go and came up with a clever plan of retaliation. The passcode to her phone was reportedly taken out by the man during the torture session, which was allegedly also part of the script and a client's desire. Around 9 o'clock in the evening on January 11, Fontana struck the woman with a hammer, killing her. He dismembered the body the following day after using the deceased's credit card to buy a huge freezer and an axe and saw from a hardware shop. He did everything he could to make the body unidentifiable. After removing the skin and the tattoos, he attempted to burn, tear apart, and practically erase what was left. For more than 2 months, David kept the body pieces in the freezer after placing them in bags. The criminal maintained the victim's social media accounts and spoke with her friends and family on her behalf during this time, giving the impression that Carol was still alive. The thief reportedly opted to dispose of the body by dropping it off a cliff in an abandoned area by the end of March, presumably believing that the threat had passed. He hoped the remains would never be discovered or would have deteriorated to the point where they could no longer be identified. But Davide was wrong, and the body was found 2 days later. Within a week, authorities found him, tried him, and found him guilty. None of the girl's friends or family had reported her missing for almost 3 months following her abduction, which was the most perplexing and unfathomable part of this case. All of them expressed satisfaction with the social media posts and messages they received. Carol never tried to see her and never returned calls, which did not worry even the fiancé, who believed she was unwell. The victim's phone had been active and in David's hands the entire time, so if someone had set off the alarm, the killer could have been located right away using the signal. Fontana apologized and vowed throughout the trial that he loved Maltese and had accidentally killed her. Additionally, he stated that he was unable to handle the pain following her death and had intended to take his own life. Even though the defendant himself had ordered the gruesome film to be recorded on June 12, 2023, the defense maintained that the occurrence was, in reality, an unintended act of violence. Of course, this assertion sounded ridiculous, and no one believed him. Fontana was given a 30-year prison term after the court found him guilty of manslaughter. In addition, he was mandated to give €200,000 in compensation to the deceased's son, 100 to Carol's mother, and 50 to her child's father. The offender may be eligible for parole since, surprisingly, the manner of the assassination was not declared cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not regarded an aggravating element. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved Palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was Renée's 4th daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977, and they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Hennequin married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother Jean-Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother, Renée, for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. AGS was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her my crust, implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase la surmamme to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was Françoise. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, his reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation, setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual Board of Directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles, and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelet, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just one vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Frattoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelette complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelette, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelette. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelette's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renée Leroux eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes Leroux's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, René Leroux said, "Yes, mother." After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious, despite René's valiant efforts to keep control of the Palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes Leroux's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, René had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1,980 cents, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978, after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lechour. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lechour to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lesueur, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993, when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed Françoise Lesueur, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lesueur and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lesueur, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lesueur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes-Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelet reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. And Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977. But he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agnelet's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked a justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelet, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern, as Agnelet had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelet insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelet abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelet and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Annie. Elias hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, the jury upheld Maurice Agnelet's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelet was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelet died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Torturing a child while her parents looked on helplessly is an act of pure cruelty that is beyond description. Killing a whole family is a terrible thing in and of itself. In 1996, this became the main motivation for the whole Pope County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Without a doubt, what began as an unimaginable, heinous act would soon reveal an even more sinister network of secrets connected to one horrifying entity: white supremacy. This is one of the most brutal and unsettling incidents we've ever discussed on the channel, and it raises a crucial question. How can such a perverse thinking lead to such callous violence? Let's now examine the victims, the Mueller family, in greater detail before attempting to respond to that question. To begin with, the Muellers were not your typical family. A large portion of their world was characterized by their passion for firearms. William Mueller, the father, was more than just an avid collector. He was a certified gun dealer and a federal firearms licensee. His life was centered around guns, selling, purchasing, and even using them. Yet he was also a self-employed electrician. He was married to Nancy, and the two of them reared their only kid, Sarah, who is 8 years old. She was the center of their universe, and they loved her dearly. Sarah was homeschooled by William and Nancy in the small, close-knit community of Tilly, Arkansas. Gun shows were a common weekend pastime that only strengthened their bond as a family. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that their house was crammed with guns, ammo, and a sizable cash reserve. It was the ideal location for a theft, because of all that precious loot that was just sitting there. And that is precisely what happened in 1995. Unbelievably, a family acquaintance named Kirby Kehoe broke into the Mueller residence. He took money and firearms. The Mueller family, however, didn't let this setback deter them. The heist didn't halt their love of guns or their business. Now, remember this robbery, as it will be important to the subsequent inquiry. Let's go ahead to January 1996. The Muller family was out of the house, most likely enjoying some time together, but they had no idea that two creatures were lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack them as soon as they entered. These two men confronted the Muellers as soon as they stepped inside. Don't be deceived by the fact that they were dressed like FBI agents. These were not genuine men. They were fakes. They immediately tied the family to chairs, and when 52-year-old William Mueller refused to comply, the situation took a horrifying turn. The family was split up by the intruders, who then started torturing them. While questioning, they exerted every effort to get the Muellers to speak, but when the parents refused to cooperate, they focused on 8-year-old Sarah. It gets to this point, it's really cool. One of the men shocked Sarah with an electric cattle prod to get her to talk as she was being questioned about the family's wealth and where they stored their cash and jewels. Even while it wouldn't be enough to kill someone, the anguish is unbearable, particularly for a little child like Sarah. They discovered guns, ammo, and $50,000, 0 cents, in cash, when the young girl provided them with the information they were looking for. You could assume that they would simply take what they came for and go. However, things didn't work out that way. The nightmare has just begun. After that, stun guns were used to overpower the Muellers and render them unconscious. As if relishing the lengthy, painful procedure, the intruders took their sweet time with this. However, it didn't end there. The worst was to come. The two men covered their heads with tight plastic bags and smothered them. Imagine the pain of being powerless to stop your entire family from being tortured. In those last minutes, the Muellers had to face the fact. If you believed that the Mueller was discovered dead immediately following that terrible night, then you're mistaken. You'd be mistaken, though. In actuality, it took 2 weeks for anyone to discover that something was seriously off. Earlene Branch, Nancy Mueller's mother, hadn't heard from her daughter in a long time. Nancy was quite different from that. Particularly when they attended those gun shows, she would always call after their travels. Earlene contacted the sheriff to express her mounting fear because she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something terrible had happened. Even though the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, Sheriff Jay Winters knew them and promised to assist. Yet when he spoke with neighbors, they seemed unconcerned. Most assumed the Muellers hadn't bothered to check in because they had simply left, perhaps for a short vacation or a respite from everything. Everyone seemed to believe that everything was okay, and that they were simply giving themselves some space. The matter then took a horrifying turn on February 11, a full month later. The Mueller's Jeep was discovered by a farmer who was going about his daily business. Far from its proper location, it lay buried and deserted on the highway side. The investigation resumed after this discovery. Nancy Mueller's pocketbook was still in the Jeep, with her ID and wallet, but the trailer was deserted, and there was no evidence of the family. The Mueller's disappearance grew increasingly unnerving as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. There were no leads or hints, only the ominous silence of their absence. 5 months later, the case took a turn when an elderly couple chose to go fishing in a bayou close to Russellville for the day. The woman caught her fishing line on something while she was waiting for a hit, and when she attempted to untangle it, she soon discovered that she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. She ended the call in horror and hurried to get assistance. Sheriff Winters launched a second search after this, assembling teams to search the bayou using divers and metal hooks. They had retrieved pieces of a body by the end of the day. The head was covered with duct tape, and the torso was supported by a boulder. Investigators realized this was no typical crime as soon as they spotted the body. It appeared to be a determined, cold, and purposeful execution. It was a little female's body. When they looked at the size and the clothing, they discovered that it didn't match the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a nearby county the previous year. They began to question whether this was Sarah Miller at that point. 2 more fragmentary bodies were found the following day. Their heads were wrapped in plastic bags that were firmly fastened with duct tape, and their torsos were all weighed down with boulders. The scene was eerie. The identities of the bodies were verified by the authorities using clothes, DNA, and dental data. William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah, age 8, were present. An investigation into a vicious triple killing swiftly evolved from what had begun as a missing persons case. According to the coroner's examination, The remains had most likely been in the water since January 11, the last time anyone had seen them. There was more to the tale, though. The tiny dots of blue paint adhered to the tape were discovered by investigators. The FBI lab in Washington, D.C., received the paint samples for testing, and it was determined that the paint type matched those of General Motors automobiles. Investigators pieced together that two people had to be engaged with this new lead. One followed in the Mueller's Jeep, and the other drove the blue car carrying the bodies, before the corpses were thrown into the river. The plastic bags had probably already killed the Muellers. Before long, the focus of the investigation returned to the Muellers' possessions. Relatives had stolen the majority of the family's goods since they had disappeared, but some had been left behind and were kept in their landlord's garage. A serial-numbered Colt .45 pistol case was among the items discovered, but there was no gun. A family photo with some pals was also discovered. After entering the gun's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database, the team discovered that the firearm belonged to Travis Brake, a man who had been arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in Seattle, Washington, months prior. He identified the two persons he purchased the handgun from and acknowledged that he had purchased it at a gun expo. He was drawn to one of the men. Brake pointed to one of the individuals in the photograph that investigators displayed after discovering it among the Mueller's possessions. As you may recall, Kirby Kehoe was no stranger to trouble. He was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. He was deeply active in the white nationalist movement and has a lengthy criminal past involving firearms. But before they could make an arrest, the investigators still needed strong proof. Investigators in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, had a break almost a year after the murder of the Muellers, when a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space inside with odd bumper stickers. They discovered Sean Haynes and his expectant girlfriend dozing off. The trooper found that one of the firearms Haynes had in the car, a stolen AR-15 rifle, had belonged to the Muellers after running the serial numbers on both of them. After being detained and interrogated, Haynes acknowledged exchanging the weapon for another gun at a motel in Washington. The eldest son, Kirby Kehoe, the merchant Chevy Kehoe, and the detectives had two suspicions 6 months prior. Let's take a moment to learn more about the Kehoe family's history before delving further into the case. I promise you that learning their tale will help you understand why they did. The Muellers were very different from the Kehoes. 26-year-old Chevy Kehoe was raised in a home where white supremacy was more than simply a topic of conversation. It was how they lived. Chevy wasn't your typical young man in danger. Everything was molded by his father's influence, which led the family in a hostile and sinister direction. The Kehoes fled sunny Florida for the peaceful hills of Madison County, North Carolina. When Chevy was still a baby, in the middle of the 1980s, the Kehoes relocated once more, this time to Washington's Stevens County. At first glance, Chevy appeared to be a bright youngster with promise. Although he excelled academically in Colville Junior High School, his parents chose to homeschool him in 1988 for personal reasons. Instead of creating a healthy learning environment, they built a bubble of radical ideas in an attempt to give more concentrated attention. He was forced into a life of crime at an early age, learning how to elude the police and committing robbery and theft. The Kehoe house was a haven for suspicion and hatred, as you may guess. Their specialty was anti-government sentiment, which Chevy absorbed wholeheartedly. He was more than a young child with lofty goals. His fantasies were hazardous, aggressive, and motivated by white supremacist ideology. Chevy's only objective as a young man was to topple the U.S. government and establish his own white supremacist utopia, which he named the Aryan People's Republic. For Chevy, this was more than a phase. His family served as the cornerstone of his perilous philosophy, and this warped image was everything. This influence was evident in 1995 when Chevy participated in a brutal kidnapping and robbery in June. Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who ran a store where Chevy had previously worked, were the target of him and a partner. They held the Friedman at gunpoint. However, this was not a haphazard crime. Chevy targeted them explicitly due to their ethnicity. Given all that was happening, this act was a glaring example of the violence and hatred he had been taught to accept. Kirby Kehoe and his son Chevy Kehoe had been on the police radar for years, which was not surprising. If Chevy was involved in a variety of crimes, you can only imagine the trouble his father, Kirby, had been up to. The worst part is that, in spite of the lengthy criminal background, neither of them could be located. They appeared to disappear into thin air, and no one was able to find them. That is, until a blue Chevy Suburban was stopped by an Ohio State policeman on February 15, 1977. The vehicle appeared odd as it passed by, was swerving and was moving far too slowly. The passenger nodded to the trooper, but the driver didn't even look at him. The officer ignored it until he noticed that even after they had passed him, the passenger continued to stare at him in the rearview mirror. The officer's instincts began to take over at that point. The license plate had expired when they ran it. Furthermore, neither of their driver's licenses were currently valid. The driver cooperated with the trooper's request to exit the car, but he cautioned the officer not to touch him. Then things changed. The motorist abruptly ran back to the automobile when one of the deputies called for a tow truck to confiscate it. He was being pursued by the officers, but they attempted to restrain him. After the man in the passenger seat produced a revolver and began shooting at the officers, there was enough confusion for Chevy to get back into the Suburban and flee. Kukui requested that the driver exit the vehicle. The man informed the officer that a friend had let him use the truck. A pat-down search was then denied. As the cop tries to search the man for clubs, knives, and other weapons, pay attention. It seems that he desired trouble. Another few minutes passed. The man then tried to flee by running back to his car. After then, the passenger started shooting at the officers. The drivers escaped while the passenger rushed into the bushes. As it happens, Chevy Kehoe and his brother Cheney Kehoe were the two guys involved in that heated confrontation. Cheney, in the passenger seat, ran into the woods when Chevy pulled off in the Suburban. As one might assume, the police searched for him all day but were unable to apprehend him. Now, Cheney shared Chevy's strong white supremacist views and was not hesitant to use violence to further his convictions. Chevy was involved in another shooting later that day, this time at an electrical supply company's parking lot. During the confusion, he engaged in gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Sergeant Robert Bob Martin and Officer Richard Rick Wood. Frank Marsden, 56, was struck in the shoulder by an innocent bystander. Both the troopers and the sergeant's dash cameras recorded the shootout, which swiftly gained widespread attention. After appearing on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts in 1997, the video went viral and appeared on other shows such as Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. The Kehoe brothers, meanwhile, were evading capture by secretly driving an RV across many states with their families. Police had to up their efforts because investigators were afraid they would do anything to get out. At Lake Hill Campground, they posted pictures of the brothers in the hopes that someone might recognize them or the car. It was 2 days too late for investigators to learn that the Kehoes had set up camp there in an RV. The RV was already on its way. Weeks passed, and reports of the RV continued to come in from all over the nation. Constantly one step ahead of the law, they had been seen in locations such as West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana. The stolen van containing Chevy's signature gas receipt was discovered in Indianapolis, but Cheney was nowhere to be seen. The Keystone RV was discovered deserted on a lonely Wyoming road a few days later. Upon investigating, the authorities found a box full of bomb-making materials, a troubling cache of firearms, ammo, and phony FBI jackets and U.S. Marshals badges. When the ATF bomb team arrived to conduct an inspection, they discovered no operational devices. But the components demonstrated that the key holders were getting ready for something much more serious. The brothers' increasing aggressiveness and their potential future moves greatly alarmed the authorities. It seems that the Kehoes were constantly one step ahead as the search went on. On June 16, 1997, however, Cheney Kehoe, Chevy's brother, was tipped off to authorities that he was prepared to give himself in. Authorities discovered that Cheney and his brother had sought safety on a secluded ranch in southern Utah following the shootouts in Ohio, after Cheney disclosed where they had been hiding for the previous few months. In return for their assistance on the farm, the owners had offered them accommodation and board. But when Cheney's rage erupted and his paranoia increased, things swiftly took a turn for the worst. In order to instill his white supremacist beliefs in his younger brothers, Chevy even discussed killing his wife, Karina, who was of Native American descent, and planning to kill his own parents, Kirby and Gloria. Chevy's suspicions then turned against his own brother on June 12. Chevy feared for his life and his family's safety during a violent argument. He made the decision to run. Their long-running relationship came to an end when he drove over 1,000 miles back to Washington State in the middle of the night with his loved ones, Chevy. The arrest of Kehoe on June 17, 1997, is not the most significant event. The most significant and intriguing information Cheney provided to law police was that Chevy admitted to helping to kill the Millers with another unidentified man. The father of the Kehoe brothers, Kirby Kehoe, was also arrested at about the same time in June 1997. As you might guess, the father's arrest didn't exactly match the story that everyone was hoping for. He and Cheney Kehoe had nothing to do with the murder of the Miller family. However, Gloria Kehoe Chevy's mother came out to police officials and unleashed a bombshell just as things appeared to be falling apart. Gloria disclosed that Chevy, her son, had told her the horrific details of the murder of the Muller family. She continued by saying that the killings weren't an isolated incident. They had a year's worth of plans. The scheme dates all the way back to February 1995, when the initial robbery of the Muller family reportedly started it all. When William Mueller, the patriarch of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby Kehoe because he believed he was implicated in the crime, Gloria said the series of events began. William Mueller apparently treated Kirby with extreme disdain during this altercation, which upset Chevy. Indeed, that appeared to be the moment that triggered a mental switch in Chevy. He believed that William's disdain was sufficient justification for him to loot and murder the Muellers. However, it went beyond a simple resentment of rudeness. Law enforcement claims that Chevy had more than one reason for doing this. Chevy's intrigue was further stoked when he learned that William Mueller was in possession of some serious weapons, pricey firearms, high-end equipment, and ammo. Gloria continued after that. She identified Daniel Lewis Lee as the second man implicated in the killings. Chevy had seen Lee before. Chevy knew him from their time spent in white supremacist organizations. Chevy and Lee shared a common ideology and were both fervently committed to the notion of establishing a country exclusively for white people. To keep themselves and Kirby from being linked to the crime, they had intended to rob the Millers, murder them, and hide their tracks. Gloria continued by explaining that the Mueller family had departed for a weapons exhibition on January 11, 1996. Chevy and Lee pretended to be police officers and headed to the Mueller residence when they were away. Chevy and Lee surprised the Muellers and tied them up when they returned. However, one aspect of the strategy didn't work out as planned. Gloria claims that Lee was apprehensive, particularly regarding the murder of Sarah Mueller, the daughter of the Mueller family. Chevy apparently took matters into his own hands and killed Sarah himself, since Lee simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In March 1999, Daniel Lewis Lee and Chevy Kehoe were put on trial for the triple homicide. Gloria Kehoe and Cheney both testified against them, revealing all the specifics of what had transpired. A conviction came at the end of the trial. Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence, and Chevy Kehoe received a life term. It seems that Daniel Lewis Lee also had a very difficult childhood, characterized from an early age by violence and instability. Lee had a lot of obstacles to overcome. He frequently ended up in mental health centers due to his struggles with seizures and other neurological conditions. His stay at these institutions was brief, though, since he was sent out because of his aggressive conduct, his incapacity to manage his emotions, and his increasing violent tendencies, which only appeared to worsen with age, added to his difficulties. Lee's aggressive proclivities had already shown themselves in a terrifying way by the time he was 17 years old. He was complicit in the vicious robbery murder of Joseph Wavra in a series of violent acts. It was the third murder. Amazingly, though, Lee was able to escape being charged with murder. Rather, he was simply handed a suspended sentence for the robbery, which felt like a less severe punishment considering the seriousness of the offense. Sadly, Lee's violent tendencies were not significantly reduced by this indulgence. It just seemed to give him more confidence, letting his need for violence grow unbridled. It was not long before Lee and Chevy Kehoe met. When the two first met in 1995, they were drawn to each other by their perverse desire to create a white nationalist stronghold and their mutual loathing of the government. Lee now made an effort to improve his reputation in court by saying he had a decent side and that he was capable of changing. His request for pity sounded more like a movie redemption story than real life, even if his past was filled with terrible crimes. It felt a little absurd. The court rejected it. Nobody thought Lee could actually change his history because it was too awful. He was ultimately put to death by lethal injection in 2020. In 1996, he was found guilty of killing 3 members of a family in Arkansas. One of them was an 8-year-old girl. However, Lee denied doing it to witnesses this morning. Overnight, the High Court decided 5-4 to overturn the decisions of the lower courts, with conservative justices making up the majority. When it came to lethal injection, those courts had been worried about what they referred to as an unconstitutional risk of agony. Daniel Lewis Lee, who had a less direct role, was sentenced to death, but Chivi Kehoe, who was the mastermind behind the heinous killings of the Mueller family, escaped the death penalty. Nothing about this seemed to make sense. How could his co-conspirator receive a worse punishment than the man who orchestrated and executed the entire scheme? The fact that Chivi was complicit in the Oklahoma City bombing, another major crime, just made matters more bizarre. Cheney, Chevy's brother, said Chevy was aware of the bombing before it occurred, after Chevy was taken into custody. Months prior to the bombing, Chevy was reportedly spotted in a Spokane motel with Timothy McVeigh, the bomber. The motel's manager even said that Chevy had been anticipating the blast with excitement when the news broke, and had even alluded to a major event on April 19. However, the FBI's investigation revealed no evidence that McVeigh had ever visited Spokane, or that Chidi was directly involved in the attack. Although Chevy denied everything, the mystery was only heightened by the rumors. Even though it was evident that Chevy had connections to violent extremist organizations, he was given a lighter sentence than Lee. In the end, their father, Kirby Kehoe, was sentenced to 44 months after entering a guilty plea to federal racketeering charges, while Cheney Kehoe was given a 24-year term for attempted murder and possession of weapons because of his involvement in an Ohio gunfight. Cheney was later released from jail in 2008 after his sentence was lowered to 11 years, but his legal issues didn't stop there. He and Kirby were taken into custody by federal authorities in Arizona on October 14, 2013, following an ATF raid that turned up a sizable marijuana-growing enterprise and a firearms cache at an off-grid compound. 17 firearms, about 17,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and several sets of body armor were confiscated by the authorities. In 2014, Cheney and Kirby both entered guilty pleas to felonies including the possession of firearms and ammunition. Kirby was given a 10-year sentence, and Cheney was given a 41-month prison term. September 2016 saw Cheney's release, while January 2022 saw Kirby's. The majority of Chevy's time was spent at the U.S. Penitentiary. Under the Federal Bureau of Prisons record number 213,100,009, Florence A. Dex was incarcerated in Colorado. By 2022, he had been sent to a variety of different prisons, including United States Penitentiary Florence High and United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. One can only hope that Chevy Kehoe is suffering more there than his victims were while he was detained at the U.S. Penitentiary Terre Haute. However, how do you feel about all of this? Given their anti-government views, do you think justice was done, or that the law was too lenient toward them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Often, appearances can be dangerously misleading. Charming, friendly, and personable people might actually be dangerous and harbor evil intents. Because of this, it's important to exercise caution and never blindly trust someone. There are many examples throughout history of people who, after gaining the trust of their victims, perpetrated horrifying acts of cruelty. Famous people like Ted Bundy and Rodney Alcala are among the most notorious instances. Their attractive appearance and captivating personalities concealed their actual nature. The terrible murders of famous soccer referee Daniele De Santis and his fiancée, Eleonora Manta, in the fall of 2020 were one particularly unsettling case that rocked the world. The ferocity of the crime was terrible, and its seeming lack of motivation was perplexing. Everyone was taken aback when the identity of the offender was revealed when investigators dug more into the case. Beneath an angelic facade, there was a person capable of unimaginable brutality. Even more unsettling, the criminals stated that they intended to repeat their activities because they truly enjoyed hurting people. In addition to its absurdity, this startling tale made an impression due to its calculating and premeditated future goal. It is a sobering reminder that a person's true nature is never fully revealed by their appearance. In 1987, Daniele De Santis was born in Lecce, Italy. He came from a close-knit, reasonably well-off family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Daniele grew up with his 2 younger sisters and developed close, trustworthy bonds with them early on. From the beginning, sports were an important part of Daniele's life, and his greatest passion was soccer. He attended a prominent Italian institution after high school to pursue a legal degree, which he eventually earned in 2009. Beginning as an assistant referee in 2017, Daniele started establishing a prosperous career as a soccer referee in addition to his education. He officiated a match between Pisa and Benevento for the first time as the 4th official. He was given the chance to officiate more than 130 games in Serie C and Serie B as a result of his perseverance and hard work throughout the years. Daniele was well known on the soccer field for his distinctive presence, athletic build, and captivating attitude. He achieved financial success and the prospect of a bright future as a result of his career. He was committed to continuing to advance in his career and had ambitious ambitions for the future. Daniele's skills were not limited to his career. His private life was equally satisfying. He was in a romantic relationship with Eleonora Monta, a lovely young lady 3 years his junior, and they intended to get married soon. Eleonora was raised in a humble home after being born in Milan in 1990. She has 2 elder twin brothers and was the youngest of 3 siblings. Her parents separated when she was only starting school. Her mother was left to raise her children from an early age as her father eventually remarried and stopped being involved in their lives. Eleonora dedicated her life to dancing and sports. In 2019, she and Daniele met through these common hobbies, and their immediate bond quickly developed into a love partnership. They were characterized by friends and family as a lovely, harmonious pair who seemed to be meant to be together. Those who knew them said they had complete faith in each other and never argued. Eleonora had always wanted to become a lawyer. She was awarded a competitive placement in 2020 to attend a university program that focused on international relations and law. She jumped right into her studies in September, thrilled by the chance. The couple chose Danielle's roomy apartment in a contemporary and upscale apartment building when they made the decision to move in together during the summer of 2020. A medical student who needed some time to find other housing had been renting one of the rooms from Danielle at the time. After a peaceful transition, Eleonora started progressively relocating her possessions to her boyfriend's house in September 2020. For Daniele De Santis and Eleonora Manta, everything seemed to be coming together. The previous tenant, Daniele's, had left. The pair was about to move in together permanently, and Eleonora had brought her possessions with her. They were also busy organizing their wedding, which was supposed to be the happiest day of their lives. Daniele was ready. Tragically, he would not live to witness the September 23 Italian Cup match between Monopoly and Modena. The pair was enjoying a quiet romantic supper in Danielle's apartment on the evening of September 21 to celebrate Eleonora's move. At approximately 9:45 p.m., the quiet evening was upended by the sounds of a struggle and a chilly cry for assistance. The disturbing roar continued for about 10 minutes, frightening the neighbors. During that period, local emergency services received around a dozen calls, many of which claimed that it sounded like an attack. Their assessments were horrifyingly correct, but none of them understood it. A 12-year-old boy was walking his dog across the street from the building just after 10 p.m. when he saw something that would stay with him forever. He heard the screaming, but it wasn't until a young man fled the apartment complex that he realized what was going on. After a moment of hesitation, the man approached the youngster. Later, the child remembered the knife in the man's hand and his emotionless, icy face. The youngster froze in terror, not knowing what would come next. Fortunately, others came by and the man ran away. Before he vanished into the night, a few people managed to get a clear view of him, despite his efforts to conceal his face. Ambulances and police cars arrived at the scene shortly after. They were powerless to save Eleonora or Daniele, though. In the stairway, Daniele was discovered unconscious and laying on his back amid a sizable pool of blood. Eleonora's body was found face down in the hallway of the apartment, with the door wide open and her hair and clothing drenched in blood. By the time emergency personnel came, Oath had already died. Numerous stab wounds and significant blood loss were later identified as the cause of death. Eleonora had 37 stab wounds, while Daniele had 38, according to forensic experts. Chilling concerns were raised by the severe violence. Why would they target this young, loving couple, and who could have carried out such a vicious attack? At first, investigators thought it might have been a poorly executed robbery. Daniele was a well-known public personality, and his financial success was widely acknowledged. The idea that the couple was challenged at home after someone acting on a tip broke in with the expectation of finding goods sounded credible. But for Daniele and Eleonora, the timing seemed fatally unlucky. Since the flat had nothing valuable missing, this notion was swiftly disproved. Cash remained undisturbed in the open. In addition, Eleonora was sporting a diamond ring, a necklace, and a pair of earrings that Daniele had given her as a wedding present. These things weren't stolen. The attack's exceptional violence instantly caught the attention of investigators. The brutal knife attack on the victims revealed personal motivations and a deep-seated animosity for them. This raised the possibility that the crime was motivated by passion, possibly by a lover who had been rejected, or by a desire for vengeance. Investigators thought that there might have been a love triangle, in which one of the victims had an affair that led to this horrible conduct. This notion was quickly disproved, though. Everyone who knew Daniele and Eleonora was convinced that they were in love and would never betray one another. However, it was impossible to completely rule out the chance that someone had unrequited love for one of them. A number of odd objects that didn't appear to be the victims were discovered at the murder scene. These consisted of a blood-stained stockings, zip ties, and a few bottles of bleach. The fact that these items were strewn all around the room indicates that the criminal brought them. The stocking later included the DNA of an unidentified individual and traces of Daniele's blood, according to forensic investigation. Daniele probably removed the stocking during the battle, but it seemed like the attacker had used it as a mask to cover his face. A depressing drawing of a face in black pen was another unsettling feature on the picture. Enough details from the witnesses were gathered to produce a composite sketch of the offender. The boy walking his dog, who had confronted the attacker directly, gave the most lucid story. But the boy was naturally scared, and the veracity of his account was questioned because it was late at night. The child described the man's clothes and the backpack he was wearing in further detail. However, the investigation did not immediately advance as a result of the composite sketch. Witnesses told authorities that they heard Eleonora continuously begging someone to stop, even uttering a name that sounded like Andrea on multiple occasions. The first noteworthy lead was this one. In the hopes of discovering the truth, authorities started carefully investigating every man named Andrea who had any connection to the couple's lives after COVID. However, the first person suspected was a man named Andrea Formati, who Eleonora had known as a teenager. They rarely interacted and resided in different cities. On social media, they followed one another. According to investigators, Formati may have had feelings for Eleonora when they were little. He might have targeted her and her fiancé after learning of her engagement, acting on the perverse notion that, if I can't have you, no one can. Andrea was promptly found and taken into custody to be questioned. He was shocked to learn of Eleonora's passing, and even more shocked to learn that he was a suspect, but his identity was quickly cleared. Andrea was on a business trip in Rome the night of the incident, and her alibi was supported by multiple witnesses and security camera footage. Daniele's old buddy, Andrea Martinelli, was the next suspect. The notion that he harbored affections for Eleonora in secret and despised Daniele as a result was taken into consideration by investigators. The two guys had just communicated 3 hours prior to the crime, according to phone records. But Martinelli also had a solid alibi that was confirmed by other people. Detectives focused on a 37-year-old guy named Andrea Rodeo, a relatively recent acquaintance of the couple after ruling out the close friends. He was a prime suspect since he looked a lot like the composite sketch. When witnesses were called to identify Rodeo after he was taken into custody, They all agreed that the individual they saw the night of the crime was someone else, which strengthened Rodeo's defense. Rodeo, too, was freed because he had a strong alibi and no other suspicious people named Andrea were in the couple's social group. The inquiry came to a standstill. The time spent looking into men named Andrea may have been squandered, as detectives started to wonder if Eleonora had yelled a different name during the attack. Finding fresh leads was now essential to advancing the investigation. A crucial piece of evidence that had previously been missed was discovered by investigators during a second investigation of the crime scene. They discovered a folded piece of paper underneath a tiny shoe rack, which was probably dropped by the offender. It looked as though the paper had been ripped from a student notebook. A terrifying plan of action for breaking into the flat and committing the crime was written on it in hurried handwriting. Using the zip ties discovered at the site to subdue the pair was specifically part of the instructions. The assailants seemed to have carefully considered how they would use the materials they had taken with them to restrain and injure the victims. This revelation rekindled the inquiry with a renewed focus on identifying the cool and meticulous offender and provided fresh insight into the deliberate character of the crime. The most heinous aspects of the perpetrator's plan were abandoned for unclear reasons. This was probably because of the couple's strong opposition. The attacker probably feared being caught in the act due to the loud shouts and commotion that many neighbors could hear. In order to make sure the couple was alone and had no visitors, the attacker had spent some time watching the flat, moving close to the windows and listening at the door, according to the note. The list also includes using bleach to remove evidence, changing into clean clothes after the incident, and hiding themselves with a nylon stocking. But there was no indication of a motive for such a heinous crime in the note. A hand-drawn map of the victim's neighborhood was included at the bottom of the article. Every exterior security camera on buildings and utility poles was noted on the map, along with a number of escape routes that evaded them. The attacker disregarded these safety measures during the getaway in spite of this apparent preparation. Investigators were able to partially trace the suspect's escape path using security footage after witnesses identified the direction in which he ran, although the trail did not immediately produce much information. For days, the composite sketch of the offender had been making the rounds on television and in newspapers, but no firm leads surfaced. Then, on September 26, a young guy entered a police station and said that the sketch looked a lot like Antonio DeMarco, a 21-year-old medical student who was a classmate. The fact that Antonio had not gone to courses or spoken to anyone at the institution for a number of days after the crime grabbed the detective's attention. Soon after, it was discovered that Antonio had rented a room in Daniela dos Santos's apartment before, but had left a few months prior. Since he no longer resided there, he had not been regarded as a person of interest. Antonio was characterized as quiet and unassuming people, someone who stayed out of arguments and only paid attention to his studies. Daniele had once rented out a room, but many people in the building didn't even recall it. People who knew Antonio had good things to say about him. He was conscientious, courteous, and focused. He had no known romantic connections, hardly ever engaged with others, and never went to parties or social events. He appeared to be a normal bookworm to most. In order to compare the handwriting on the message discovered at the crime scene with samples taken from Antonio's academic records, law enforcement acted swiftly. There was little question that the authorities had identified the perpetrator of the horrible act because the forensic analysis revealed a perfect match. Detectives were able to locate Antonio's mother, who gave them his current location, but no one knew for sure where he had relocated after leaving Daniele's flat. As it happened, he and 2 other students were renting a room in a house 3 blocks from the scene of the crime. The rent was divided among the 3 of them, and the lease was registered in the name of another student. Antonio DeMarco was detained outside a comic book store on September 28, 2020, 1 week after the horrific events, as he was purchasing a magazine. He didn't appear surprised when officers approached him, didn't try to resist, and didn't try to flee. Rather, he smirked crookedly and inquired as to how long it had taken them to locate him. Antonio did not deny his involvement from the beginning. He answered investigators' queries in icy, dispassionate detail, showed no emotion or regret, and even seemed to enjoy narrating what had happened that evening. He acknowledged that he had thought about silencing the young witness, but he was in too much of a hurry. He recalled seeing the witness walking his dog. Other people in the vicinity would have made matters more difficult, he added. Antonio's angelic appearance and the favorable comments from his university and the hospital where he was studying as a medical intern were in sharp contrast to his chillingly serene manner and lack of sorrow. Antonio was characterized as a promising and committed young physician, despite his perceived shyness. In order to learn more about Antonio's past, detectives turned to his mother. Antonia was her only child and was loved and appreciated because she had raised him by herself. The charges made against him saddened her. She acknowledged under interrogation that her son had always been unique. He found it difficult to relate to people as a child, shunned making friends, and favored being by himself. Antonio grew more reclusive during his adolescence. He would work on projects or draw for hours in his room, and he would become hostile if someone stopped him. His mother took him to a specialist because she was worried. Antonio was ultimately found to have a number of mental health conditions, as well as socialization problems. He succeeded academically in spite of these obstacles, especially in science and math, which helped him get accepted to medical school. Antonio further distanced himself from reality by retreating into the imaginary world of comic books and experiencing panic attacks. Antonio's mother claims that although a psychiatrist recommended medication to help manage his illness, Antonio failed to take it as directed. He would frequently take a dangerously large dose of his medication all at once, after skipping weeks of it. Given his inability to articulate his thoughts, feelings, and emotions, Antonio's psychiatrist had advised him to maintain a personal journal as a means of expressing them. This journal was eventually given to investigators by Antonio's mother. The entries initially appeared to be rather harmless. Antonio wrote of his desire to blend in, make friends, and lead a typical life. But during his time at the institution, he found it difficult to connect with others and was uncertain about how to handle social situations. Up until he saw an ad for a place for rent at a fair price, Antonio lived with his mother. Antonio reacted to the listing right away because Daniele's house was conveniently located near the campus. He paid his rent on time and didn't cause any problems, demonstrating that he was a peaceful and responsible tenant. According to his diary writings, Antonio appeared to consider Daniele a possible friend at the time. But when Eleonora arrived, the dynamic changed. Eleonora frequently stayed overnight, and the couple spent more and more time together. Daniele graciously asked Antonio to go when they made the decision to live together permanently. Although Antonio didn't express it publicly, he regarded the request as a serious personal slight. Rather, he stated that he had previously been preparing to locate a new location nearer to the hospital where he was doing his internship. The longer Antonio stayed, the more but Daniele gave him plenty of opportunity to leave. Anger toward the couple increased. The tone of Antonio's journal started to darken. He began to write in graphic detail about the various ways he could hurt the couple, even torturing them in court. He then asserted that these texts were just a means for him to express his rage and keep himself from acting on it. But his fantasies simply grew more intense, developing into a well-planned strategy. Antonio's notebook entries got more systematic after he moved out. He gave Daniele and Eleonore detailed instructions on how he planned to execute his scheme. Before leaving, Antonio made a covert duplicate of the apartment key, which he never gave back. His writings demonstrated a deep dislike for the pair and a wish to see them go through a drawn-out and agonizing death. Antonio prepared well and left little trace, yet there seemed to be no particular cause for his hostility. The lack of the offender's fingerprints at the site was observed by investigators. Antonio had taken special care, according to his journal. For further protection, he put glue on his fingers and covered them with gloves. Antonio wore simple, nondescript clothes the night of the incident and disguised himself with a nylon stocking. He had a change of clothes in his rucksack, along with zip ties to hold his torture victims in place and bleach to clear up evidence. Antonio's degree of preparation and forethought created a terrifying image of a man who had been engrossed in his own sinister ideas, turning his fantasies into a terrifying reality. To avoid being captured on video, the student carefully prepared a number of escape routes. When he got to the apartment complex, he sat outside under the windows for a while, listening intently to make sure the pair was alone. He went inside, climbed to the second floor, and waited outside their door for a few more minutes, listening for any noises, until he was positive they were alone. I'm happy. After leaving, he saved an extra key, which he used to silently open the door. Daniele and Eleonora were eating dinner when Antonio surprised them. Startled by the intrusion, Daniele inquired about his identity, his desires, and how he had gained entry. Antonio remained silent. Antonio repeatedly stabbed him in the chest and abdomen, as Daniele suddenly got up to confront him and eject him. As Eleonora started to scream, she charged at Antonio in an effort to save her fiancé. He stabbed her in the shoulder as payback. Despite his wounds, Daniele was able to stand up and recognize Antonio by removing the nylon stocking disguise from his face. Although witnesses later misheard Eleonora's cries, it is thought that she then began yelling Antonio's name in an attempt to get him to stop. As the altercation intensified, Antonio threw Eleonora to the ground and kept attacking her in an attempt to silence her. Daniele, who was bleeding profusely, stumbled to the front door, opened it, and entered the hallway while attempting to cry for assistance. Daniele had no chance of surviving once Antonio pursued him and struck her repeatedly. Antonio then went back to Eleonora, who had crept into the corridor. She stopped moving after he repeatedly stabbed her in the head, neck, and back. Antonio then removed the bleach from his backpack, but he gave up on cleaning the area because he knew he wouldn't have enough time. He was aware that the neighbors had probably heard the disturbance and had hurriedly contacted the police. He left the zip ties behind, changed into fresh clothing, and ran away. In the midst of the confusion, the paper with his plan must have dropped from his rucksack in the corridor. Crucial evidence against Antonio was provided when DNA samples taken from him matched those discovered on the nylon stocking he had worn as a mask. But Antonio made no effort to hide his guilt. He freely detailed his acts, expressing only regret that he had not been able to carry out his planned torture because of the commotion and fear. Antonio's defense lawyer demanded a psychiatric evaluation right away, claiming that Antonio was mentally incapable of standing trial. Nonetheless, the assessment found that Antonio knew exactly what he was doing when the offense was committed. Additionally, the inquiry established that Antonio had no regret for his actions and that the crime had been premeditated. Antonio gently answered the question of why he had grown so hostile to Daniele and Eleonora, that he desired their deaths. They were overly joyful, which infuriated me. In addition, he said that he had planned to torture his victims, but the trial procedure had not gone as planned. Execution mentioned the odd illustration of a dejected face that Antonio had discovered on a nylon stocking he had worn as a mask. They asked him where it came from and what it meant. Antonio clarified that he had planned to draw the same symbol in the victim's blood as a sort of signature and leave it on the apartment wall. He publicly stated that he would have committed another murder since he had relished taking life on June 7, 2021, and he even acknowledged that he had thought about employing this emblem in future crimes. Antonio DeMarco was found guilty of extraordinary cruelty in premeditated double killing. He was also considered a serious threat by the court, which noted that he lacked remorse, was capable of committing similar crimes again, and that psychological assessments indicated he would turn into a serial killer. Antonio received a life sentence without the chance of release. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. For Libby and Abigail, having a close friend meant having someone to rely on, and that remained true until their untimely deaths. One of Delphi's most terrifying mysteries over the years began when Libby and Abigail disappeared without a trace, only hours after she uploaded this picture to the internet. There have been unsettling rumors that the girls were sacrifices in a sinister cult, which detectives have surprisingly not completely ruled out. But did that actually occur, or did the murderer simply manage to remain undetected? Believe me, when we unearth every disturbing aspect of what transpired with these two best friends, this case will have you wondering about everything. We think the sketch you will see soon is of the individual who killed these two young girls, because of the fresh information and intelligence that have come to light over time. Everyone was on edge during a news conference in 2019. The unidentified murderer received a terrifying message from Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police, who stated that they were probably lurking in plain sight and assimilating into the town that had been rocked by one of its most horrific incidents. Now, we must go back 2 years to Monday, February 13, 2017, in order to comprehend the seriousness of his warning. As best friends, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, also called Libby, did everything together. They were thrilled to get a rare Monday off from school when they arrived to Libby's house that Sunday evening. Abby brought a box of art tools, and the two spent the evening throwing a softball around in the backyard and working on projects in Libby's room. Their creative zeal transformed into a desire for adventure by Monday afternoon. The girls decided to go to a nearby nature area next to the Manon High Bridge, a popular Delphi hangout. By 1:30 in the afternoon, they were dropped off close to the bridge after they persuaded Kelsey, Libby's older sister, to drive them there. The region was now a blend of serene charm and untamed beauty, with forested paths leading to the imposing Manon High Bridge. Despite being long abandoned, this historic railway bridge from 1891 continued to draw residents who came to take in the scenery, take pictures, and take in the tranquil mood. For two closest friends, it was the ideal place to explore, have fun, and create memories. However, what had begun that day as an enjoyable trip would quickly become a nightmare and a catastrophe that rocked Delphi to its foundations. Libby posted a picture of Abby cautiously traversing the ancient, weathered wooden planks of the Manon High Bridge on Snapchat at approximately 2:07 in the afternoon. Later that day, when Libby's father came to pick up the two best friends, the girls were nowhere to be seen, and that picture would prove to be their final known glimpse. Confusion initially, followed by increasing panic when their phones went unanswered. When Libby's father called their names and looked around, the only sound he heard was the silence of the forest. Asking if she had heard from the girls or if he was in the wrong place, he made contact with Kelsey. He wasn't, and neither had she. Fear set in. By dusk, the police were summoned, and what began as a family search swiftly expanded into a large communal effort. Locals joined in, calling for Abby and Libby as search teams searched the woods and trails around the bridge. There was no success in tracking down the females' cell phones. The residents said that as everyone in the neighborhood banded together to look for Abby and Libby, the night was filled with flashlights flickering in the woods like stars. Their relatives weren't believing it, while other individuals believed the girls might have simply gone out or were having a good time. The search was canceled just before midnight as the hours went by, and the police assured everyone that there was no proof the girls were in imminent danger and that the search would resume early the next day, February 14. Everyone continued to beg for a miracle and cling to optimism. Then, however, a startling revelation was made. Abby and Libby were located by one of the search team members, but it wasn't good. Less than a mile from where they had been dumped off the previous day, the bodies of the slain girls were found. Although the authorities were now concentrating on identifying the culprit, the identity of the murderer remained a secret for months, in spite of the numerous tips that came in. This tiny village of only 3,000 residents was completely upended. The community as a whole was shocked by the unthinkable notion that two young girls had been killed in broad daylight. Libby's own phone was one of the most important pieces of evidence. When Abby crossed the bridge, police found that Libby had been photographing her. She also recorded a man's voice and image as he walked along them in that video. Bridge Guy was the moniker given to the individual in the video. Authorities suspect this man of killing them. The officials posted still images from the video, not the entire thing but enough to potentially jog someone's memory, in an attempt to garner public assistance. Additionally, they drew a sketch of a man they saw on the route that day based on witness accounts. According to the description, the Bridge Guy was a white male with reddish-brown hair who was between 5'6" and 5'10", and weighed between 180 and 220 pounds. A man wearing blue pants, a blue jacket, and a hoodie was depicted in the hazy images. Two illustrations that were based on eyewitness descriptions were also made public by the police. A younger man was depicted in one sketch and an elderly man in the other. The authorities published a clip of the man's voice heard saying, "Down the hill," in the tape that Libby had taken in an attempt to forward the case because no arrests had been made in spite of all of this. The purpose of this fresh evidence was to pique public curiosity and ideally lead to a lead. In an effort to keep the focus on identifying the culprit, the police at the time described the footage as originating from potential criminal behavior. Investigators also disclosed that they thought the murderer was either a resident of Del Fauci or knew the community well. Everyone was on edge since the killer knew the region, whether they worked there or had some other connection. They hoped that someone would identify the voice, the face, or the facts and assist solve the case completely. More than 2 years after Libby and Abby were discovered dead, in April 2019, law authorities held another high-profile press conference. SPS Superintendent Doug Carter directly appealed to the murderer during this conference, saying, "I know you're hiding in plain sight. I think you have a little conscience left," he continued, "and I can tell you that what they're going through now is not what you left them in those woods." Many persons had been connected to the case as possible suspects by this time, and the police had received numerous tips. Ron Logan was one of the names that surfaced first, but others matched the 2 sketches that the police had made public. He was an older man who lived in Delphi, Indiana, and his residence there had more to do with his involvement in the case than his age. Logan's farm was less than a mile away from the bodies of Libby and Abby, who were discovered a short stroll from the Monon High Bridge where the girls were last seen. That kind of closeness made Logan a highly desirable individual in a tiny community like Delphi. Logan had spent more than half a century living on a peaceful country road close to the path that led to the Monon High Bridge. It looked like the last place anything terrible like this could occur, because it was a quiet place where families frequently strolled. But after the girls' bodies were found, the environment became much darker and more ominous. Logan, meanwhile, did not exactly assist himself. He gave the cops a reasonably good alibi when the girls vanished, that he had been at an aquarium out of town. But then things started to go sideways. Logan was found to have asked a family member to tell a falsehood about where he was that day. That was a big warning sign. Why would he strive to hide his whereabouts if he had nothing to conceal? A month after the killings in March 2017, the FBI intervened, further complicating matters. Ronald Logan's home, garage, pickup truck, computers, and cell phones were all allowed to be searched by the FBI. The FBI agent explicitly stated that there was probable cause to believe in the warrant request. Evidence of Eve Logan's involvement in the killings was discovered on his property. The spy even described in full their suspicions about Logan's involvement. Before we get started, though, the request provided some previously unreleased information regarding the crime site. The FBI first verified that a piece of clothing was missing from one of the victims. Investigators discovered fibers and unidentifiable hairs at the crime scene, but no indications of a struggle or brawl were present. The bodies also seemed to have been staged and transported, even though just a few seconds of the notorious video had been made public. Until then, the agent verified that it was 43 seconds long by referring to it on Libby's phone. There were no obvious signs of a scuffle in the video, which showed the guy trailing the girls around the Monon High Bridge. Additional suspicious information was uncovered by the search warrant for Logan's property, which was situated directly adjacent to the scene of the girls' deaths. According to the FBI agent, Logan had instructed a family member to fabricate an alibi for the afternoon the girls vanished. Additionally, mobile tower data revealed that Logan's phone was in the vicinity of the girls' disappearance and, later that evening, close to the location where the remains were subsequently found. Additionally, Logan's former girlfriends came out with unsettling information regarding his actions. According to both, Logan had physically abused them. One lady said that Logan had threatened to kill her and that no one would ever locate her body. Additionally, the agent stated that the victims had lost a significant amount of blood, and it was highly likely that the murderer would have come into contact with blood on their person or clothing. The remains appeared to have been staged and transferred deliberately, and 2 items of clothing belonging to one of the females were missing. The agent conjectured that the murderer may have done something to commemorate the crime scene, such as taking a memento. Investigators searched Logan's property in the hopes of discovering something that would connect him to the killings. However, Logan persisted in claiming that he had been purchasing tropical fish in L.A. Fauci, which was 20 miles away, and that he hadn't returned home until 6:30 p.m. However, when authorities investigated his alibi, they discovered that his cousin, who was purportedly with him, had not supported his account. Actually, they were unable to verify any of Logan's alibi information. Nothing tangible was discovered to link Logan to the killings, even after a thorough search of his property was conducted as part of the investigation. He had a history of legal issues, including a prior DUI conviction, and he was prohibited from driving while on probation. Investigators thought it was the reason he had requested his relative to tell a falsehood on his behalf. Ironically, Logan was eventually arrested for probation violations, which had nothing to do with the Delphi killings. While he was in detention, investigators had the opportunity to inspect his property once more, but once more they were unable to find any concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. Logan's death from COVID-19 in 2020 marked the formal end of suspicions about him, although it didn't seem like it had ended yet. This time, another interesting individual was discovered. Keegan Anthony Klein is the man in question. Klein had a troubling history of online catfishing and was 30 years old at the time. Anthony Schatz was the username of one of his accounts. The narrative goes deeper, but police think that Anthony Schatz's Instagram account was used to ask underage girls for graphic photos. In fact, on the day of the killings, Klein was speaking with Libby German. Furthermore, he allegedly informed another girl that he was meant to meet Libby on that particular day. The uncanny coincidence that the last person to talk to Libby was an internet predator was difficult to overlook. Was it a stroke of luck? Or did Klein have some connection to the murderer? Was there any chance that he was somehow connected to the crime? His Peru, Indiana house was promptly searched by police. Even though Klein was never officially charged with the killings, the evidence they discovered in his house was sufficient to warrant significant charges. He was arrested on suspicion of child exploitation and possession of child pornography after detectives found explicit photographs of minors during the search. Christopher Cecil, an Indiana State Police officer, testified that Klein persuaded girls between the ages of 12 and 18 to email him pornographic images or videos by adopting false identities. 11 victims were identified by investigators, but they thought that even more had not. In a 2022 jailhouse interview, Klein came forward and acknowledged attempting to get obscene photos from young girls. However, he stated that he was really lonely and didn't really know why he did it, and that he never planned to meet any of them in person. Klein was given a 40-year prison term with 3 years suspended after entering a guilty plea to the charges. Even while his term served as a reminder of how serious his actions were, Abby and Libby's case remained unresolved. 5 years after the horrifying killings in 2022, many people worried that justice would never be served. The case appeared to have stalled for years. The neighborhood was becoming more and more irritated, and investigators were making little headway. Then, on October 26 of that year, everything changed when it was revealed that Richard Allen, 50, had been arrested and charged with Abby and Libby's murders. Richard Allen was not an unfamiliar or aloof person. He was a well-known figure in Delphi, a tiny town. He was married, had a daughter, and worked at the neighborhood CVS pharmacy. He had even produced tribute images for the families of the victims, which was shocking. How could someone with such a strong sense of community be able to commit such a horrible crime? Maybe, just maybe, what Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter had said 3 years prior had been frighteningly true. It was unthinkable. The murderer is right in front of you. Once seemingly unsolvable, the case was now taking an unexpected turn. Nobody had predicted how difficult it would be to solve this case. They were unable to find the murderer despite nearly 6 years of ceaseless research, more than 70,000 tips, innumerable sketches of possible candidates, and even the well-known blurry footage from Libby's phone. The question of how investigators had overlooked Allen for so long arose as they eventually closed in on him. What caused this puzzle piece to take so long to fit together? It turns out that Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident, had put himself on the trail the day of the killings by dressing exactly like the bridge guy that witnesses had described. The reports of other witnesses who said they saw someone who looked like Richard on the route that day were even more terrifying. Investigators found an unused bullet at the crime scene that matched a gun owned by Richard Allen after one witness even claimed to have seen a man strolling down the street covered in bloodied and filthy clothing. He was directly linked to the crime by this important piece of evidence. Although Richard was arrested quickly, his defense team promptly issued a statement attempting to correct the public perception of their client and the current inquiry. I'll immediately quote a few of the defense's main points from their statement. In his entire life, 50-year-old Richard has never been arrested or charged with a crime. He is innocent, and he doesn't understand why he's been accused of these crimes. After Libby German and Abby Williams vanished, Rick called the police and willingly talked about being on the trail that day instead of the authorities contacting him. Rick wanted to help wherever he could, just like many others in Delphi. As he usually did, he called the police to inform them that he had gone on the route that day. If Rick hadn't come forward, they most likely wouldn't have even known he was on the trail. In order to provide information on his trip to the trail, Rick offered to meet with a conservation officer outside the neighborhood supermarket that day. Rick told the authorities that he did remember seeing 3 younger girls on the route that day in an attempt to help with the inquiry. His interactions with the girls were fleeting and unimportant. Rick thinks the conservation officer wrote notes on the video, but he cannot remember if his conversation with the officer was captured on it. The statement went on to say that after Rick gave him this information, he returned to his work at the neighborhood CVS and didn't hear from the police for over 5 years. Notepad was there when Rick spoke to him. In October 2022, around the time of a contentious sheriff's election, he received his next communication from police enforcement. Some found the timing a little strange. In addition, the defense team cited the fact that Richard had not moved or altered his appearance in the 5 years since he willingly spoke to the police, nor had he disposed of his clothes, pistols, or car. He instead went about his daily business, which the defense claimed was the conduct of an innocent man. But when disturbing information were uncovered in additional documents months later, things took even another unforeseen turn. According to the documents, Richard was accused of confessing to the killings more than once. According to reports, he made these admissions on the phone with his own mother, as well as his wife, Kathy. According to reports, Kathy would abruptly disconnect the call in each of these situations. Following these admissions, Richard's mental state quickly worsened. He stopped eating and sleeping, lost weight, and even damaged his tablet, his only means of communication with the outside world. He started acting out and doing strange things like eating his lawyer's legal documents. The case became even more sinister after this discovery. The defense said that these admissions were untrustworthy because they were made while Richard was in protective confinement, which caused severe mental strain. The judge denied the defense's request to transfer Richard to a different jail, citing the fact that he was being treated better than other prisoners in the same facility. However, the story thickened once again when the defense submitted an odd 136-page letter that blamed a group of people who practiced Odinism, a pagan Norse religion, rather than Richard Allen. According to the defense, these people were behind the killings. Throughout the memoranda, the defense cited a 2017 statement by an FBI agent that Abby and Libby's bodies seemed to have been staged and manipulated. The crime scene was mostly unknown before this. Only text messages purportedly sent by Abby's uncle David had gone viral online, and no autopsy results had been made public. Details about the girls' bodies were disclosed in these texts. They were discovered touching but unbound close to one another. Libby was naked, with sticks and leaves covering the upper half of her body, while Abby was dressed. They had reportedly had their throats slit. The defense's assertion that Odinism rune-like symbols had been discovered at the crime scene was the most startling aspect of this recent development. By claiming that these symbols were left by members of this Odinist cult, they attempted to deflect attention from Richard and allude to a much more sinister and intricate story. The finding of Libby's body at the base of a tree was one of the most remarkable aspects. Her right arm was at her side, while her left arm was outstretched above her head, touching the tree. One enormous branch extended from her head to her legs, and many more were arranged above her in a purposeful design. The absence of blood near Libby's neck and tree, according to the defense, indicates that she might have been slain somewhere else before being transported. The body of Abby was discovered a few feet away, completely clothed, but wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. The defense suggested that the suspected criminals had previously slain Abby and then made amends. Except for the area around her neck, there was not much blood on her clothing, despite her deadly neck wounds, suggesting that she made an effort to keep her body clean. The branches were arranged in an asterisk pattern on top of Abby, who was standing with her right knee bent under her left. Additionally, the defense pointed out that one of the branches looked to have been chopped precisely indicating premeditation. Smaller sticks, like horns or antlers, were positioned over Abby's hair above her head. An additional disturbing feature was a red F-shaped smear on a neighboring tree that was identified as Libby's blood. According to the defense, this symbol was similar to the Norse rune and symbols which represent Odin. Additionally, they identified the Norse god of hail with the symbol Hagalaz that was discovered on Abby's body. According to the defense's theory, these runes implied a ceremonial purpose for the murders. The defense contested the prosecution's timetable, which implied that the killings had place in a brief period of time, arguing that it was not possible for a single person, especially one as diminutive as Richard Allen, to have carried out the killings by themselves. They questioned if the bullet found buried between the girls was located right away after the bodies were found, or if it was discovered days later, and how it was linked to a gun that belonged to Allen. The defense cited the link between Abby and Odinism, and contended that the murders took longer than one individual could complete in such a short period of time. The father of Abby's purported lover, B.H., had connections to Odinism and shared images on social media that mirrored the symbols discovered at the scene of the crime. Before information about the crime site was made public, the defense alleged that B.H. had mentioned it. The unsettling meme that B uploaded was also part of the theory. H, days after the killings, making jokes about keeping quiet and assisting with the body disposal. The defense said he acknowledged to being engaged in the killings and brought up another possible suspect. In addition, the defense claimed that a number of law enforcement personnel who were part of the inquiry secretly supported the Odinism idea but were silenced in order to concentrate on Allen. The defense contended that Allen's declining mental state while incarcerated might have resulted in forced confessions. They said he had been coerced into admitting by threats from Odinists serving as guards. They also claimed that, in order to get a search warrant for Allen's house, the lead investigator concealed important evidence. The destruction of evidence was brought up as another important concern. 70 days' worth of witness interviews, which could have been vital in the early phases of the inquiry, were allegedly destroyed, according to the defense. The defense became even more frustrated as they attempted to refute the prosecution's argument. The prosecution presented evidence to counter the defense's Odinism theory at a 3-day hearing in 2024. Although the expert was unable to identify the blood source, the prosecution put in a blood spatter expert who testified that the blood on the tree was a transfer stain rather than painted. Additionally, the defense contended that Allen's confessions, more than 60 in all, were forced and ought not to be allowed in court. They contended that Allen's rigorous treatment at a high-security facility had deteriorated his mental health, resulting in stress-induced psychosis. Numerous witnesses attested to Allen's worsening health, as well as his strange conduct and final admission of guilt for the killings. Additionally, according to testimony from a DNA specialist, Allen's DNA was not found at the crime scene, and none of the objects discovered at his house contained any traces of Libby or Abby's DNA. The .40 caliber bullet discovered close to the girls' deaths was the only significant piece of evidence that prosecutors focused on, even though his confession appeared to be a significant step toward resolving the case. The defense was not buying into the prosecution's expert's allegation that it matched Allen's gun, pointing out that insufficient pictures of the cartridge had been obtained, and even speculating that the bullet might have originated from a police officer's firearm. Many questioned the validity of this piece of evidence in light of that. Additionally, the prosecution put a lot of effort into connecting Allen to the terrifying bridge man. State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman, who examined more than 700 of Allen's jail conversations, said that he believed the voice on the video and audio recordings that Libby made on her phone just before the girls were killed sounded like Allen. Despite the boldness of the declaration, several people were still skeptical. Then, on November 11, 2024, the time came. Only 1 month later, on December 20, 2024, Allen was found guilty on all counts. Judge Gall gave him a 130-year prison term, of which 65 years had to be served for the killings of the girls. In order to begin his sentence, he was consequently taken right away to the Westville prison. The problem is that there is still a significant division, even though some people were relieved to see justice done. Many people are wondering why it took 5 years for Allen to be linked to the case. The voices, the movies, and those doodles were there. Why, then, didn't someone look into Allen earlier? Furthermore, suspicions were heightened by the fact that his arrest occurred right before a sheriff's election. Was there more to the story, or was it all a coincidence? Serious discussions have been triggered by this. What are your thoughts? Was Allen the murderer, or do you believe Logan, the initial suspect, may have been involved? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 3 identical luggage were discovered strewn around Virginia's Chesapeake Bay in May 2004. On Sunday, the third and most recent suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore. A recreational boat alerted police to its presence in the sea close to the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The second one was then discovered on Fisherman's Island last Tuesday by a student researcher. What's within? As awful as you might imagine, a heavy trash bag or something was placed over the contents. It was obvious what was inside of it. A pair of human legs, that is. It turned out to be 39-year-old Bill McGuire inside the baggage. The disturbing question reverberated. Who was Bill, and what secrets would have made him a prime candidate for such a horrific demise in the Woodbridge Township area of central New Jersey? It has a distinct charm because of the smooth blending of many cultures. Woodbridge is not merely a place. It's a cozy home where stories about safety are shared. With a low crime rate, Woodbridge Township is a typically safe place to live. There is peace and security in the community. In addition to offering beautiful splendor, the parks and waterfront are places where people of all ages can relax without worrying about anything. But beyond this amiable facade is a terrifying story that rocked the community. In the tale of Bill McGuire, a terrible incident occurred in an ostensibly tranquil community. It serves as a reminder that surprises can be concealed even in the most commonplace locations. Bill, whose real name is William Theodore McGuire, was born in Bloomfield, New Jersey on September 21, 1964. Ruth Theodora Sal McGuire and William Christopher McGuire were his parents. After graduating from Bloomfield High School in 1982, Bill grew up in Bloomfield. After that, he continued his education at Rutgers University, where he earned his degree in computer science in 1986. Bill worked as a computer programmer for several different companies after graduating from college. In his spare time, his coworkers held him in high regard because he worked hard. Bill loved spending time with his family, fishing, and playing golf. Bill was a good-hearted, giving man who was always ready to lend a hand. He was a humorous and gregarious person. In 1986, he married Marcy Pohl. However, their marriage was brief, and they divorced in 1994. In 1986, the couple relocated to Virginia Beach, where Bill was employed by the Navy as an electronics specialist. Marcy, a native of Vernon, New Jersey, accompanied him on this move. Bill and Marcy moved back to the Atlantic City region in 1990. However, Bill's behavior underwent a significant transformation in this new environment. He developed a serious addiction to binge drinking and gambling. At this point, Marcy saw that their relationship had drastically deteriorated. When Marcy filed for a restraining order against Bill in 1995 after he threw pebbles through her window, the situation became more heated and they eventually got divorced. Then, in 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slate in a Woodbridge, New Jersey restaurant, where she was working part-time while pursuing her nursing degree. Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly Melanie Lynn Slate, was born in America on October 8, 1972, and grew up in Ridgewood, Middletown Township, New Jersey, where she attended Middletown High School. South continued her education at Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology. She graduated in 1994, placing second in her class. The Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, which is now Raritan Bay Medical Center, is where she received her nursing degree. When he first met Melanie in 1997, she was the ideal match for his disposition. They fell in love right away, and the following year they were married. Soon after, in 1999, the couple welcomed 2 kids into their household. They welcomed their first child, a son, in 2000. Their second child, a son, was born in 2002, 2 years later, their marriage appeared to be picture perfect, full of laughter and love. But fissures were starting to show beneath the surface. The couple started to feel the effects of financial difficulties. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been financially stable and prudent, but as debt mounted and their relationship became more strained, his gambling addiction had a negative impact on their finances. Melanie, a nurse, put in a lot of overtime to provide for the family, but it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Bill's gambling addiction caused them to experience mental distress in addition to financial difficulties. He would frequently go missing for days at a time, leaving Melanie to take care of the kids and run the house by herself. Their marriage's foundation of trust started to crumble, giving way to mistrust and animosity. Melanie stayed dedicated to her marriage in the hopes that things would ultimately get better, even if the tensions were getting worse. Their relationship grew more strained as she attempted to assist Bill in kicking his addiction. The McGuires intended to relocate to a bigger house in Warren County, New Jersey in 2004. On April 28, 2004, they closed on a new home, but the unimaginable occurred before they could move in. Bill disappeared from his seemingly normal existence on April 29, 2004, leaving a family in distress and a trail of unsolved questions in his wake. Bill went where? What would have caused him to vanish so abruptly? Bill had been nowhere to be seen for weeks. His loving wife and kids were left with a huge hole in their hearts after he was gone. However, they had no idea that Bill's destiny was far more remarkable than they had ever thought. 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their kids, went fishing from Virginia Beach in the direction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel early on May 5, 2004. They came upon an unexpected catch while they were traveling north, parallel to the tunnel, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. They stopped in their boat, intrigued by the enigmatic object. They discovered something terrifying when they opened the bag, which was very hefty. There was a pair of legs inside a black sack. The fishermen were horrified by their discovery and called the police right away. They pondered whether further suitcases, each containing a different fragment of a human body, were concealed in the depths of the Chesapeake Bay. The remaining missing parts of this unsettling puzzle were soon the focus of police attention. A student researching Fisherman's Island's nature reserve made another terrifying discovery just days after the first suitcase was discovered. On May 10, 2004, a second suitcase that looked exactly like the first one was discovered on the beach. But this time it was a human torso, complete with head and arms. As the hunt for the missing body parts grew more intense, the wait for answers dragged on. On May 15, 2004, a fisherman made the last horrifying discovery 5 days after the second suitcase was discovered. A third bag, which was once more identical to the first two, was discovered floating in the Chesapeake Bay. The victim's legs and pelvis were inside, and the search area was difficult due to the size of the Chesapeake Bay. Investigators made the decision to ask for assistance from the public. In the hopes that someone might recognize him, they made the victim's sketch public. Amazingly, the sketch produced results in a matter of days. Bill's close friends Susan and John Rice, who hadn't seen him in weeks, were crucial in identifying his body. On May 21, 2004, they watched a sketch of the victim on television, and Sue recognized her friend's unique features right away. Although initially dubious, her husband John concurred that the drawing looked very like Bill, identifying their friend's features. They alerted the authorities right away. Additionally, the couple gave the inquiry vital information. They remembered that Bill had just rushed out of their house after getting into a nasty fight with his wife, Melanie McGuire. They believed that he had rashly run away to Atlantic City and distracted himself by going on a gambling binge. However, Bill didn't communicate for weeks, which worried his friends and family. As soon as Bill's identification was established, detectives started analyzing his fingerprints. Luckily, Bill's fingerprints were already on file, so a match was made right away. A terrible crime had now claimed the life of the man who had gone missing. Rumors of domestic violence, gambling addiction, and even a restraining order surrounded Bill's mysterious history. Marcy Pollock, Bill's ex-wife, had also come forward to talk about the physical and emotional abuse she experienced during their marriage. Following their wedding, she had said that their relationship quickly soured, leading to a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. In addition to making it challenging to identify the offender, these accusations presented a concerning image of Bill's personality. The challenge now for investigators was to piece together what happened before Bill McGuire died and find the person responsible. The question still stands: who was the murderer indeed? Consider the possibility of a loved one becoming missing, even for a single day. You'd be terrified and anxious, and you'd do your hardest to locate them. You would still call the police to report them missing even if you and the person had a disagreement. But in this instance, Melanie didn't report any missing persons to the police after Bill vanished. Rather than reporting him missing right away after being gone for over a month, she sought legal advice from a divorce lawyer. She additionally stated that she felt frightened in his presence when she filed for a restraining order against him on April 30, 2004. Since they had located the person in the sketch through Bill's pals, the police were taken aback that Bill's wife hadn't filed a missing persons report. When the police began to investigate Melanie McGuire, they discovered something really strange. 2 days after Sarah and Bill got into a heated argument, on April 30, 2004, she did something that would raise most people's eyebrows. Melanie was going to go out to Atlantic City and look for his car since she thought he might be there gambling. However, it's fascinating to note how people responded to her in a way that didn't make sense. They said he had physically abused her, but she went on to damage the car with a man she says she doesn't want to be near. Melanie's phone conversations were being tracked by the police as they started to keep an eye on her actions. One of these intercepted conversations had an important piece of evidence that the police found in the middle of seemingly routine chats. After a period of disconnection, Melanie spoke with Jim Finn, a former nursing school acquaintance who had a crush on her. In February 2004, they got back in touch, with Melanie contacting him when she needed something. Conscious of Jim's passion with guns, wouldn't you tell me that Jim, who was still in love with Melanie, advised getting a pistol for self-defense after she talked to him about Bill's actions prior to his disappearance? But after hearing their chats, investigators came to the conclusion that Jim was unaware of any murderous preparations. When authorities questioned Jim, he was shocked to hear that Melanie had bought a pistol and didn't know she was involved in any wrongdoing. On April 26, 2004, she then bought a .38 caliber handgun from a shop in Easton, Pennsylvania. Bill went missing 2 days prior to this. Melanie maintained her innocence and denied any involvement, in spite of ongoing observation and examination. 5 days after her husband's disappearance, she took another mysterious road trip, this time to Delaware. Investigators believe that Melanie's journey to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up, notwithstanding Melanie's claim to Dr. Miller that she was truly shopping for furniture in the early hours of May 4, 2004. In contrast to the regular route along the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge on Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the route she chose would normally lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. According to Patty Precioso, Melanie drove Bill's remains to Virginia the night before she departed New Jersey. Naturally, though, Melanie finds this theory absurd. This theory was ludicrous, she said, because Virginia Beach was. Considering the significant distance, an extra 450 miles from Delaware, it was not feasible to cover such a large area in such a short period of time. Did Melanie McGuire really act by herself? Or was there someone who was complicit? It might have been Jim Flynn. However, why would someone go to such extent for a female with whom he had a romantic interest years before? But think about it. It might be a covert affair, someone nearby, or someone else. Maybe it was someone who would kill for her if necessary. Dr. Brad Miller was the voice you heard. Melanie was one of his nurses, and he was a partner at RMA Associates. At least for both of them, the romance started when Melanie was 8 months along with her second kid. Melanie and Dr. Miller had a serious relationship after she got back from maternity leave. Despite their married status and little children, it seemed as though they were becoming profoundly in love. Growing evidence that Melanie McGuire was involved in her husband's death was discovered by investigators. 2 syringes and a bottle of the tranquilizer chloral hydrate were found in Bill's automobile. Bradley Miller had written the prescription in Melanie's handwriting, according to Miller. Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer specialist, examined the McGuire's computers and portable electronics during the investigation, including a desktop computer in their apartment. Her analysis showed that a number of troubling subjects were looked for online between April 11 and April 26, 2004. The searches included questions on gun laws, toxic insulin levels, how to buy guns illegally, how to commit murder, and undetectable poisons. The gun, the online search, or the affair, among other pieces of evidence. One specific detail confused folks. It was the acquisition of a $500,000 home just prior to his disappearance. They were scheduled to close on the house at 2:00 p.m. on April 28, 2004. Throughout, Melanie maintained communication with Dr. Miller, who begged her not to move forward with the house purchase. He said he wanted to be with her and create a future with her. Melanie promised to take care of it. They were very excited when they got back to their rented townhouse after closing on the house and called John Rice, who was apparently very happy. Dr. Miller and Melanie had their last talk that evening. After drinking some red wine, I told him that Bill was dozing off on the couch and that they had closed on the house. When Bill woke up, Melanie intended to talk to him about the situation and ask for a divorce. According to Melanie's account, the incident involved a major quarrel between her and Bill, which happened early in the morning at approximately 3 or 4 o'clock. It all began with Melanie expressing that she had made a compromise on the house they were buying together. Bill reacted quickly and strongly, saying that it wasn't what he wanted and that he was unhappy. A furious argument ensued after he expressed his desire for a less expensive home in Virginia, which Melanie rejected. Melanie went on to explain how the fight became violent, mentioning that Bill shoved a dryer sheet into her mouth, demonstrating his obsession with them at these times. He then told her that he was going out and would never be coming back, and he even gave her instructions to tell their kids why they would not have a father. As he packed and made multiple trips up and down the stairs, he expressed this via the bathroom door, constantly critiquing her last words to him, which were an entreaty to stop. The police had finally found the luggage and were about to bring Bill to justice. The cops were actively looking for one important piece of evidence. There was still a longing for evidence that Melanie was responsible for the dismemberment. They searched her house meticulously, but they couldn't find any bullets, blood, or anything else. She was not directly connected to the murder by any tangible evidence. Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her children at a daycare center more than a year after Bill McGuire was murdered, on June 5, 2005. In the case that became known as the suitcase killer, she was charged with first-degree murder. In 2005, Melanie entered a not guilty plea and was freed on $750,000 bail. Her bond was increased to $2.1 million after a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts. Once more, she was let free. She was later charged in another indictment with writing letters that impeded the inquiry. Melanie's trial started in 2007, 3 years after the crime. She killed her spouse in 2004 to begin a new life with her partner, according to the prosecution. According to lead investigator Precioso's testimony, the evidence suggests a murder that was well planned. Melanie insisted on her innocence, claiming her husband was an obsessive gambler who had started acting strangely. Her description was challenged by a representative for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice, who claimed that there was no proof Mr. McGuire was anything more than a casual gambler. Melanie's defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the murder and dismemberment took place in the Woodbridge apartment. They emphasized that there was no DNA or blood tissue in the apartment, nor were there any signs from a bullet or saw. Furthermore, neighbors did not report hearing gunshots or the sound of a power saw. Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty 3 years later on April 23, 2007, of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, placing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and then throwing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She received a sentence of 63 years and 9 months in jail with no chance of release. In addition, she was given a 5-year sentence for perjury and a 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains for lying to a family court judge about her husband's location after he disappeared in 2004. On April 28, 2004, the 2 sons of William and Melanie McGuire, whose names are kept secret for their safety and privacy, were last spotted with their father. As usual, Melanie dropped the 2- and 4-year-old boys off at their daycare. The boys expected to see their father when they got home from their routine at 8:20 Ayoyemim, but he was not there. Bill's older sister, Cindy Lagoche, a realtor at the Weichert firm in Franklin Lakes, was given custody of William and Melanie's sons. Cindy and her husband, Bill Lagoche, a pharmacist from Bucha of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were judged to be able to give the boys a caring and loving home. When the custody issue came up, they were seasoned parents who already had 2 grown children of their own, Laura Lagauche and Max Lagauche. Given that Cindy and Bill were already a close-knit family, the 2 boys were sent to live with them. Melanie's family unsuccessfully fought Cindy for custody when she was found guilty of killing her husband. Consequently, the only family that William and Melanie's sons have ever known, their aunt, uncle, and cousins, continued to live in New Jersey. Cindy provided proof that her sister-in-law's 2 children, who were 5 and 7 years old at the time, had been diagnosed with autism during Melanie's 2007 murder trial. After seeing their conduct, Cindy became worried about their welfare and, in order to safeguard their identity, got them examined. There is no additional information known on their present situation. It is known meanwhile that the boys haven't spoken to their mother since before her conviction. Given her background as a nurse and her kind and vivacious personality, it's difficult to even imagine how someone like Melanie could have committed such a horrible act. The case's high visibility generated a variety of reactions from viewers. Even if she had the motive, she doesn't seem to be capable of murder, which is one of the numerous holes in the story that many people think exist. How could this little woman do everything by herself? Was there anyone to help her? Was the charge against her unjustified? Was the charge completely false, or did the jury miss someone? You're not alone if these questions are on your mind. Melanie McGuire's guilt is questioned by many, including criminology experts Amy Schlossberg and Megan Sachs. Since Melanie doesn't fit the usual description of a murderer, they throw doubt on her conviction in their podcast, Direct Appeal. According to the prosecution's key witness, a forensic ballistics specialist, the bullets discovered in Bill's case were determined to be .38 caliber lead cutter rounds. No one entered my gun's serial number into a website to determine its specs. It seems that every rifle creates lands and grooves. Lands and grooves are rifling features that are machine-pressed into a gun's barrel. The bullet will effectively have the same amount of lands and grooves stamped on it as it goes through the barrel. According to the website of the company, my firearm created 5 lanes and grooves. However, my husband's bullets produced 6 lanes and grooves. They later discovered a mistake on the website of the weapons maker. The material on the website was changed following the tragic event of Bill McGuire's murder, which is confusing. They also talk about the trash bags that were discovered at the McGuire home and one bill that was discovered in. These lines are visible here. Is this type of smooth line a straight line? Additionally, there are 2 other lines that are nearly identical in location. This suggests that these 2 bags were produced in a very short period of time at the same plant, on the same line. The investigator emphasizes that these features show that the 2 bags were manufactured in a very short amount of time, at the same location, and on the same production line. Additionally, they affirm that the bags were made in the same run and express confidence in their finding based on tests that were performed and results that were observed. Stacks also highlights the lack of a credible crime scene and the physical difficulties of dismembering a person. They ran 2 tests in a video demonstration. The first test was a suitcase weight test to see if Melanie, who weighs 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase that weighed about 80 pounds over a bridge with a 40-inch guardrail. Their results indicated that 40 pounds, or roughly half of Melanie's weight, was a manageable weight to lift. Another important thing that you believe the jury should have heard more about was discovered within those suitcases. Animal hair, brown hair, black hair, and white hair can all be seen on page after page of the lab reports. I believe that's a sign that there was animal hair where Bill's body was dismembered. Melanie is still behind bars despite the release of a movie about her case, and she maintains that she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. She also questions why she drove all the way down to Chesapeake with the body parts in the car, thinking, "I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to break down." What a chance that is. You can't stop on a bridge and open a window and throw out 3 suitcases. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. You can't truly know what goes on in someone's house behind closed doors. Even the closest friends or family members might be clueless at times. Behind the scenes, what appears to be a picture-perfect family may be concealing a fatal threat. Many times, people are too afraid to talk about their problems for fear of upsetting or burdening their loved ones. It's more comfortable to deal with difficulties alone rather than to include other people in your suffering. However, what occurs if domestic violence is the problem? What if the partner already instills fear and submission in their significant other because they feel untouchable? Victims in such circumstances frequently experience a fear of physical abuse that is on par with their fear of their partner abandoning them. When Yulia Fireman, a well-known young businessman, killed his wife in January 2013 and attempted to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, the whole city of Samara was startled. When it was discovered that the offender received no punishment at all for his crime, the issue sparked popular indignation. Alexander Fairman was convicted guilty of killing his child's mother. However, the investigation's conclusions inexplicably changed, and the incident was attributed to a brief episode of insanity. 11 years later, Yulia's family continues to strive for justice and the punishment of her perpetrator. Alexander and Yulia, a tale of love. On August 21, 1986, Yulia Sergeyevna Fairman née Naumova was born in Samara in the Russian Middle Volga area. She was raised in a modest working-class household. Her mother, Ludmila Naumova, was engaged in the food service sector, while her father, Sergey Naumova, was a driver. Despite Yulia's difficult upbringing, her parents made every effort to make sure she never went without. They were committed to providing her with the greatest education they could afford and a decent upbringing. Yulia began attending Samara's public school, number 67, in 1993 and received her diploma in 2003. She continued her education in management at Samara State Academy's Faculty of Economics and Management. After receiving her degree in 2007, she quickly found employment at VIP Auto, a significant local auto dealership. This is where she first met Alexander, a young man, and their romance started. Samara was also the birthplace of Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman. He came from a wealthy family in 1985. His father, Mikhail Fairman, made a fortune in farming throughout the 1990s, raising cattle, owning factories that made dairy products distributed all over the country, and operating beekeeping operations to sell honey and other bee products. He rose to become one of the city's most prominent and wealthy individuals. However, the creation of LLC Teplizhny, one of the most prosperous agricultural businesses in the Samara area and the entire Volga economic zone, was his greatest achievement. Alexander met Yulia while working for a short time at the VIP car dealership after graduating from college. He started courting the young, attractive woman as soon as he saw her. Regretfully, Yulia reacted to his attention, and they began a fast-paced romance that initially seemed like a fantasy. After dating for around a year and a half, Alexander formally proposed in 2009. Friends and family claim that Alexander planned a romantic surprise for Yulia. He brought her to the window, paid her an unexpected visit, and signaled his buddies who were waiting outside when he proposed. They let go of a balloon with a tiny box holding a stunning engagement ring inside. After catching the balloon and putting the ring on her finger, he proposed to her. Yulia was so happy that she couldn't contain her tears and said yes. Shortly after their engagement in late 2009, they were married. Alexander's parents threw a magnificent celebration for their adored son, spending a lot of money. With a big guest list, a huge Hummer limousine, the most renowned banquet space in the city, a stylish master of ceremonies, and a spectacular fireworks show to round off the evening, they planned an enormous celebration. Yulia looked like a fairy tale and was beaming with happiness, as her bridesmaids remembered. To outsiders, the princess's wedded life appeared idyllic and content. They were living pleasantly and worry-free in their well-furnished flat on Stavropol Scale Street. At that point, Alexander had begun working for LLC Teplizhny, his father's business, where he assumed the position of executive director. The couple began considering starting a family shortly after the wedding. However, Yulia was unable to conceive for more than a year. According to Alexander's family, the first noticeable rifts in their marriage appeared during this period, but both of them thought that the birth of a child would save their union and fortify their relationship. When the pregnancy test eventually showed those two eagerly anticipated lines, It was evident from the happy pictures Yulia posted on social media that they were looking forward to the birth of their kid. Yulia gave birth to a boy on September 6, 2011, and they called him Pavel. A few days later, Yulia announced on social media that the baby had been delivered, weighing 9 pounds 6 ounces and measuring 23.6 inches in length. She also thanked everyone for their well wishes. The countless pictures of Yulia and young Pavel show how much she loved every second of her maternity leave. Her life appeared to be perfect from the outside. A devoted husband, a healthy child, a comfortable home, stable finances, and a solid family. Many of her acquaintances were envious of her, but everything fell apart in a flash, and the horrifying late-night call made the idea of a perfect family disappear like smoke. The quiet at the Naumova home was broken early on January 4 by a phone call. Ludmila Naumova answered the phone half drowsy, not quite understanding what was being said. On the other end was Alexander, her son-in-law, who icily informed her that Yulia had passed away. The earth seemed to have vanished beneath her feet. Unbelievably, she began to scream and cry, thinking it must be some cruel, pointless prank, which prompted her shocked husband to hurry in. Everything felt like a nightmare after that. When the first automobile passed, Ludmila Naumova and her husband hurried outside, pulled on some clothing, and begged the driver to take them to their daughter's apartment. An ambulance was already parked close to one of the entrances when they reached the building on Stavropol Sky Street, which was about 15 minutes away. Ludmila, barely conscious of herself, rushed to the paramedics, but they simply shrugged, expressing their sympathy and informing her that there was nothing further they could do. Elena Fairman, Yulia's mother-in-law, was outside with their 1.5-year-old grandson, Pasha. Ludmila rushed to her, desperate for answers, but all she could infer from Elena's statements was that Yulia was no longer there. When the mob finally reached the apartment, they were met with a terrifying sight. Inside, the floor near the bathroom had light bloodstains, and their daughter's lifeless body lay on the floor near the entrance. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was matted and twisted. Her mother was too shy to come close. She had to be taken into another room as she began to lose consciousness. After Ludmila Naumova had calmed down, Alexander, her son-in-law, rushed up and shoved a phone in her face, demanding that she look into what her daughter had done. He persisted until she took the phone. Even though she was having trouble understanding everything around her, she struggled to concentrate as she read this message, which contained an odd farewell note. According to reports, Yulia admitted to cheating on her spouse 6 months prior and claimed she was unable to forgive herself. She said that if her actions damaged her family and the life of their child, she didn't know how she could continue. According to Alexander, Yulia had committed suicide, making the murder scene initially strange. He claimed that she had been so overcome by remorse over her supposed affair that she was unable to handle it any longer. He claimed that she had behaved oddly that night, and they quarreled before Yulia entered the restroom. She had been in there for too long, he realized after a while. He knocked on her door and she didn't answer, so he opened it to see her hanging from the doorknob with a hairdryer cord around her neck. He says he tried CPR on her and summoned emergency services and his parents when he realized he was powerless to save her, to assist with the youngster. Alexander didn't phone his mother-in-law to let her know what had happened until paramedics confirmed Yulia was gone. He spent the entire time in the flat, conversing with the law officers and medical staff who came to the site. But Alexander did not act like a widower in mourning. He appeared uncomfortably composed, but he became obviously agitated when Ludmila Naumova showed in. He didn't feel sorry for her. Indeed, he appeared determined to exacerbate her suffering. The condition of Yulia's body, however, was what really drew the investigators' attention. Not Alexander's strange behavior. On her neck, forensic specialists found 2 ligature marks. One was quite noticeable, as if she had been strangled. The second mark showed after she had passed away, although it was faint and at a different angle, suggesting hanging. Her body also had a lot of other wounds that were healing in different phases, but more on that later. Another oddity is that Alexander called his parents and a hospital worker relative first, rather than the emergency services, after finding his wife's dead. Their arrival at the scene preceded that of the paramedics. What was wrong with the message of farewell? After losing her daughter, Ludmila Naumova was in a state of shock and was hardly able to process anything when her son-in-law first gave her the message on her daughter's phone. She had reasonable suspicions from the beginning that her daughter had not authored that note. First of all, Yulia had never texted her mother before, understanding that she didn't read texts at all because of her terrible vision. Secondly, Yulia never spoke to her mother in the manner described in the parting message. Third, Ludmila had no doubts whatsoever that her daughter would never abandon her kid. He was the center of her existence. Furthermore, scientists concluded that Yulia's heart had already stopped beating when the message was transmitted. Alexander clarified this by saying that he may have mistakenly sent his wife's last message to her mother while attempting to contact for medical assistance, and that Yulia may have typed the message and left it in drafts. Yulia's phone also showed a conversation she had with a close friend in which she disclosed marital issues and her husband's aggressive actions. She didn't elaborate, but it was obvious that she was terrified of Alexander. In one of her final letters, Yulia stated that she couldn't bear to die and that she would remain strong for her kid. After analyzing Yulia's body and the murder scene, the original theory was that police had determined that this was a poorly orchestrated crime rather than a suicide. Alexander was the main suspect right away. He was arrested and placed in a correctional facility, pending the completion of the investigation. Initially, Alexander persisted in his belief that his wife had committed suicide. He accused her of adultery, saying that her need was fueled by regret and guilt. But it was evident from the forensic report that Yulia had been brutally murdered. The preliminary theory states that the pair got into a furious dispute over a pointless issue on the evening of January 3. Alexander attempted to disguise his wife's death as a suicide after beating and strangling her during the dispute. He was formally charged with the offense on January 18. The investigation went on and his prison period was prolonged. Alexander later acknowledged that he and his wife had a heated argument that evening during which he punched her and grabbed a nearby hairdryer, but he said he couldn't recall what transpired next. Only when he noticed Yulia's motionless body, the hairdryer cord around her neck, and blood on the floor, did he realize what had happened. At that point, Alexander said, his sole worry was that their 1.5-year-old son, Pavel, wouldn't wake up and discover what had occurred. Alexander began wiping the bloodstains off the floor once they were able to put their son to sleep. Then, to make it appear as though his wife had committed herself, he carried her body to the bathroom and hung it from the hairdryer cord on the doorknob. He maintained that he had some kind of memory blackout and was unable to recall how he accomplished all of this. According to the results of the initial psychological and mental assessment, Alexander was completely sane at the time of the crime and knew exactly what he was doing. Things at the funeral, however, started to drastically change in the months that followed. Yulia's body was taken home from the morgue on January 5 in order to get ready for her funeral, after a custody dispute. On the same day, Alexander's parents visited the Naumov flat and begged for as much forgiveness as possible for both themselves and their son. They then departed, and neither they nor any other member of the Fairman family showed up for the funeral or memorial service. The following day, January 6, the funeral was held. Not a single member of the Fairman family attended the more than 100 guests who gathered to honor the young woman who was taken too soon. Ludmila Naumova started the process of requesting custody of her grandchild a few days after she had begun to accept her loss. She went to the appropriate authorities, who told her what paperwork she needed to collect. She saw physicians, psychologists, and other specialists for weeks, but when all the paperwork was prepared, Ludmila was abruptly turned down. Due to their affluence and ability to give him a more comfortable living, the child welfare authorities chose to leave little Pasha with his paternal grandparents. Ludmila and her husband were only permitted to take their grandson on weekends, which they did as frequently as they could. The small boy now resided in a spacious suburban villa in the Volsky area. Who, then, was actually unfaithful? As previously mentioned, Yulia's husband, the murderer, wrote and sent the farewell message discovered on her phone after she had passed away. There was no question about it, even if Alexander denied it over and over again. He only invented a fictitious lover to present the tragedy as the result of an unfaithful, guilty wife's regret. He made the text up as he went along and typed it. Yulia had no affairs and couldn't have had any, according to the results of a comprehensive inquiry and witness testimonies. She was totally focused on her son once he was born, spending every moment with him and hardly leaving him. In the hopes that things would improve in the future, she was even prepared to put up with her violent husband's abuse in order to keep the family together. Alexander wasn't so innocent for the sake of little Pash. He didn't even bother to conceal the fact that he had been having an affair. He was frequently spotted with a young woman who lived close by, and it was obvious that their relationship went beyond simple friendliness or neighborliness. Elena, Julia's cousin, claims that she saw Alexander and this woman cuddling in his car just before the catastrophe, but she just told her mother about it, and she subsequently had confirmation from her. After arguing with his wife on New Year's Eve, Alexander went out to celebrate with friends and Yulia, the same woman. She confided in her best friend, whom she could always rely on, rather than telling her parents about it to avoid upsetting them. Everything was altered by the new assessment. In May 2013, a second psychological evaluation came to the unexpected conclusion that Alexander was temporarily insane at the time of the crime against his wife. Because of this, the murder charge, which was previously punishable by up to 15 years in prison, was immediately reduced to 3 years by being categorized as a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Alexander had gone to considerable pains to stage his wife's death as a suicide after killing her, which is not the usual behavior of someone in a temporary state of insanity, but for some reason, no one seemed to care. In order to conceal the evidence of the beating, he cleaned the floor. He even emailed Yulia's mother a phony farewell message posing as her, regarding the lawyer's actions and the custody dispute. By the end of May, Alexander was freed on a travel restriction order, which basically allowed him to move around and carry on with his life as he awaited trial. Alexander's attorney had sought to modify the terms of his client's detention almost away. Devastated by this ruling, Yulia's parents filed an appeal with the prosecutor's office, requesting a third psychological assessment. This time, experts from Moscow's Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry were consulted, and the results took roughly 3 months to obtain. The psychiatrist did, however, only confirm that the accused had acted while temporarily insane. Regarding the initial assessment, which said that Alexander had been fully aware of the crime and had purposefully attempted to conceal it, it was argued that the experts had merely misunderstood the accused's conduct and actions. Alexander, meanwhile, kept changing what he was saying. That evening, he was in a state that sounded like the definition of temporary insanity from a textbook. The trial starts. On January 22, 2014, the Kirovsky District Court in Samara hosted the initial hearing in the Fairmont case. Alexander claims that the issues in their relationship started when they moved in together before the wedding. He asserted that Yulia had high standards and an entitlement complex, expecting nothing less than the best. He claimed that he and his parents responded to her desires, which included the lavish wedding, the pricey limousine, and all the extravagance. According to Alexander, Yulia and he tried in vain for more than a year to conceive after the wedding, which strained their relationship and even led to Yulia discussing divorce. Nothing changed after the birth of their son, Pavel. According to the defendant, his wife only cared about his paycheck and was totally preoccupied with the baby. Alexander's parents supported his allegations by calling their daughter-in-law materialistic and avaricious. Alexander spoke of an oppressive environment at home that was constantly getting worse, claiming that his wife, who he had once adored, had become aloof and that he had no one with whom to discuss it. The young businessman claimed that on that particular night, he and his wife got into a heated argument once more, during which she raised the subject of divorce once more. He said she became irate and threatened to kidnap their son and keep him from seeing the boy. Alexander said that he then blacked out after feeling his tongue dry out and his ears begin to ring. Yulia was already dead when he regained consciousness. He did not provide an explanation for his decision to stage her death as a suicide, but he acknowledged that he brought her body to the bathroom and cleaned the blood off the floor to prevent frightening their son. Additionally, the defendant insisted that he had never hit his wife, blaming the multiple wounds and bruises on her body on rough play with their child. Alexander and the lawyer his rich father had hired had obviously done their homework. According to the defense lawyer, his client committed the crime while suffering from a cumulative state of temporary insanity. This indicated that he had been subjected to long-term psychological stress as a result of Yulia's alleged insults, humiliations, and oppressions. To put it another way, they were effectively holding the victim responsible for her own terrible destiny. The prosecutor first requested an intentional manslaughter penalty of 8 years, but Alexander's maximum punishment was reduced to 3 years in a correctional colony, a slap on the wrist for a killer, after the seasoned defense lawyer swiftly succeeded in having the charge dropped back to a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Several strange things happened during the trial. First, the first panel's forensic psychologist, who had determined that the defendant was completely sane and had acted with intent, abruptly disappeared and never showed up in court again. Then, as if they had never been mentioned or were somehow considered unimportant, any reference to the victim's cuts and bruises appeared to vanish. At each hearing, however, the victim was gradually presented in an unfavorable light. Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman received a sentence of only 2.5 years of probation after being found guilty of a crime committed while temporarily insane on August 8, 2014. That is to say, he was not imprisoned. His only penalty upon returning home was to pay Yulia's parents 1 million rubles in moral damages and to be required to check in with the Federal Penal Service on a regular basis. The court considered Alexander's alleged remorse, including the fact that he had apologized to his in-laws and that he had a young boy to maintain, even though the prosecution had initially asked for 3 times that sum. But right once the Naumovas declared that they would appeal the punishment, even going so far as to appeal it to the Supreme Court. However, their appeals were denied, and they were unable to contest the decision at the cassation instance of the Samara Regional Court. The sentence didn't change. Ludmila Naumova noted that animal abuse has a more severe penalty under the Russian Criminal Code, which includes actual jail time. The distraught mother is still holding out hope for justice, since she couldn't see why her daughter's life was worth even less than a stray dog's. The incident occurred more than 11 years ago, but the lawsuit has not moved forward. There was never any, according to Galina Kislyakova, Fairman's attorney. There is proof that the crime was planned, so the court's decision is upheld. She believes the victim's mother's grievances are unfounded, solely sentimental, and devoid of any legal merit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In many popular romantic comedies, the main character will pursue and even stalk the lady he likes. Eventually, she will cave into his pressure, understand that no one loves her as much as he does, and show that she feels the same way on film. The guy comes out as a genuine romantic who will stop at nothing to gain the love and affection of his chosen one, and this looks adorable and humorous. This isn't the case in real life though, and such behavior can make someone call the police, in addition to making them feel repulsed. The story of Celeste Mano started off innocuously. She was getting attention from a coworker, but she kept ignoring it. It was her earnest hope that her admirer would soon realize and simply stop bothering her. Celeste's one foolish move, however, completely altered the course of events, transforming the admirer into an obsessive pursuer, and her subsequent thoughtless deed had irrevocable effects. The young woman revealed to friends that she sensed problems but felt helpless and unsupported by anyone, constantly requested police assistance, and was truly afraid for her life. If law enforcement hadn't functioned under the tenet of, "Come to us when the crime has been committed," the tragedy probably could have been prevented. Let's now take a close look at this case and follow the series of events that resulted in Celeste Mano's untimely death. On November 30, 1997, Celeste Chris de Mano was born in the Australian state of Victoria, in the northeastern region of Melbourne. She was the youngest of Eggy de Mano and Tony Mano's 2 children. She was raised with her older brother, Alessandro. The father of the family reportedly divorced his wife when the children were still little and remarried shortly after, but he never stopped communicating with his older children, provided for them materially, and made an effort to be involved in their lives. Celeste was quite outgoing, energetic, and amiable when she was in school. She was the cheerleading team's captain, participated in sports and dancing, and had huge aspirations for the future. She first enrolled at the esteemed University of Melbourne to study criminal and civil law since she wanted to become a lawyer. But as her studies came to a close, she concluded that law was boring and began studying marketing and advertising. In 2018, she was hired by a big, quickly expanding company that offered a variety of goods on e-commerce platforms. Celeste was a bright and gifted person who picked things up fast, performed her job well, and advanced in her career. In less than 2 years, she rose from a simple call center employee to the head of a whole department and was regarded as one of the most promising workers. Her intelligence, drive, and capacity for competent and logical job organization were all praised. Celeste also had exceptional physical qualities and a perfect figure while she was a student. She even competed in the university beauty pageant and placed in the top 3. She was accustomed to a lot of male attention from an early age because she always had a lot of fans, but she was quite picky about who she dated. A certain Luis Nader Sacco, Mano's tenacious co-worker, was employed by the company. He was over 16 years her senior and took a keen interest in the new, attractive employee from the first few days she was in the office. It's important to note that Louis was a very quiet and reticent person who clearly had no aspirations for his career because he had held the same low-level job for a long time without showing any interest in moving forward. Celeste was open, kind, and smiling, and she always politely refused Louis's advances because she didn't want to offend him. But the man kept trying to get her attention in different ways. Celeste was adamant about wanting nothing to do with him, even if she occasionally cracked jokes to lighten the mood. Louis saw this circumstance as a game or a challenge. He believed that his young boss was just being difficult to get along with, so he made the decision to win her over no matter how obstinate, awkward, and obnoxious he was. Celeste, however, she made an effort to remain calm and hoped he would either give up or turn his focus elsewhere. Sacco continued to be unrelenting over time. Everyone around him could see how he got literally fixated on the young beauty. Menno told a close friend and co-worker one day that she would never even entertain dating Louis. He was strange and completely unpredictable to start. Second, she had never been drawn to men who lacked aspirations or life objectives. Third, the considerable age disparity was also a factor. She pitied her admirer, though, for he had no chance despite his best attempts. Louis made the grave error of forgetting everything about his own work responsibilities in his futile attempts to get his colleagues' love and attention. Although he had never been a very hard worker, he just quit doing his direct duties. The senior management was unhappy with the way his output had fallen. Sacco was finally fired in the early fall of 2019 after receiving 3 warnings and reprimands. This change of events really disturbed Louis, who appeared on the verge of tears as he packed his belongings in the office. In the meantime, Celeste felt conflicted. On the one hand, she was glad that the obnoxious suitor would finally leave her life and cease pestering her with his advances. However, she felt a certain amount of shame because she thought she was somewhat to blame for this. As a department manager, Menno congratulated the fired worker on his years of service, accompanied him to the building's exit and, as he was leaving, gave him a pat on the shoulder and wished him well. But as it quickly became clear, this innocuous deed was a deadly error that stoked Louis's optimism that they could pull it off. The man immediately concluded that Celeste was just scared to initiate a romantic relationship at work since she was his boss, and it may cause her career to suffer and garner widespread disfavor. He believed that they could now be together and that nothing stood in their way of happiness. Louis, overcome by emotion, gave Celeste a surprise peck on the cheek. There was an awkward silence. Celeste was stunned by his boldness and unsure of how to respond, so she just turned around and rushed silently back inside the office building. Sacco was finally persuaded by this response that Celeste was interested in him and that he shouldn't give up. The unrelenting stalker. Louis made a social media account a few days after being fired, found Celeste's profile, and added her as a friend. She thought there was nothing wrong with it at first, but as he started asking her to meet and go out, she attempted to say no, gently at first, and then she just blocked him. From a newly made profile, the old coworker sent her another friend request the following day. Despite Celeste's best efforts to ignore it, he began leaving comments on her pictures, complimenting her appearance and physique, and mentioning how wonderful they would make a marriage. She then attempted to change her profile settings to prevent anyone other than her friends from messaging her or leaving comments on her posts or images. She also recalled that strange encounter on the day he was fired. A week later, during a family gathering, she reported to her relatives about the persistent pursuer. Although her family listened, everyone at the time thought it was a joke, and that the unwelcome admirer would quickly lose interest and leave her life. Celeste and Louis primarily used professional channels to communicate during their time together, so Louis didn't have her personal phone number. However, Celeste started getting odd romantic messages from an unknown number, and she quickly figured out who they were from. The admirer praised her beauty, gave her romantic poetry he had written, and made another attempt to get her to go out. Mano only returned the stalker's call once, making an effort to speak with him seriously and convince him to quit pursuing her by explaining that nothing could possibly happen between them. But instead of paying attention, the man merely reiterated how nice her voice was and how happy he was that she had finally answered the phone. She then attempted to block the pursuer, but he kept calling from a different number. She finally made the decision to change her phone number, but Louis somehow discovered it a week later and the harassment persisted. Looking for safety, Celeste made a failed attempt to avoid the insane admirer for around 6 months. His phone numbers and phony social media accounts were blocked by her. She made an effort to lead a normal life and did not reply to messages, but the texts kept coming in, and they progressively shifted from amorous to audacious and menacing. The man didn't ask now. He insisted on seeing her and started outlining his irrational private dreams about what he would do with her at this very moment. However, it wasn't even that bad. As it turned out, the stalker started to follow her home from work and discovered her residence. At first, Celeste was unaware that Louis was actually following her around and was now a part of her life, not simply through communication. Every time she caught a sight of him close to her house, she told herself it was a figment of her imagination, a result of stress. The young woman chose to seek police protection after realizing that she was not mistaken, and that Sacco, with his insane passion, was actually pursuing her. Mano requested that a special order be issued by the police to stop the stalker from coming near her or her house. Her request was met with indifference, if not downright mockery, from the cops. Since it is not unlawful or penalized to write poetry or express explicit fantasies in text messages, the police claimed that the man had done nothing wrong. With the long-awaited restraining order, Celeste was instructed to leave the precinct and not obstruct the police from apprehending actual criminals, because she was unable to prove that Louis was stalking her and hiding close to her house. Celeste endured the constant harassment of her old coworker for another 6 months. She would often see his car parked across the street from her office, and he would drive by her home in the evenings. Many times, she was anxious and lived in continual stress because she could feel his eyes on her all the time. Mano went to the police once more in August 2020, this time presenting her phone's picture and video evidence that Louis was, in fact, following her. Her statement was taken seriously by another officer, who was further shocked by his colleague's lack of concern. A restraining order was filed against Sacco, and he was informed that he could no longer phone, approach, or attempt to contact her in any other way after he recommended her to go to court right away. The man obviously did not anticipate this turn of events, and for a few weeks he did indeed vanish from Celeste's view. For the first time in a long time, she felt content. She felt liberated and thought the harasser would stop bothering her. But her relief came too soon. She started getting messages from unknown numbers less than a month later, in which Louis begged her to take back her statement and lift the restraining order because he thought it was interfering with their romantic relationship. Mano went to the police right away after receiving multiple texts because her pursuer had broken the restraining order and now had to deal with the repercussions. The man received a fine and a warning that he might face jail time if he did not leave the young woman alone, as well as considerably harsher penalties for future infractions. Sacco remained silent for over 2 months after this, and the young woman concluded that he had finally abandoned her. Infamous picture taken in September 2020 with a new beau. Chris Reedsdale was a young man Celeste met. He was only a year older than her, and they soon discovered that they had similar hobbies, objectives, and perspectives on life. As a result, they immediately fell in love. She disclosed the harassment from her former admirer to her current lover, admitting that she was still anxious even though he had not made himself known for more than a month. Chris made every effort to ensure his partner felt secure and worry-free by surrounding her with love and care. The young lady introduced her new lover to her brother and parents at a family meal at the beginning of November. Celeste's family embraced her decision. They hid it well right away, and her mother even made a joke about her daughter being in capable hands. Once more, the following weeks went by without incident, and the erstwhile admirer stopped contacting me or showing up. Mano, it appeared that the young lady was no longer concerned about Louis perhaps exploding, and was content to spend all of her free time with Chris, returning to her life or doing her any damage. The couple went on a date on November 15, 2020, after falling in love. They enjoyed each other's company while sitting at a cafe. The young woman recommended taking a selfie to document the event, and the result was a wonderfully lovely picture. The pair appeared to be quite pleased as they sat at the same table, hugging and grinning. Celeste chose to make this frame her social media profile image since she loved it so much. She did this to show that things were serious and to announce her new relationship. Chris also shared the picture on his page with a heartfelt statement that said he loves this child and would stop at nothing to keep her eyes as happy as they are in this shot. Unfortunately, the couple's outing ended up being their final one. The terrible event that occurred on the night of their final date. Chris dropped Celeste off at her house, and they said their goodbyes with the intention of meeting the following day. Celeste had to wake up early for work the following morning, so she and her mother talked about her boyfriend for nearly an hour in the kitchen before Celeste went to bed. The sound of cracking glass woke Eggy up at 4 in the morning on Monday, November 16, 2020, but she didn't immediately realize what was going on. Then there was a commotion, screams, thumping, and weird noises. She thought the sounds were coming from the street at first, but then she realized they were coming from inside the house. Eggy hurried to her daughter's room after jumping out of bed and putting on her robe. In the faint light, she saw someone physically leaping away from Celeste's bed before fleeing through the broken window as she pushed open the door. Eggy was met with a terrifying scene as she flicked on the light. Her daughter was covered in cuts and tiny pieces of broken glass, lying in a pool of her own blood. Celeste's eyes were wide open, gazing up at the sky as she struggled to breathe. Her mother tried to stop the severe bleeding wounds on her daughter's body till the paramedics arrived after calling emergency services right away. Unfortunately, she couldn't be saved because it was too late. She was dead by the time the physicians and police showed up. After the fatal blow to her heart, the medical examiners discovered more than 20 penetrating stab wounds on her body. Investigation, with the main suspect assessing the circumstances and contrasting Eggy's testimony with the incident scene. According to the authorities, the attacker entered the victim's room through the window in less than 3 minutes and attacked her before her mother arrived. Celeste attempted to protect herself, as seen by the multiple cuts on her arms. When the suspect struck at random with a huge butcher's knife, Eggy could only think of one person when asked if her daughter had any enemies. Louis Seiko, who had been relentlessly pursuing the young lady for more than a year, calling her and sending her threatening messages. Her friends and co-workers at the scene, along with other family members, confirmed this information. Numerous bloody fingerprints were left by the perpetrator, and DNA was discovered on a fence. He hurt his hand and hopped over while running. Since Louis was the main suspect in the case, it was essential to detain and question him very away in order to confirm and contrast all of the witness accounts and evidence. At first, Seiko strongly denied any involvement in the incident, claiming that he loved Celeste and would never hurt her, but he was arrested the following day. But shortly later, forensic evidence proved that the bloody prints on the fence and in the victim's chamber were indeed his. Additionally, law enforcement cited the restraining order that prohibited him from approaching the young woman, which he had broken. It also showed out that Louis had bought a big knife and a hammer at a nearby hardware store the night before the catastrophe. He was seen on camera at the checkout as he paid for his products, then used the knife to kill the poor woman and the hammer to burst through the glass into the house. A man in need of therapy or a calculating criminal? Since Sako had been monitoring the victim for a long time and knew almost everything about her, the evidence against him was indisputable. But a picture the young woman shared on social media with her new lover was the last straw for him. He then went to a store, bought a hammer and a knife, and went to Celeste's house under cover of darkness to kill her. His acts were perceived as intentional, premeditated criminal behavior. However, Louis's behavior was very unpredictable, casting doubt on his mental stability. He was almost 39 years old, had never married, was still living with his parents, had virtually no friends, and had never had a steady job. People said he had serious socialization problems and was anxious and introverted. Sacco also has a biological brother who was incarcerated for a long time for a crime. The accused was ordered to undergo a forensic mental evaluation at that time, and his lawyer maintained that his client needed professional assistance rather than incarceration. The victim's family was furious and appalled by this argument, and they were afraid that the vicious criminal would escape punishment. After speaking with Louis and examining his conduct, psychiatric specialists came to the conclusion that he did in fact have some mental illnesses, but when the crime was committed, he knew exactly what he was doing. In addition, he had planned the specifics of the crime beforehand. This implied that Sacco would surely have to stand trial, even if he tried to pretend he was insane. The sentencing and trial. The culprit didn't show up in court until the fall of 2023, 3 years after the young woman's awful death. He made several attempts during this period to demonstrate that he was mentally ill and, as a result, could not be found guilty of willful criminal action. The majority of this time was spent in a mental health facility. Louis acted coolly and collectedly in the courtroom, as if he didn't care about what was going on. Although he acknowledged his guilt, he maintained that his intention was not to kill the girl in order to gain her affection. Sacco was sentenced to 36 years in jail with the prospect of parole no sooner than 30 years after the jury unanimously found him guilty on all counts, according to Celeste's law, which was never approved. Celeste's parents kept bringing up the fact that their daughter had called the police in 2020 in an attempt to get Louis to protect her. Her case, however, was denied because, under the law as it stands, harassment only includes attempts to make physical contact with the victim. Phone harassment and internet stalking are not punishable by law. Celeste's law, which would have made stalking on social media via emails and texts illegal, was developed over the course of 3 years of trial preparation by the mother of the young woman who died, professional attorneys, and a few activist groups. Eggy DeMano thought that by doing this, countless women and girls would be protected and her daughter's terrible fate would be avoided. She went straight to the Victoria Legislative Commission with the goal of enacting major changes to the current criminal code. The woman drafted more than 40 revisions and proposals, but nearly all of them were eventually turned down. According to investigations, online stalkers typically don't try to get in touch with their victim in any other way and instead restrict themselves to being invisible. A restraining order might be imposed in cases of extreme stalking containing threats, just like if the person were being pursued in person. The revisions solely serve to restrict access to private information on social networks. Nevertheless, such offenses were still not punishable by law. At the moment, a stalker may only get a verbal warning for such behavior. If they violate the law again, they may also be penalized, though this is not always the case. Celeste's law is not yet in effect. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most terrible crimes in American history will always be associated with Moscow. The darkness is still present. It will always be a part of the town's and university's history when you speak to people. In this instance, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Gonzalez are 4 extremely significant names. Additionally, I ask that you recall all 4 of the names from this case. These 4 University of Idaho students were allegedly stabbed by Brian Kohberger on November 13, 2022, before dawn. The knife used in the murder has never been located. This kind of knife is used for survival. Brian Kohberger did not provide a plea of his own. The judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. The state of Idaho is requesting the death sentence because of the gravity of the offenses. His purpose was to kill. This massive marine knife was meticulously and cruelly planned. No living object, much less an innocent human, would be subjected to such treatment. The DNA recovered on the knife sheath left at the crime site is the main piece of evidence in the prosecution's case, but there is a ton of other evidence that also points to no one else that we are aware of. What caused Brian Kohberger's vehicle to be seen driving away from the scene? Why, including the morning following the offense? Was his cell phone spotted there 12 times? Despite the fact that the facts make the case more open than closed, the prosecution wants everyone to think that it is. The defense argues that Brian Kohberger and the victims have no connection at all, and if there is no connection, then there is no motive. And since he is a graduate student and not a professional assassin, it is extremely difficult to prove that he is the murderer if there is no reason. Moscow, which is tucked away in the center of Idaho, is known for its student-family atmosphere and a close-kin community that perfectly combines a lively student life. Around the esteemed University of Idaho, the city flourishes, creating an atmosphere where learning and a vibrant college life coexist. Students lived in dorms, rented university buildings, and houses just outside the institution's boundaries in the busy neighborhoods around the school. Even though Moscow was known for its academic excellence, students occasionally met with friends and family in secret. However, these meetings were usually uneventful. But on the chilly night of November 13, 2022, 4 college students were relaxing after a party when a terrifying turn of events occurred, upsetting the tranquil ambience they had expected. This incident took place in this 3-story home. At the start of the novel, 4 people are enrolled at the University of Idaho. Ethan Chapin, 20, from Conway, Washington; Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, from Rathdrum, Idaho; Zana Kernodle, 20, from Post Falls, Idaho; and Madison Mogan, 21, from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Zana was a junior, while Ethan was a freshman. Madison and Kaylee, meantime, were both university seniors. The oldest of 3 triplets, Ethan James Chapin, was born at Swedish Hospital in Seattle on a beautiful Tuesday night, October 29, 2002, at 4:43 p.m. Maisie, who first lived in Olympia at Summit Lake, arrived a short while later at 4:44, and Hunter at 4:45. Before moving to Conway, the family lived there for the first year and a half. The kids went to Conway School, where they played cross-country, basketball, and soccer and got a great education. At Conway, Ethan enjoyed playing basketball with his brother while wearing their team uniforms. After that, Ethan started attending Mount Vernon High School, but the COVID pandemic interrupted his regular on-campus education. After moving to Idaho with his siblings and working at Hills Resort, Ethan tried to return to school at MVH&S, but his studies were still impacted. Before starting their internship at the University of Idaho in August 2021, they returned to the Hills Resort in Idaho for a summer job after working at Tulip Town during the tulip season. To leave off their 3 children at college, Ethan's family set out to travel to the University of Idaho. Maisie joined the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority, while Hunter and Ethan joined the fraternity Sigma Chi. Ethan has managed his academic obligations, participated in intramural sports, and enjoyed a lively social life since starting his studies at the University of Idaho. During this time, he continued to be passionate about sports and fell in love with Zana Kernodle. Born at Kootenai Health Hospital in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho on July 5, 2002, Zana Alexia Co. was raised in Post Falls. Her skill as a gymnast distinguished her early years. From an early age, Zana demonstrated her abilities during her time at Post Falls Middle and High School. She participated heavily in soccer, volleyball, and track until she graduated in 2020. She worked at Texas Roadhouse and attended school. When Zana first enrolled at the University of Idaho, she majored in marketing and became very involved in extracurricular activities, most notably as a member of the Vandal Solutions sales team and the Pi Beta Phi sorority. She worked part-time at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, to balance these obligations. Beyond her studies and career, Zana enjoyed spending time with her puppy, Shoeshine, and attending EDM events. Rel is excitedly going on family vacations with her father and sister and enjoying time with friends. She had many happy childhood recollections of her grandparents' farm and riverside summers. Because of her lively nature, Zana was adored by her classmates, family, and friends. She was well known for being gregarious and upbeat, and she had a unique talent for making everyone feel welcome. Her unrelenting excitement, engaging humor, and zeal for life left a lasting impression on everyone who had the honor of knowing her. Zana is currently a co-resident while attending the University of Idaho. On May 25, 2001, Madison Mae Mogan was born in Eugene, Oregon. From the start, she made her family and everyone around her very happy. Madison was born and raised in Oregon, but her family later moved to North Idaho, where her parents were from. She had the most amazing upbringing in Idaho. She started school at Winton Elementary, then transferred to Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy, and finally decided to enroll at LCHS after writing a clear letter outlining her reasoning with her lifetime friend, Kaylee, who was essentially her sister. Everyone who knew Maddie knew that she felt incredibly loved because of her charming demeanor. Her distinct, eccentric, and amusing style made others laugh, and it was common knowledge that feeding her well was crucial. Maddie's tenacity and dedication to her future pursuits earned her recognition. She developed a network of friends, co-workers, managers, and instructors who respected her work ethic, concern, and dedication as a result of her academic success and her accomplishments in every job she held throughout high school and college. Though a little further away, Maddie was thrilled with her academic endeavors at the University of Idaho, where she flourished, joining Pi Beta Phi and regularly making the dean's list each semester. She made lifelong friendships with close acquaintances and loved having Kaylee by her side. Moreover, she fell in love and developed a deep affection for a boy named Jake. Kaylee Jade Gonsalves, Maddie's best friend, was born on June 8, 2001 in Concord, California. She was a bright light for her parents, Steve and Christy, even before she came. As the third child, Kaylee's energy was distinct, according to Gonsalves. Despite being ridiculed by her brothers about her horns, she remained a lively and beloved middle child among her 5 siblings. She was born with unique, thick black curls, a cute button nose, and a flawlessly round porcelain face, graced with a strange little scar on her forehead. After moving to North Idaho with her family when she was 1 year old, Kaylee's lively personality blossomed as she developed into a stunning, genuine, and gregarious girl. She had a natural ability to make people laugh, and she loved Claire's fashion accessories. Alongside her older brother and sister, she started her schooling at Bora Elementary before moving on to Charter Academy for middle school, where she met Maddie Mogan and formed an unbreakable relationship. Their family of 5 became a family of 6 as their lives became entwined from that day on. Kaylee went to Lake City High School despite her parents' initial reluctance before joining Maddie at the University of Idaho. She followed her dream of teaching elementary school by joining the Alpha Phi sorority. Kaylee had exceptional academic accomplishments during her time in school, which were complemented by her natural ability to make friends wherever she went. She frequently brought fun and a dash of mischief to her encounters because of her eccentric and contagious nature. She demonstrated a strong work ethic by juggling her academics with a full-time job and being enthusiastic about tricks and adventure. Madison and Xana shared a rental house near the University of Idaho campus, which they occupied while attending the university. Kaylee had just moved out of the house where she had previously lived, but on the night of November 12, 2022, Kaylee came back to the house to go to a party nearby. 2 of the 4 students, Ethan and Xana, attended an on-campus event hosted by the local Sigma Chi fraternity earlier that evening on November 12 from 8 to 9 p.m. They then returned to their rental home about 1:45 in the morning. The 2 other people, who were close friends Maddie and Kayla, had arrived to the downtown sports bar, the Corner Club, at 10 p.m. and left at 1:30 IE Ming. All 4 of them had really returned to the shared rental home at 1:56 IE Ming. They also shared the area with 2 other students who lived on the ground floor of the building, and they all went to bed for the night. Maddie and Kaylee shared a bed, Dylan Mortensen remained on the ground floor, and the other occupants remained on the same floor but in a different room next to theirs. And early on November 13, 2022, Xana and Ethan slept together in Xana's bed. Other than the one stated above, one of the residents was sleeping on Maddie and Kaylee's floor when she was startled awake by sounds that sounded like Xana and her dog. "There's someone here," she even thought she heard Xana say. Dylan, who was on the ground floor, opened her room door twice to look into the strange noises she was hearing. In the second, she heard what sounded like sobs coming from Xana's chamber, accompanied by a man's voice saying, "It's all right, I will assist you." She opened the door a third time out of curiosity and saw a figure moving toward her while wearing dark clothing and a mask over their lips and nose. Unnoticed by Dylan, the stranger walked past her and used the sliding glass door to leave. She was stunned and stood motionless for a while before shutting herself in her room for protection. No 911 calls were made right away, but hours after the event, at 11:58 IEME on November 13, 2022, a call was eventually made from within the house, using a roommate's cell to request assistance for an unconscious person. The door of the house was open when the police arrived, and there were no indications of inside damage or forced entry. The property didn't appear to be lacking anything. The two roommates were present. But when the authorities got inside, they discovered something horrifying and upsetting. The devastating truth came to light. Kaylee and Zana Ethan Maddie had been fatally murdered in their beds on the second and third floors of the house, respectively. There were no gags or shackles on the victims when they were discovered, and the walls were splattered with blood. Zana and Ethan were found in Zana's room, and Maddie and Kaylee were found in Maddie's bedroom. But the question still stood: why did the murderer spare the two housemates' lives? Phil Waters, a homicide detective, hypothesized that the attacker might have missed Dylan and the other girl in the shadows. At this time, nevertheless, this premise cannot be categorically accepted as the whole truth. In the absence of more research and proof, it's the most plausible answer. Concerned about one of the victims on the second floor who they thought was asleep and unresponsive, the surviving roommates had called friends to the house. The 911 caller's identity was kept secret, but the authorities confirmed that the caller was not considered a suspect in the sad event. That specific piece of information appears to be complicating your work and igniting numerous conspiracies. That's right, there are numerous conspiracies in existence. A great deal of speculation exists. However, we must address the fact that the police discovered a live-streamed video on Twitch by the Grub Truck, a food truck situated near Friendship Square 4 blocks south, throughout the course of the investigation. The video showed Maddie and Kaylee talking and grinning at 1:41 in the morning. They got their food and left 10 minutes later. Between 2:26 and 2:52 AUMIE, MM7 attempted phone calls were recorded from Kaylee's phone to her ex-boyfriend, a fellow student, who was initially thought to have taken an Uber ride home covering a distance of roughly 1 mile. In addition, Maddie made 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach Kaylee's ex-boyfriend between 2:44 and 2:52 AUM, all of which ended in unanswered calls. After looking into these calls, authorities came to the conclusion that the person who answered the missed calls was not connected to the crime. After Xana's cell phone data were forensically examined, it revealed that she was using the TikTok app around 4:12 in the morning. Furthermore, security cameras installed next to the house recorded a dog's whimpering, a loud bang, and repeated barking starting about 4:17 a.m. Investigators came to the conclusion that the terrible murders occurred during a window of time that was thought to be between 4 and 4:25 in the morning. The institution decided to discontinue courses for November 14 in the evening after the unfortunate events of November 13. Additionally, they organized a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled for the evening of November 16 on the lawn of the UI Administration Building, but was later rescheduled for 2 weeks later. Investigators first said that after the day of the deaths, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger to the community. James Fry, the head of Moscow police, changed the conclusion 3 days later, saying, "We cannot say with certainty that there is no threat to the community." Fall break was supposed to start after November 18, and classes would resume on November 28. However, many residents and other Moscow residents were skeptical of the police's initial assurances and worried about their safety, so they started to leave the area early on Thanksgiving. Several teachers canceled courses during this time because some of the people who stayed were understandably nervous and cautious. The limited flow of information from the university and the police to the victims' families was criticized by the fathers of Kaylee Gonzalez and Ethan Chapin. Additionally, a surge of conjecture and misinformation surrounding the disappearance cases surfaced on social media, spread by users of sites such as TikTok, self-described acidified screen type, and other social media users. As the situation worsened, the Moscow Police Department chastised online investigators for their role in spreading false information online and interfering with the existing investigations. They emphasized the speculative character of the information circulating without factual confirmation in a news release released on December 2, which was spreading lies and escalating community worries. The 4 victims suffered many stab wounds, including fatal ones to the chest and upper body, according to autopsies performed by the Latter County coroner on November 17, 2022. The extent of the wounds suggested that the attacks had been carried out with a huge knife, or one quite comparable to it. Furthermore, at least one victim had defensive cuts on their hands, which may indicate that they attempted to ward off the attacker, and it's possible that additional victims did the same. It is disturbing to think that the victims might have been attacked in their beds while they were asleep. Nevertheless, there is no proof that the terrible deaths were caused by assault of any kind. None of the victims were discovered gagged or tied, yet the coroner categorically ruled all 4 murders as stabbing homicides. There has been no recovery of any weapon despite extensive investigations. Authorities believe that the crime was committed using a thick bladed knife by the culprit or perpetrators. According to the description given by the surviving roommate who had reported the suspect, the man was an unknown man who stood about 5 feet 10 inches tall. The roommate pointed out that the suspect had an athletically built physique but was not very muscular, highlighting the person's characteristically bushy eyebrows as a standout aspect of their look. To aid with the gathering of possible evidence, law enforcement officials issued a public plea on November 19, 2022, asking for any camera footage taken at the residence the night of the sad incident. To encourage students and others to provide the police with any pertinent information, a phone tip line and email address were set up. The Moscow police chief revealed at a press conference on November 23, 2022, that they had received multiple tips, including one indicating that Kaylee may have had a stalker. However, at that time, law enforcement officers were unable to identify any person who met the description of the possible stalker, nor were they able to verify or validate the veracity of that accusation. The public's response was significant. By December 5, 2022, with over 2,600 tips sent by email and over 2,700 phone calls. Through these specified tip lines, an additional 1,000 submissions for digital media were received. Later, on December 24, 2022, the investigation team revealed that they had received an astounding total of at least 15,000 case tips from the public and other sources. At first, the authorities did not rule out the idea that the sad tragedy was the work of multiple perpetrators. Authorities said they thought the incident might have been targeted. They had not, however, been able to ascertain with certainty if the aim was the house or its residents. On December 15, 2022, the police said that they will examine documents pertaining to over 22 fifth-generation Hyundai Elantras built between 2011 and 2013 after receiving a large number of public tips. Video proof indicating an Elantra in the vicinity at the time of the terrible event was obtained from local surveillance film. The investigators noticed that this car had driven past the residence several times on the same path. Investigators also obtained another surveillance tape that showed an Elantra driving past the victim's house 3 times, starting at approximately 3:29 a.m. The Elantra then drove back to the house a 4th time at 4:04 a.m. At 4:20 a.m., the same vehicle was seen driving out of the victim's neighborhood. After a few days, the investigators were able to identify the owner of the Elantra as Brian Koberger, a local who had taken it to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania for the holidays with his father. The police stopped him and his father for tailgating. On Interstate 70 west of Greenfield, Indiana, Brian Koberger was stopped by the Indiana State Police once more for speeding and tailgating throughout their trip. The FBI, however, denied claims that they had given the Indiana State Police orders to make these stops. When investigators looked further into Koberger's whereabouts, they found cell phone data showing that on November 13, 2022, at around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman, Koberger's phone had stopped connecting to the network. It then reconnected at about 4:48 a.m. near Blaine, Idaho, which is close to us, Highway 95 south of Moscow. Evidence is irrelevant. What matters is the absence of evidence. In this instance, he is the only suspect because his cell phone was off for a very specific period of time during the period when 4 individuals were killed. That's significant. Additional mobile phone information showed that almost 5 hours after the fatal event, on November 13, 2022, at around 9 in the morning, Koberger's phone made contact with a nearby cell tower. Police also gathered information showing that between June 2022 and November 13, 2022, his phone got at least 12 pings from the cell phone tower closest to the house, but that wasn't all. Investigators also gathered a DNA sample from the crime scene, which did not match any of the victim's DNA, in addition to this evidence. A brown leather knife sheath that was located on Maddie's bed contained this DNA. Authorities found a partial match with a person who had a family link to Kohberger by using a public genealogical database. Following up on this lead, police were able to link the DNA evidence to Kohberger by comparing it with DNA recovered from the trash gathered from his family's Pennsylvania home. Investigators then followed Kohberger outside his parents' Pennsylvania home. Kohberger was often seen putting trash bags in a neighbor's garbage can while wearing surgical gloves during surveillance. When Kohberger was discovered awake in the kitchen, he was wearing latex medical gloves, shorts, and a shirt. It appeared that he was gathering his own waste and placing it in different Ziploc bags. The objects that were recovered from the garbage were then taken to the Idaho State Laboratory for additional examination. Authorities also discovered throughout the inquiry that Kohberger had cleaned his car with great care, paying close attention to the outside and inside to make sure no spot was missed or left dirty. The arrest of 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on December 30, 2022, revealed extensive information regarding his personal history. In Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, detectives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation detained 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on a murder warrant. Born in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on November 21, 1994, Brian Christopher Kohberger grew up there with his parents, Michael and Mary Ann, and two sisters, Amanda and Melissa. Prior to his arrest, Kohberger had a minimal internet presence. His academic interests were mostly in psychology and criminology, which was consistent with his family's preference for education, particularly in psychology subjects. After completing Pleasant Valley High School in 2013, he enrolled at Bartonsville's Monroe Career and Technical Institute, but left after just 1 year. In 2018, Kohberger earned an associate's degree in psychology from Northampton Community College in Bethlehem. Following graduation, he was hired as a security guard in the Pleasant Valley School District, where his mother had been a temporary substitute teacher, and his father had been a maintenance worker for a long time. In Pennsylvania, Kohberger's prompt action during a co-worker's medical emergency at work attracted local notice. But prior to this, he experienced bullying at school because of his weight. Kohberger lost a substantial amount of weight, which changed his appearance and allegedly affected his behavior. Friends reported bullying incidents and a discernible change in his conduct after losing weight. Manipulation in his social circle. A number of friends claimed that Kohberger struggled with drug misuse, beginning with marijuana to deal with bullying from teenagers and progressing to heroin addiction. He reportedly sought rehabilitation after high school, continuing his education with an associate's degree, and later pursuing higher education at DeSales University in Center City, Pennsylvania, where he excelled academically in psychology and criminology. You might have been a little strange or a little off, but other than that, you'd never expect someone to be involved in a quadruple homicide. After earning his master's degree in criminal justice in 2022, Kohberger went on to attend Washington State University for a doctoral program in Pullman, Washington, with the goal of becoming a law enforcement officer. However, while he was a teaching assistant, he was disciplined for his bad behavior and negative views toward women, and emails between Kohberger and Professor John Snyder showed that he was repeatedly warned about his conduct and professionalism. Finally, on December 19, 2022, a month after the killings, Kohberger was fired from his teaching post at WSU. On December 30, 2022, an FBI SWAT team and Pennsylvania State Police arrested Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, after finding him in the kitchen wearing a shirt and shorts, wearing examination gloves, and putting trash in separate Ziploc bags. Kohberger was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 felony count of burglary. He was given a public defender upon his arrest and remained in custody without bond at the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, where his attorneys maintained his innocence and his resolve to prove his innocence. And his family released a statement expressing sympathy to the victims and stressing the value of assuming their son's innocence. While some members of Kohberger's social circle were shocked by the charges against him, others from his past were less shocked. Kohberger then agreed to extradition when he first appeared at the county courthouse on January 3, 2023, and was flown to Pullman before being driven to the Latah County Jail in Moscow, where he was held without bail. On January 12, 2023, He appeared in the same courtroom for a status conference a week later. On May 17, 2023, the Latah County District Court announced that Kohberger had been officially charged by a grand jury with 5 counts, 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. The preliminary hearing that was scheduled for June 26 was canceled after the indictment. On Monday, May 26, 2023, in Latah County District Court, Kohberger refused to enter a plea. In response to this unusual behavior, the judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf, setting the stage for a trial in which he could be executed. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office announced on June 26, 2023, that it would seek the death penalty because of the statutory aggravating circumstances related to Kohberger's first-degree murder charges. Kohberger is still being held at the Latah County Jail without bond, maintaining a not guilty plea to all charges. The judge set Kohberger's trial date for October 2, 2023. In response to requests from Kohberger's lawyer and the state, no other information has been released to the public as of yet. The question of Kohberger's motivation for carrying out this horrible act, however, is still unanswered. Law enforcement officials believe that Madison or Kaylee were the intended targets of his attack, but no significant clues or evidence have been found to support this, leaving the case unsolved. Therefore, do you think Kohberger was responsible for the deaths of the 4 students? If so, what could have been his motive? What kind of justice do you think would be appropriate in this case? The prosecutors have reportedly asked to move Kohberger's trial to the summer of 2024. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Around 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontine County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though, and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Tripp consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. He also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. "Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior." According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. She made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, there was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. She even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, Friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home, where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman, the Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield, now that the defense has invoked stand your ground. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly, in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan MacPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just 2 examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, He altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior, in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan MacPhail, was described by her mother, Michaela Tressler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Michaela Tressler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than MacPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that MacPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with MacPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. MacPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, MacPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Bertley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding MacPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when MacPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26th-noon-middle hour. Michaela Tressler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria Police a mere. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after MacPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, MacPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. MacPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner. Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, the choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.